All right, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. It is the 16th of March, 2023. I'm Texas Storm Chasers David Reimer coming at you on what is the beginning of a severe weather event across portions of the state. We're going to be here for a while, most likely, but before we get into the nitty gritty details, I want to go over what we're dealing with at the moment and then what we're going to be dealing with over about the next hour or two. For the most part, we are currently concentrated on the potential for a dangerous supercell thunderstorm with a history of producing tennis ball to baseball size hail and mineral wells about 10 minutes ago that is now riding Highway 180 east towards Weatherford and is taking on a deviant motion to the east and almost a bit east-southeast. We're going to talk more about that in a minute, but this has the potential to bring a damaging hailstorm to portions of Fort Worth, Tarrant County within the next 1 hour, and then Arlington. We're watching showers and storms in East Texas, all of which are currently behaving. However, we're going to keep an eye out just in case we have a March 2nd repeat where those storms decide to start getting a little more organized as we get closer to sunset. But for now, and probably for a while, all that activity is behaving itself. We may see some uptick in intensity and organization closer to sunset, maybe 6, 7 o'clock across East Texas. Otherwise, we are expecting additional thunderstorms to develop along the dry-line cold front, which is moving east into western North Texas at this point. So we look up into Oklahoma. You can see we've had scattered showers and storms along the leading edge of that cold front for a couple hours now. We had one tornado warning northeast of Duncan, Oklahoma, and that line is eventually going to move east-southeast into Texas. You can see, looking at visible satellite imagery, we have towering cumulus extending down the dry line, southwest of Weatherford, southwest of Mineral Wells, down into the eastern Concho Valley, the western hill country. You can see we have attempts at new thunderstorm development now, roughly from near Stephenville back to Ranger in Eastland County. So we are going to see additional thunderstorms develop this afternoon, and these will have the potential to become intense. We do note, but for the short term, our main concern is with this dangerous thunderstorm approaching the city of Weatherford. So without further ado, well, one more note. Tornado watch for all of North Texas, Texoma until 8 p.m. We will have more watches further east and further south later. But without further ado, let's deal with the short-term issue, and that is going to be a very dangerous thunderstorm approaching the city of Weatherford. This thunderstorm has a history of producing baseball-sized hail near mineral wells, lots of golf balls to tennis balls to baseballs. This thunderstorm is currently approaching the city of Weatherford and Highway 51. This thunderstorm is not tornadic at this point, but we are going to be concerned about the threat for a few tornadoes the closer this gets to Interstate 35E. Roughly along 35E is where we start to see some better low-level wind shear. And as that occurs, this thunderstorm may become better organized in the low levels. So we're going to be watching for that. But for now, this is a big-time hailer. Again, this thunderstorm, capable of producing golf ball to baseball size hail, is currently located east of Lake Mineral Wells and is moving east at about 45 miles per hour. This dangerous thunderstorm has the potential to bring dangerous, destructive hail to eastern Parker County and to Tarrant County. And again, by dangerous, destructive hail, golf ball, tennis ball, baseballs. That's enough to break windows, that's enough to damage roofs, that's enough to cause problems. So those of you in Aledo, Azle, Benbrook, Saginaw, Fort Worth, Forest Hills, Mansfield, Arlington, Euless, Bedford, Grand Prairie, prepare for a damaging hailstorm. Now, it may not impact all of the cities that are there I just listed, but again, this thing will not be going away anytime soon. Speaking of going away, let's talk about our storm chasers. We have multiple storm chasers out and about this afternoon. Our storm chasers, Stephen Jones, Ben McCone, meteorologist Trey Greenwood, Adam Lucio, Jenny Brown are all out and about this afternoon. Live video you're looking at is from Stephen Jones, Ben McCone, Trey Greenwood. I believe they're near Azle. but I will confirm that real quick. And again, thank you to all those joining us this afternoon. We do appreciate it. If you are going to be reporting hail, severe weather, any of that, we really would like you to do so once it is safe. Please don't go out and try and measure hail or take pictures of the hail while the hail is falling. I did mention Weatherford. I mentioned Weatherford almost right when we got on here. But yes, this thunderstorm is approaching the city of Weatherford, who are sounding their outdoor warning sirens because of the hail size. Our folks currently are driving down 199 from Azle. So what they're probably going to do is they're near Azle right now. They're going to take 199 down to 820, take 820 down the west side of Fort Worth down Interstate 20, and take a look at the storm there. And again, this dangerous thunderstorm is producing copious amounts of cloud-to-ground lightning at this point, all the way to Azle to near White Settlement. Cloud-to-ground lightning is occurring about 15 to 20 miles ahead of the storm, which means if thunder roars, you get your butt indoors, all right? This thing will shoot lightning out the wazoo, and it will not hesitate to turn you into a smoked sausage. But again, this is a very organized severe thunderstorm, what we call a supercell. That is a history of producing tennis balls to baseball-sized hail around mineral wells. It is now approaching the city of Weatherford as we speak, moving east at about 45 to 50 miles per hour. At this time, low-level rotation is disorganized, but the mid-level rotation is increasing, which will only help enhance the potential for a destructive hail event. Thank you, Violet. So again, a couple notes. If you're watching us on Facebook, thank you. We really want you to go hit that subscribe button and watch us on YouTube. Facebook throttles our video feed, our post reach. If you're watching us on Facebook, congrats. You're probably a 100% of our follower reach we can actually hit. So if you're watching us on Facebook, head over to YouTube, subscribe to us on Texas Storm Chasers. You'll get notified when we're live. That's the best place to watch our live videos. We're also live on Twitch, Twitter, Facebook, YouTube, and maybe something else. I can't remember. But again, this thing's got attitude and is moving east at about 45 to 50 miles per hour. Further north, we have less intense supercells approaching the city of Bowie on Highway 287. This storm could have quarter-size hail as it moves northeast at about 45 miles an hour. This is going to be near the city of St. Joe on Highway 82 in about 45 minutes. Here, let me get some of this stuff set up and we'll talk about actual timelines. St. Joe, probably about 4 to 4:05. If it does approach Munster and doesn't stay west, it'll be there at about 4:10. Bowie, again, you've got probably 5 to 10 minutes at this point. It'll be over 287 in the next 5 to 10 minutes. Otherwise, we are watching additional activity attempting to develop now in southwestern North Texas. And this activity does have the potential to become organized quickly and severe, just like this severe thunderstorm now approaching the city of Weatherford. If you're just joining us, good afternoon. I'm Texas Storm Chasers David Reimer. It is 3:28 p.m. on the 16th of March, 2023, dealing with a severe thunderstorm capable and with a history of producing tennis ball to baseball size hail near the city of Mineral Wells. This dangerous thunderstorm is moving east at about 45 miles an hour and is actually moving a bit east-southeast at this point. Initially, this was moving northeast about an hour ago. It turned right, which some of these organized supercells tend to do. It's moving east now, and now it's almost moving east-southeast, which unfortunately means this is a dangerous thunderstorm for the city of Fort Worth, Tarrant County, etc. This thunderstorm also is capable of producing baseball-size hail, wind gust over 60 miles per hour. It is not tornadic right now. I cannot rule it out becoming tornadic over the next 90 minutes. But at this point, hail is the biggest problem. There are showers and storms in East Texas. They are behaving themselves. We're going to be keeping an eye out just in case they try to get a little more rowdy here closer to sunset. But for now, they're behaving. So again, this is crossing over Highway 51 right now. Brian Gillard reports hail off 51, pea-sized to ping-pong ball-sized hail north of Weatherford on 51. Thank you for that report. It's going to get bigger if you're on 51 north of Weatherford. FYI, it's probably about to get baseballed. I'm passing that report along to the National Weather Service. We're in an internal chat with the National Weather Service, Emergency Management, the Integrated Warning Team partners, and the reports y'all pass along, we share with them, and that helps give them ground truth. And in fact, you might hear your reports on media outlets, etc. So again, please do not go outside while it is hailing. Please stay sheltered. We'd love to hear about hail sizes after the fact when it's safe to go outside and take a look. But don't go outside while it's hailing. So let's go ahead and do some times here. So again, time now 3:31. It's hailing on 51 just north of Weatherford. The city of Weatherford yourself, you may end up getting just some small hail. And gusty winds with this rear flank downdraft or winds coming down the backside of the circulation. Violet, if you have to, just block them permanently. With this thunderstorm now crossing Highway 51 near the city of Weatherford. This will be crossing into Tarrant County between Willow Park and White Settlement at about 3:45 p.m. City of Fort Worth about 4 to 4:05 p.m. Springtown, this is going to stay mostly south of you. Lakeside, about 3:55. Lake Worth, 3:58. Saginaw, 4:03. Downtown Fort Worth, 4 to 4:05. Haltom City, 4:10. North Richland Hills, 4:10 to 4:15. Bedford, 4:20. Colleyville, 4:15 to 4:20. Arlington, 4:15 to 4:25. Dalworthington Gardens, John Bergdorf, that includes you, 4:20. Pantego, about the same time. And we note this thing's trying to turn a little more to the southeast. If so, that would bring places like Benbrook, Forest Hill, north sides of Mansfield into the mix. Grand Prairie at about 4:25 to 4:30. And again, that is assuming the storm continues moving at about 45 miles per hour. So again, a couple notes here as we get a little busier right now. We're fortunate in that we don't have too many severe storms to deal with. We have a severe storm approaching Bowie on 287 in northwestern portions of Texas, technically western North Texas. That's southeast of the Falls, northwest of Fort Worth, about halfway in between. The potential for quarter-size hail on 287 just near or just south of the 81-287 split in Bowie. The most intense storm by far is this rather unhappy supercell throwing a hissy fit over Parker County, now passing just northeast of the city of Weatherford, moving east, southeast at about about 45 to 50 miles per hour. Alright, so what we're going to do real quick, given where this is going, we're going to press a couple of buttons here. Again, if you're on Facebook, head over to the Texas Storm Chasers YouTube. You can watch us live there. You can also watch us live on the Texas Storm Chasers website. So, what we're going to do real quick is we're going to turn on our content partners. And we should be live. So first off, I want to welcome our friends at DFW Scanner. Good afternoon. I'm Texas Storm Chasers David Reimer with the Texas Storm Chasers, providing live severe weather coverage for portions of North Texas. Given the dangerous thunderstorm now approaching Tarrant County, we've elected to go live on DFW Scanner as well. And we thank our content partners for allowing us to reach as many folks as possible. What we're dealing with right now is an intense thunderstorm with a history of producing baseball-sized hail around the city of Mineral Wells about 20 minutes ago. This thunderstorm is now passing just northeast of the city of Weatherford with the potential for tennis ball or larger size hail. Those of you on 51 north of the city of Weatherford are probably getting absolutely annihilated by hail right now. Those of you on Interstate 20 near Weatherford, this is north of the interstate for now. Those of you in the city of Weatherford proper on 180, this thunderstorm is probably giving you some small hail, some rain, but also very strong winds coming down on the backside of this rear flank downdraft. Winds coming out the backside of the rotating mesocyclone. Now, at this point, this thunderstorm is not tornadic. You do see that hook echo. This thing's spinning like a top in the mid-levels of the atmosphere, but for now, this thunderstorm in the low levels is not all that organized. As this storm continues moving east at about 45 miles an hour over the next 1 to 2 hours across the Metroplex, it will be entering an environment with stronger low-level wind shear, which may allow it to become more organized in terms of low-level rotation. Should that occur, the threat of a tornado would increase. At this point, that is not occurring. At this point, the main issue here is big hail up to the size of tennis balls to baseballs. And again, we also have a severe storm crossing over 281 near Bowie right now, the potential for quarter to ping pong ball size hail. We have live storm chasing video from Stephen Jones, Ben McCone, meteorologist Trey Greenwood on the top right. They are currently enjoying that Fort Worth traffic. I believe they are probably on 820 right now. Yeah, they're about to get on 820 in Lake Worth. They're heading south out of Lake Worth right now. Down 820, which 3:30 in the afternoon on a Thursday is unfortunate. They're heading towards I-30 to get a good view at the southeast quadrant of this storm. They'll be able to look right up in it and get a good gander at what's going on at the low levels. All right, let's go ahead and do a timeline. I know many of you are asking about that, so let me go ahead and push it out. Sherry, thank you for your hail report. Quarter-size hail in the city of Weatherford. We had a report of ping pong balls about 10 minutes ago on 51 north of Weatherford. So, I'm going to give you all a timeline, and then as more people join, more people are going to ask for their timeline for the specific location. So those of you who are here now, if you see those questions, please feel free to respond to the folks with a timeline I may have already given. So, here we go. At 3:37 p.m., a severe thunderstorm is now approaching Willow Park, Hudson Oaks, in eastern Parker County. This thunderstorm is capable of producing tennis ball to baseball size hail. As this thunderstorm continues moving east, almost east-southeast at about 45 miles per hour, this will impact White Settlement at about 355, Lake Worth about 350 to 355, Ron Lake. All right. Eagle Mountain Lake in about 10 to 15 minutes. Potentially downtown Fort Worth at 405 to 410. Up I-35W to 820. Saginaw to Watonga, 405 to 415. Arlington, 423. Pantego, 420. Haltom City, 410. Bedford, 415 to 420. Hearst, 415 to 420. Now, a couple notes here. And finally, let me finish this, then I'll give the notes. Irving, 430 to 435. South side of DFW International, 425 to 430. Grand Prairie, along the President George Bush Turnpike, about 425 to 430. Potentially approaching the west sides of, did I say Eagle Mountain Lake? Yeah, Mountain Creek Lake at 430 to 435. Now, a couple notes here we need to clarify and be very clear on. If you are about to get off of work and you live in Tarrant County, do not leave work, okay? You need to stay where you are until this storm passes. We do not want you on the road when this thing starts dropping baseball-size hail, or, in a worst-case scenario, drops baseball-size hail in a tornado. So again, this thing is starting to rotate more clearly in the mid-levels, and it would appear the possibility we may have a tornado develop in the next hour starting to increase a bit. No tornado warnings right now, and the hail concern's definitely big, but again, this is a dangerous thunderstorm regardless. So if you are in Lakeside Park, Lake Worth, River Oaks, West Worth, White Settlement, Benbrook, Eagle Mountain Lake, you have less than 10 to 15 minutes before you have a damaging hailstorm. Get your cars into something covered now. Do not do it when it starts hailing. All right, in terms of a little farther east, Saginaw, about 4. Downtown Fort Worth, 405 to 408. up to Haltom City, Watauga, North Richland Hills, Hearst, Bedford. Get your cars into shelter. If you are about to leave work, do not leave work. Understand this. We do not want people leaving work in Tarrant County right now. You need to stay where you are. Do not get out and get stuck in traffic with this dangerous thunderstorm coming in with potentially tennis ball to baseball size hail. At this point, the storm's not tornadic, but it is rotating like atop a loft. As this storm moves further east over the next 1 to 2 hours across the Metroplex and then east to 35E, that's where we're going to start seeing some increased low-level wind shear, and this storm may go from just a hailer to something a little more problematic in the spinny department. But frankly, that's a concern for later. Right now, we need to encourage folks to stay off the roads in Tarrant County with this dangerous storm coming in. We don't want you getting out on the roads, getting stuck in traffic, and then getting hit by hail. This dangerous thunderstorm is now located from near Willow Park to Azle. The main hail core on this is about to come into Lakeside in western Tarrant County. Then Lake Worth, Eagle Mountain Lake, and White Settlement. Lakeside, Eagle Mountain Lake, White Settlement within the next 10 to 15 minutes. This thunderstorm is moving east-southeast at about 45 miles per hour. As we zoom out, we have additional thunderstorms now developing further to the west again along the dry line. Let me turn on satellite imagery for you, and you'll actually be able to see it. We're blessed that we have rapid scan satellite data available today. So let me zoom out. You can kind of see the dry line pretty clearly here from Junction to Mesa, West of San Saba, to near Brownwood, Comanche, Dublin, Stephenville, Mineral Wells, up to Bowie. Cold front with a line of storms extends from near Ada, Sulphur, Oklahoma, just north of Ardmore to Wichita Falls, technically Henrietta. Additional thunderstorms are probably going to fire up on this dry line over the next few hours, all the way down from Stephenville to Goldwaith. Isolated coverage, but those storms that form could do exactly what this storm approaching Tarrant County is doing. It becomes severe. So this storm now north of Stephenville, we're going to have to watch in case it becomes more organized as it's trying to do and develop a hail core. If it does so, it could do so pretty quickly here in the next several minutes. But again, this thing could produce a nasty hail event across portions of Tarrant County over the next 30, 45 minutes. We have storm chasers Stephen Jones, Trey Greenwood, Ben McCone in West Fort Worth near White Settlement. They're heading down to I-30 on 820 to get a better look at this thunderstorm. We'll zoom on in. And this is the storm track for this dangerous storm. Again, it's going to be on 820 in western Tarrant County within the next 10 to 15 minutes, 3:50 to 3:55 p.m. Downtown Fort Worth, about 4:05 to 4:10 p.m., up to 8:20 in 35W on the north side of town. Haltom City, about 4:10. Watauga, 4:10. North Richland Hills, 4:05 to 4:10. Hearst, 4:15 to 4:20. Bedford, 4:15 to 4:20. Euless, 4:20 to 4:25. Colleyville, 4:15 to 4:20. DFW International Airport, or just south, 4:25 to 4:30. Arlington, at 30 and 360. Jerry World, Six Flags, the ballparks, 4:25-ish. Arlington, the west side of Arlington, down to Dalworthington Gardens and Pantego, about 4:15 to 4:20. This will be approaching downtown Dallas about 4:45 p.m. Irving, about 4:25 to 4:35 p.m. Grand Prairie, about 4:25 to 4:30 p.m. And that's assuming the storm continues moving east at its present course. If I haven't mentioned your town and you're in the path of this storm, pay attention. If you are in Denton County, nothing's going on. Collin County, nothing's going on right now. Johnson County, nothing's going on right now. Ellis County, nothing's going to be going on for a while. Hill County, nothing's going on right now. Watch these storms firing up to the west around Mineral Wells, Stephenville, down to Goldwaith, because that's where we could see more severe storms develop over the next few hours. And then this evening, we're going to see a line of thunderstorms develop. All right, for those of you asking about later, what we're going to do real quick is we're going to take a look at the high-resolution rapid refresh model. I just have to press a couple of buttons real quick. We'll switch so you get a better view of that. Give me just a second, and we're going to take a look at the model. And that'll hopefully give us a timeline not only for North Texas, but everybody else too. So what I have to do is I just have to press a couple of buttons here. And what we're going to do first is we're going to take a look at what the model is doing with storms right now. So it is almost 4 o'clock. You can see the model's not doing bad, really, in terms of thunderstorm activity. Now, there is showers and storms in East Texas ongoing right now. They're behaving. We'll keep an eye on it. I can't rule out some mischief out east later. That's someone on Twitter. Thank you to Carrie on Twitter, who just sent us a picture of orange-size hail and pester. I don't know if I've had orange-size hail reported before. That's interesting. So again, this is what the high-res rapid refresh model has it for. I just wanted to see what it looks like about now to see how it's doing with ongoing storms. It's doing pretty well. 5 o'clock, storms from near pretty much right in the Metroplex. We note that new supercell farther southwest in Johnson County, so this activity developing near Stephenville now could become another severe storm that impacts southern DFW within the next 75 minutes. We also note there's some indications we may have to keep an eye on storms in the Brazos Valley. All right, let's go to 6 o'clock. You can see we've just got severe storms near Bonham to Dallas down to Cleburne. Maybe a strong storm in the eastern Brazos Valley moving towards the piney woods of East Texas, perhaps, and more isolated storms ongoing in portions of western North Texas, western central Texas. 7 o'clock, starting to get a little cluster developing from Paris to Terrell down to just near Hillsboro to Fort Hood and Killeen. Here is 8 o'clock, nasty line of storms at this point from near, Clarksville and New Boston to Canton down to Waco to just west of Austin. 9 o'clock, lines continuing to progress east. These storms in East Texas are probably going to be severe. The potential for damaging winds, large hail, a few tornadoes extending back into central Texas, where damaging winds and hail are going to be the main threats. 10 o'clock, line of severe storms continuing to move southeast into the Brazos Valley, East Texas. 11 o'clock, extending from near Shreveport to Nacogdoches to Bryan College Station to San Marcos, New Braunfels, and the severe weather threat is over for North Texas behind this line after 9 o'clock. And we note this thunderstorm these storms are probably still going to be severe. Just got a report of 3-inch hail out of Pester. So again, here's 11 o'clock, midnight, and again, still severe storms in the piney woods of East Texas. And notice this is a bit faster than what I had said this morning. Here is 2 a.m. Storms from Jasper to Houston. Could still have some strong storms with strong winds, maybe some pocket change size hail. And we note some storms back in south central Texas. Some of those could be hailers. 3 a.m. Line of storms approaching the middle and upper Texas coasts. It's raining back in the Concho Valley in North Texas with strong north winds and much cooler air. Here's 4 a.m. Severe weather threat is coming to a conclusion, but still have rain and heavy rain, etc. So that's the timeline over the next several hours. And for those of you watching now, you can feel free to answer some questions from those who probably missed all that by just tuning in. All right, so let's get back to it. We do appreciate all your hail reports, by the way. Please only go outside and measure the hail when it's safe to do so. So let's get back to it. We've got, first off, a storm that's really weakened now pretty quickly. Northeast of Bowie, moving towards St. Joe and Munster. That could maybe have some nickel-size hail, but that thing's come down in intensity quite quickly. The only other severe storm we're dealing with right now is this severe storm now approaching Lakeside, Eagle Mound Lake, White Settlement, east of Willow Park. And this thunderstorm is not tornadic. It's capable of producing golf ball to tennis ball size hail. The potential for localized damaging wind gusts over 60 miles per hour. Let's go over a timeline again. Lakeside in the next, pretty much now, Eagle Mound Lake, next 5 minutes. Sansom Park to River Oaks, next 5 to 10 minutes. 35W, 820 in the next 15 minutes, 405 to 410. Downtown Fort Worth, if it impacts you or stays just north, 405 to 410. That's where our chasers are right now, by the way. Looks like they're on the... Are they in downtown Fort Worth? They did not take 35W into downtown, did they? You gotta be kidding me. Okay, note to self, remind storm chasers going into downtown Fort Worth at any time during the day. Nevertheless, the start of rush hour, not a good idea for traffic. Anyway, they're heading down Fort Worth right now, and they're going to be heading west on 30, I assume, to gander at this thunderstorm. As this storm continues to move east, again, Haltom City about 4:10 p.m., Watonga 4:10, North Richland Hills about 4:10 to 4:15. Haltom City about 4:10, City of Arlington about 4:25 p.m., Bedford about 4:20 p.m., south side of DFW International Airport 4:25 to 4:30, Grand Prairie about 4:30, Arlington again about 4:20 to 4:25, Cockrell Hill in West Dallas about 4:40, Mountain Creek Lake about 4:35 to 4:40, Irving about 4:35 to 4:40. Oh, let's see. It's going to be Coppell down to Las Colinas about 4:35. University Park and Highland Park 4:45 to 4:50. Downtown Dallas about 4:50. Southwest Dallas, South Dallas 4:45 to 4:50. And again, that's assuming the storm continues to move east at about 45 miles an hour. Now, the good news is, over the last several minutes, we've seen this thing weaken a bit in terms of the hail core. It's still severe. We could still have golf ball size hail, but it doesn't look like it's dropping baseballs right now, which is good. But we'll be keeping an eye on it for sure to determine if that trend is simply a short-term weakening or not. Regardless, we now have a new severe thunderstorm warning that'll be popping up on here in just a moment for a good chunk of Tarrant County until 4:30 p.m. Central Time. This severe thunderstorm warning will include places like Arlington, Grand Prairie, Bedford, Pantego, Forest Hill, DFW International Airport, Colleyville, Hearst, North Richland Hills, Keller, Haltom City, downtown Fort Worth, Saginaw, etc. All right. A little surprised it hasn't popped up already on this one, but it will in just a moment. And again, this is a thunderstorm capable of producing, at this juncture, golf ball size hail. I suppose it'd be helpful for me to load a loop, so let's just do that real quick. There's a loop over the last several minutes. You can see we're also going to have to watch for additional thunderstorms developing farther west. Okay, so a couple notes. Just like we had on March 2nd for straight-line winds over 75 miles an hour, many municipalities in the Metroplex will sound their outdoor warning sirens for golf ball size hail or larger. So those of you in Fort Worth, pretty much Tarrant County, you're probably hearing the sirens going off right now. And again, that is for those outdoors to hear and to take shelter. So again, the reason we have the sirens going off is due to golf ball size hail or larger. Just like back on March 2nd, we had the sirens going off for the 80-90 mile an hour winds. Outdoor warning sirens are sounded for golf ball size hail or larger, generally 70 to 80 mile an hour winds and higher, and of course tornadoes. So again, the sirens are going galore. You can keep an eye on the sky with the free Texas Storm Chasers interactive weather radar on our website, texasstormchasers.com/radar. And obviously, we encourage all of you watching to subscribe to Texas Storm Chasers on YouTube. All right, the Storm Prediction Center issued a specific discussion for this thunderstorm a little while ago, about 10 minutes. So what this is, the Storm Prediction Center handles all severe thunderstorm tornado watches and severe weather outlooks for the entire continental United States. They also are able to issue relatively short duration forecasts that help local forecasters and us kind of understand the environment this storm is moving into. So what I'm going to read real quick is just that, the summary of which is: an ongoing supercell will pose a locally greater threat for very large hail and tornadoes in the Dallas-Fort Worth metroplex over the next 30 to 60 minutes. And in fact, I might be able to get that to pop up right here. Now you can kind of, there's a lot of boxes, but you can see that little purple box here. That's that discussion I'm reading right now. A discrete supercell is developed in the open warm sector ahead of a cold front surging through the Red River Valley. A slight right turn roughly 30 minutes ago has yielded increasingly deviant motion around 275 degrees, so almost east, at about 37 knots, which equates to about 42 to 45 miles an hour. This observed motion yields roughly 300 joules per kilogram of 0 to 1 kilometer storm relative helicity, an amount of low-level flow. So because this thunderstorm, instead of moving northeast, is moving almost east or east-southeast, it has actually locally enhanced its low-level inflow, essentially it has a lot more spin available to it. It's not utilizing it right now, but that's just a bit of an situational update. The recent 3 p.m. Fort Worth weather balloon revealed a little bit of a cap over the metroplex with moderate instability. Radar and visual observations suggest a predominantly high precipitation supercell storm mode, which means the storm is essentially wrapped itself in rain and hail. You can't really see a lot of the visual elements you might see if the storm was low precipitation or a classic mode. You know, you're able to see the wall cloud, then off to the north of the wall cloud you'd have the hail core. In this case, that wall cloud, if there was one, is currently hidden by heavy rain and hail. The high precipitation storm mode plus that little cap may be responsible for limiting the tornado threat so far. However, given environmental and radar trends, the threat for a significant impactful hailstorm and perhaps a tornado are increasing for the Dallas-Fort Worth metroplex over the next hour. So, there is that little situational update. And we're also going to have to watch these storms developing further west. So real quick, let's take a look in portions of southeast Texas, east Texas. There are no severe weather warnings down there, no severe weather watches, but I just want to make sure we have nothing weird going on down here. We don't. These are just showers and storms in southeast Texas moving off to the east-northeast. They're not severe right now. Most of them are not going to be severe, but we will need to watch East Texas this evening for an increasing threat for severe weather. Our only severe thunderstorm in the state of Texas right now is this thunderstorm in Tarrant County, which is capable of producing about golf ball size hail across Lake Worth over into Saginaw, North Richland Hills, and Haltom City. Now, this storm isn't moving... Sorry, I'm looking at some data real quick. What we're watching right now is this thunderstorm looks a bit less organized than it did earlier. For what it's worth, we had nasty hail out here. We had 2-inch hail, golf balls around Weatherford. We had reports of baseballs between Mineral Wells and Weatherford north of 180 a bit earlier. We've already had a report of half-dollar size hail in Lake Worth. And again, this thunderstorm is moving off to the east-southeast, or mostly east at this point, at about 45 miles per hour. I'll just load the loop again. That'll give you all a good visual element. Okay, thing. Here's what we're going to do. There you go. I don't want a 3-hour loop. Let's be specific. There we go. Thank you. So here's over the last half hour. This thunderstorm again from north of Weatherford, now moving into northern and central Tarrant County, moving off to the east at about 45 miles an hour. Outdoor warning sirens are going off all over Tarrant County. And by the way, you need to know which county you live in. We do warnings mostly off counties, or parts of counties. There it is. The state of Texas has 254 counties, and you could just imagine how many towns there are. So you need to know where you are on a map. You need to know where you are in terms of counties. The county: Fort Worth, Arlington, Haltom City, Keller, North Richland Hills, Euless, Lakeside, Eagle Mound Lake, Benbrook, Mansfield, generally, are all in, is Tarrant County. The county to your west is Parker County. The county to your east is Dallas County. The county south of Fort Worth in Tarrant County is Johnson County, and then north is Denton County, the city of Denton. So again, at this point, we have one severe storm and not much else going on right now. And so we're going to concentrate on that severe storm. If you're wondering about your neck of the woods, we encourage you to check out the free Texas Storm Chasers Interactive Weather Radar on our website, texasstormchasers.com/radar. Essentially, if we're talking about you right now, that's not good. If we're not talking about you right now, that's good. This thunderstorm is capable of producing golf ball-sized hail, currently over Lake Worth, White Settlement, Sansom Park, and Saginaw, moving towards River Oaks, Melody Hills, and North Fort Worth, downtown Fort Worth, over the next 10 minutes. And again, this thunderstorm is moving east at about 40 to 45 miles an hour. Outdoor warning sirens in Tarrant County are being sounded because the threat for golf ball size hail are larger. Remember, the outdoor warning sirens are for those of you outdoors. They're meant to warn folks outside to get into cover. So they are sounded generally for hail larger than the size of golf balls, winds 70 miles per hour or higher, and obviously tornadoes. I bet most of you didn't realize that outdoor warning sirens were called outdoor warning sirens. They're not actually tornado sirens. They're meant for folks outdoors. So that's why they get sounded for big-time hail, big-time wind, and of course tornadoes, because tornadoes produce big-time wind, etc. So our storm chasers, you're watching the top right corner, they're actually headed away from this storm right now. They're heading east on Interstate 30 towards Arlington. And the reason for that is simple. They're trying to get east while they can because, one, they know they're going to hit traffic, and two, this thunderstorm is going to be moving into a more favorable environment for possible tornadoes east of Dallas, essentially Dallas east, over the next 2 hours. So right now it's a hail threat, but as this storm keeps moving east, it'll be entering an environment with some stronger low-level wind shear, which could help increase the tornado threat. And that's why they're trying to get ahead of it so they don't essentially get left behind versus, just letting it hit them right now. So that's why they're heading east at the moment. In terms of where this storm is right now, let me go ahead and let's just do a storm track real quick. This thunderstorm moving east at about 40 to 45 miles an hour, currently capable of producing quarter to maybe ping pong ball size hail. Hail cores come down a bit, currently over the Eagle Mound Lake, Saginaw, Lake Worth to White Settlement, and is moving east at 45 miles an hour. Haltom City, the next 5 to 10 minutes, North Richland Hills, and Richland Hills, Hearst, the next 5 to 10 to 15 minutes. Bedford, probably about 420. Euless, about 425. The city of Arlington, about 425. Grand Prairie, about 430 to 435. Irving, about 435 to 445. Cockrell Hill, southwest Dallas, down to Eagle Mound Lake, Mountain Creek Lake, about 440 to 445. Downtown Dallas, about 4:50 p.m. Highway 75, Uptown, Highland Park, University Park, about 4:50. Dallas Love Field, about 4:50. This will be passing over the south sides of DFW International, about 4:35. East sides of Dallas, about 5 p.m. And eventually, if this storm were to continue, it'd be rolling into Bulk Springs and Mesquite, Sunnyvale, maybe Rowlett and Seagoville to Hutchins at about 5:05 to 5:15 p.m. And again, these storms are moving east at about 40 miles per hour. We do note additional thunderstorms are developing back west in Parker County, Hood County, down in towards Stephenville. These thunderstorms are in an environment still supportive of severe thunderstorms, and thus we may see additional hail develop. So do not be surprised if we have additional severe thunderstorm warnings a bit west and a bit southwest. Mansfield, go out now. In terms of taking your dogs out, I'd do that. This storm's going to stay to your north, Mansfield, but you've got more coming later. So again, this thunderstorm now in northern Tarrant County from Lake Worth, Eagle Mountain Lake, northwest Fort Worth to Saginaw, moving towards Haltom City, North Richland Hills, Hurst, Bedford, Watauga, essentially North Loop 820 over to 183. Right now it's north of Interstate 30, but it's going to be getting onto Interstate 30 around 820 on the east side of Fort Worth, and then around I-30 all the way down towards downtown Dallas. And unlike all of y'all, myself included, this storm doesn't have to stop for traffic, so it's going to keep on chugging along at about 40 miles per hour. You can see our storm chasers here, for some reason, stopping at I-30 in Collins and Arlington. I really wish I could tell you why. My initial guess was they were heading east to stay ahead of these storms. At this point now, though, I don't know if they're just going to, go to Six Flags and try and get up on the Texas Giant to see the storm come in. I don't know. But, at this point, this thunderstorm has weakened from what it was earlier when it was producing baseballs back towards Mineral Wells and Weatherford, but this thing could also cycle back up quickly. And we're going to be watching these additional thunderstorms as they develop back to the west and south for signs of becoming severe with large hail. So let me load I'll just load let's do a 2-hour loop. I'll turn on the fancy super duper awesome satellite data since it's cool to look at. This is going to take a second to load. Well, the radar data there didn't load, but you can see the storm develop. That's pretty cool. Anyway, here's the radar to load. So you can see this storm initially developed back over Stevens County in western North Texas, near just northeast of Breckenridge, moving east-northeast at initially about 50 miles an hour. Then it took an east trek, pretty much paralleling 180 for a while, all the way from Breckenridge to Weatherford, and now it's moving into northern Tarrant County. It was strongest between Mineral Wells and Weatherford, where we had baseball-size hail north of 180, but the storm's really shown a bit of a weakening trend over the last 20 minutes. This thunderstorm looks like it is weakening. So instead of golf balls and baseballs, the storm might have some quarter-size hail now, as it's over Saginaw to Haltom City, North Richland Hills, north sides of Fort Worth. So that is good. There's no tornado warnings at this point, and this thunderstorm remains severe, mind you, but 1-inch hail, quarter-size hail, is better than baseball-size hail. That is for sure. I'd like to introduce you to my giant water bottle. I'm going to take some water now. Ariel, thank you for your report. Sonic nugget-size hail in Hurst. It's almost as good as Bucky Beaver Nuggets. So, as this storm continues moving east of 40 to 45, we're going to have to watch it. Obviously, it's still severe. We're going to need to see if this is a temporary weakening trend or not. If it's temporary, it's simply just going to re-intensify here over the next 30 minutes as it moves east, and hail sizes will come back up. If it doesn't re-intensify, well, that's good, because we would have had $1 billion hail disaster in the Metroplex, because 30 minutes ago, it clearly looked like we were about to have at least $1 billion hail disaster in the Metroplex. Baseballs coming into DFW is not great. So, let's take a look at radar and trends. You can see we have additional storms firing up in west of the Metroplex now, northeast of Brownwood, up into Stephenville, Somerville County, Hood County, Parker County, Palapino County, And again, these storms we're going to have to watch too. They could become potent with some hail. But for now, at this point, pea-sized hail with those, maybe some heavy rain, and lots of cloud-to-ground lightning. You see all this cloud cover in the Metroplex that just started clearing out over about the last hour? Some initial thoughts are this thunderstorm may be entering a slightly more stable low-level environment in terms of instability because the clouds didn't clear out necessarily in time, and it's still relatively early, or was early in the afternoon, 4 o'clock, and the whole realm of things is mid-afternoon. If this was 6 o'clock right now and we had this storm moving in, it'd still be dropping softball size hail and probably a tornado threat as well. But for now, it is behaving itself compared to what it was. This storm could still be producing quarter-size hail. We'll zoom back in. Quarter-size hail could be falling right now in North Fort Worth over to Haltom City, Watauga the next few minutes, back west towards River Oaks, Lake Worth, down to Interstate 30 and Westover Hills. So again, this storm moving east at about 40 miles an hour could right now have some quarter-size hail. That is 1 inch in diameter. And again, that's a lot better than, the baseballs we had earlier. And again, we're going to need to watch this storm carefully because it's still severe. It's supercellular. And it's got that little appendage. What I'm looking at real quick is, for those of you who don't know, I have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 monitors around me. So if I'm looking around like this, please don't think I'm ignoring you. I'm simply keeping an eye on data. Take a look at relative velocity, and yeah, we're starting to see a little bit of spin here in the lower levels west of downtown Fort Worth. At least that could mean some strong rear flank downdraft winds right now, 50 to 60 miles an hour in West Fort Worth with this thunderstorm. But for now, primary issue, quarter-size hail likely falling on 35W around 8:20 in North Fort Worth, moving towards Haltom City, North Richland Hills, Watauga in the next 10 minutes. In about 15 to 20 minutes, Bedford over to Euless, south side of DFW International Airport, north sides of Arlington, north sides of Grand Prairie. And yeah, I don't like that little hook over Westover Hills, I'll tell you that right now. Just, when I start seeing stuff like that, I'm not saying that, now let me be very clear, I'm not saying this is anything like March 28, 2000, but that's an analog in my head. I'm like, huh. And mind you, March 28, 2000, I was, well, I hate to break it to you, but I think, 28, 2000, I was 9 years old. We just got a report from our storm chaser who's there. Rotation is actually increasing with this. Okay, so yeah, it looks like we're about to have a tornado warning. So again, like I said, Mother Nature likes to do Mother Nature things, so let's go ahead and shift gears here into a more of a tornadic situation. Those of you in downtown Fort Worth, up 35W to 820, you need to take shelter. We're about to get And there it is. We have a tornado warning now for Tarrant County. So here we go, ladies and gentlemen. We have shifted gears faster than my hairline receded. Tornado warning until 5 o'clock for Tarrant County. This does include downtown Fort Worth, Haltom City, River Oaks, Westworth, Westover Hills, Dalworthington Gardens, Pantego, Arlington, Euless, Bedford, North Richland Hills, Haltom City, Watauga, Arlington, west sides of Grand Prairie. This includes Interstate 20 from 287 to the President George Bush Turnpike. This includes Interstate 30 from West Fort Worth to the President George Bush Turnpike. This does include South DFW International Airport. We now have a tornado warning for a severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado in West Fort Worth. This is going to be making its way towards downtown Fort Worth in a pretty quick way. So again, now we've got sirens going off for a tornado warning. Y'all need to take your tornado safety precautions immediately. And I told you 45 minutes ago, we did not want people on the bloody roads leaving work. And this is exactly why. So if you did it anyway, shame on you. Bad. Don't do that next time. This is why we don't want folks on roads during tornado warnings, even when we tell you an hour ahead of time this could happen. So here are tornado safety tips. It's going to be for those of you in apartments, residential homes, businesses. Lowest floor, center room, get away from windows. Put as many walls between you and the outside as possible. Put on hard sole shoes if you got them handy, just in case you do have debris and you end up getting them. You don't want to walk on debris with bare feet. If you got helmets nearby, grab them, put them on. That's in case you have any sort of flying debris. If you're in a mobile home or a manufactured housing, you can't stay there. Go to a gas station, a hotel, a restaurant, something of that matter of fact. So again, we've got a tornado warning now for Tarrant County. This does include major population centers: downtown Fort Worth, Haltom City, North Richland Hills, Watauga, Forest Hill, Pantego, Dalworthington Gardens, Arlington. We just had a report. We've got a tornado down, it sounds like. We just had a report of gusty winds, or excuse me, a dust swirl under this hook echo, so we might have a tornado down. And again, this thing is wrapping up. Folks, you need to be in shelter now if you are in downtown Fort Worth. This is following a track similar to the May 28, 2000 tornado. It may be just a little northwest, but those of you around back on March 28, 2000, this is going to be a tornado now approaching the west sides of downtown Fort Worth from 199 River Oaks. You need to be in shelter immediately. If you are in downtown Fort Worth, we're about to get a tornado possibly very near downtown Fort Worth, just like March 28, 2000. This is going to be crossing Interstate 35W, maybe a mile to maybe 3 miles north of Interstate 30 on 35W in the next 5 to 10 minutes. If you're in Haltom City, downtown Fort Worth, east sides of Fort Worth along Interstate 30, Highway 121, Highway 183, you need to be in a safe place immediately. It's going to be lowest floor, center room, away from windows. Put as many walls between you and the outside as possible. Do not go outside and look for the thing. Go get into shelter. And again, if you do that, everything's going to be all right. So again, the possibility of a tornado developing now on the west side of downtown Fort Worth. What we're going to do is we're going to switch radar sites to one that updates a little more quickly. I just want to see if we've got a good view at this. Yeah, there we go, right there. So again, if we do have a tornado down, it's going to be very near or the northwest sides of downtown Fort Worth. And again, this thing is probably about to put a tornado down. So again, confidence now is high that we're about to have a big problem. So let's switch back over to the which way the wind's blowing mode. This is going to be off the Fort Worth next rad, looking very low off the ground. We've got winds moving away at about 35. Moving out of the southeast, we've got winds moving towards the radar about 45. So we've got about an 80 mile per hour gate-to-gate couplet now in that hook approaching downtown Fort Worth, or the north sides of downtown Fort Worth. This is going to be crossing over Interstate 35W in the next 5 to 7 minutes, about 2 to 3 miles north of Interstate 30. Nevertheless, all of you in downtown Fort Worth need to be in shelter now. Lowest floor, center room, away from windows. Put as many walls between you and the outside as possible. If you're in a high-rise in downtown Fort Worth, you need to get in a centermost room. All right, put as many walls between you and the outside as possible. Mainly concerned about flying glass with that. We had that issue back on March 20th, 2000. A lot of people were injured from glass. All right, there's the latest radar scan. So again, this thunderstorm moving east at about 40 miles per hour.
Basically, the broad circulation one. I didn't see any debris or anything from our location, but we had a good view, and I saw dust being picked up. I'll have the video.
Okay, so it's circulation. We'll switch back over to this. We'll get a scan here in just a second. Again, if there was a tornado down right now, it'd probably be approaching 287 business in northwest downtown Fort Worth at this point. We've got a rotating wall cloud reported, so it doesn't sound like we have a tornado down this second. We've got a rotating wall cloud, maybe a funnel cloud. We had what could have been a brief tornado about 5 minutes ago, dust swirl on the ground from a storm chasm Adam Lucio. And again, that just means this is capable of producing at least brief tornadoes. Let's be very clear here. We're not talking about a violent tornado that's down. We're not talking about a situation where we've got a tornado that's going to level half the city. But this could have, in addition to the potential for some quarter-sized hail, potentially produce a tornado over the next 10 minutes. So let's go ahead and talk about where this is going. I know many of you are wondering. And again, summary purpose, tornado warning for Tarrant County through 5 p.m. This does include Fort Worth, Forest Hill, all of Arlington, Dalworthington Gardens, Pantego, Haltom City, North Richland Hills, Hearst, Bedford, Euless. South side of DFW International Airport, this includes Interstate 20 from 287 and southeast Fort Worth down over almost to the President George Bush Turnpike, Great Southwest Parkway. It includes 360 pretty much all the way from Camp Wisdom north to DFW International Airport. This includes 121, 183 from DFW International Airport, the 97 spur west pretty much to Fort Worth. This includes 30 from pretty much, let's just say the President George Bush Turnpike or 161 west to downtown Fort Worth. Storm chasers are trying to get a look at it. They got ahead of the storm in Arlington. We've got a tornado reported down now in Fort Worth. So again, can't rule out a tornado with this thunderstorm. Hence the tornado warning. So if we had a tornado down right now, it's going to be approaching Highway Interstate 35W right now, pretty much on the north side of downtown Fort Worth. Not all that dissimilar from March 28, 2000. Again, this is downtown Fort Worth right here. This is 347, which goes into downtown. This is 35W. 121 that goes northeast of downtown. And again, we've had intermittent reports of brief tornadoes with this thunderstorm. And seeing pictures, it looks like we have a funnel cloud at least halfway to the ground. So again, potential for a tornado spin up now on the northeast side of downtown Fort Worth. About to cross over 35W, very near Highway 121. That would be about a mile or two north of Interstate 30. Moving off to the east at 45 miles an hour. Present trajectory would have this moving like that. So again, those of you on I-30 towards Arlington, those of you up 121 towards 183, this corridor right here, Euless, Bedford, Hearst, North Richland Hills, Haltom City, Fort Worth, East Fort Worth, Arlington, Pantego, Dalworthington Gardens, you need to be in a safe place. That's going to be the lowest room, center. Let's try that again. Lowest floor, center room, away from windows. Put as many walls between you and the outside as possible.
In Fort Worth, the winds just all of a sudden went everywhere, and stuff was getting picked up. So, along with the dust swirl that Adam saw, I think we can be fairly confident that we had at least a brief touchdown. No. Wait, no, express lanes. Yeah, yes, actually go to, follow these people. Yeah.
I gotta love chasing the Metroplex. But again, we've had a couple of brief tornado touchdowns. It sounds like the radar circulation in terms of the which way the wind's blowing mode is much less defined now. So that at least leads to confidence that if we do have tornadoes ongoing or spinning up, they are likely on the brief and weak variety. Nevertheless, as this thunderstorm continues to move east, we're going to have to keep a very close eye on it. And again, the potential continues for a tornado now in eastern Tarrant County. We have an update to the tornado warning now. This is going to be a tornado warning through 5 p.m. At 4:23 p.m., a confirmed tornado is located near downtown Fort Worth. This is now moving east at 30 miles per hour. This tornado will be near Watonga, Richland Hills around 4:35, Bedford, Hearst, North Richland Hills, and Pantego at about 4:40, Fort Worth, Arlington, Euless, DFW International Airport at about 4:50 p.m. Grand Prairie about 4:55 p.m. This also includes Lake Arlington. So a couple of notes. Hail threat has come down significantly with this storm for now. This thing's probably producing very little hail. A couple of other notes. We've got a extension to the tornado watch. It is being extended south a bit into central Texas and will include Waco because those additional storms starting to fire farther south. So tornado watch being extended south. Potential for a tornado now just east-northeast of downtown Fort Worth by 2 to 3 miles. On the brief weak variety, most likely. But this thunderstorm is moving east now at about 30 miles an hour. We note it's moving a bit slower than it was. And again, we really don't want folks out on the roads right now. This is why we told y'all an hour ago, if you're watching our live video, to stay where you were, stay at work, and let the storm hit, and then go home. But hopefully some folks took that advice. And again, this tornado warning does include the southern periphery of the DFW International Airport. So DFW is probably enacting their tornado safety plan at this point. Regardless, there's not going to be any arrivals or departures with this dangerous storm pretty much going right over the So again, we're here for a tornado warning for eastern Tarrant County through 5 p.m. This is going to be for a thunderstorm with a history of producing brief tornadoes over the last 15 minutes across western North Texas and, western sections of Fort Worth towards downtown Fort Worth. Now, a couple notes here. This kind of is following a March 20th track in terms of where it formed just west of downtown Fort Worth and then moved nearish Fort Worth. The difference for March 28th, 2000 is this tornado doesn't sound like it's been down the whole time, and this tornado was much, much weaker. So again, this has likely been a bit of a hopscotching, very weak tornado versus, the F3 we had back on March 28, 2000. So again, but we've seen enough video at this point, and our chasers have visually confirmed it, that, yeah, this thing has been intermittently touching down. And again, that's why we have the tornado warning through 5 o'clock. Now, let's zoom out. I want to make sure we're not missing anything here. We do have other thunderstorms. We have a new storm going up in eastern Parker County. It looks like that storm is starting to become more organized in the hail department, so we may end up having a new severe thunderstorm warning for eastern Parker and Tarrant County, with this new thunderstorm going up northeast of Weatherford, south of Azle. And again, that has a lot of cloud-to-ground lightning with it, and that may become our dominant storm here at some point in the next 45 minutes, meaning the storm that's tornado warned in eastern Fort Worth right now may be absorbed or weakened here pretty soon and taken over by this new significant storm taking shape in northeastern Parker County. That's moving right now east at about 40. We have another severe storm going up over Somerville County near Glenrose, and we note this storm is taking shape pretty quickly as well. I'm going to actually turn off radar data real quick. We're going to look at a different product I don't typically show you, but it's going to show us rapid scan satellite data. And what we're looking at right here, let me switch. These are cloud tops. So again, this is the satellite data literally taken about 50 seconds ago. We've got one updraft going up there. We've got a strong updraft in Parker County, and then that thunderstorm with a history of brief tornadoes in Tarrant County. So again, all these storms we're going to have to watch carefully. And as I turn the radar back on, you can see the how hard it's raining mode. So again, that's what they look like in terms of their actual cloud temperatures. The colder they get, the higher and taller the thunderstorms are. And then if I switch to a different product, you can actually see the visible visible satellite imagery. Thunderstorm anvil here, thunderstorm anvil here, thunderstorm anvil there. Those are all strong thunderstorm updrafts. And if I were to, say, loop it over the last half hour, you could literally just see them bubbling. It'll take a second for this to load. Or it just may not load because it hates me. There you go. And again, this is data update. This is satellite data updating every minute. So you could see how these storms develop and move east. You could see the anvil blow off, the top of the thunderstorm, all those clouds being blown off into East Texas. So you could see we have a new storm going up near Glenrose. We have a new storm going up back just northeast of Weatherford now in Parker County. I turned the radar data back on, and you could see how that correlates with the satellite imagery. The how hard it's raining mode with the visible satellite imagery. And again, that's an element we don't normally show too much of during live coverage because we're usually busy. Our storm chasers, Stephen Jones, Trey Greenwood, and Ben McCone are in Arlington looking west at this storm, which on radar looks much more disorganized than it did, which is good. And again, a tornado warning does remain in effect until 5 p.m. for eastern Tarrant County. DFW scanners reporting they have not heard of any damage reports at this point, so that's good. That probably lines up with the fact we had multiple, or at least a hopscotching, very weak brief tornado. And again, the track analog was March 28, 2000. The intensity, this one was much, much, much weaker compared to the EF3 that occurred back on the 28th of March 2000 in downtown Fort Worth. And then we had a new storm develop southwest of that storm back on March 28th that then produced the F3 that tracked through Arlington, hit the old Johnson & Johnson plant. I think it hit a post office building, and then tracked over Great Southwest Parkway just southeast of the trading fair there off south of 303. I don't remember the exact road name right there, but I passed about a mile north of my house where I lived at the time and was 9 years old, had hair, had the flu, ironically, and I remember that because, well, there was insulation in my yard and I was home from school all week. All right, life stories with BaldyinChief concluded. Let's get back to it. So the good news is, and there's a visual on this storm from Stephen Jones, Trey Greenwood, and Ben McComb. This storm is looking much weaker. The tornado warning remains in effect. I can't rule out a brief tornado spin-up, but this thing definitely looks much less organized now. We could still have maybe nickel, maybe quarter-size hail in Bedford to North Richland Hills. But what I think is going on here is, in all likelihood, this thunderstorm back to the west that's taking shape in eastern Parker County with some hail and some strong winds could be essentially, the lack of a better word, ingesting this tornado-warned storm. It may be becoming the dominant storm, in which case, hopefully this tornado-warned storm will be gone soon. But again, we're watching that storm. We've got a storm in Somerville County, north of Glen Rose, moving northeast at about 40. That could develop into a storm with hail in Johnson County in the next hour. And then we've got this larger storm now in eastern Parker, western Tarrant County, capable of producing quarter-size hail and winds of 60 miles an hour near Azle, back southwest of Willow Park. And this is going to be moving east at about, let's see, 30 miles an hour, which would take it over pretty much the same areas that just had the first storm, which could cause some flooding, in addition to another round of some hail. So again, tornado warning now for a possible circulation along Interstate 30 west of 820. And this storm could also have some nickel to quarter-size hail up on 183 from Bedford to Hearst to North Richland Hills. This storm is moving east at about 30 miles an hour. If this storm were to continue, it'd be moving like that off to the east. So it would be crossing 360 at about 445 to 450. Downtown Dallas, probably 5 to 505. This thing's definitely slowed down. They were moving 45 miles an hour earlier. Now they're moving at about 30. And again, I'm not sure this specific storm's actually going to make it that far east. We may actually see it become absorbed by this storm a bit further west, or some weird storm scale interaction occur. And you can see the scary-looking clouds from our storm chasers, Stephen Jones, Ben McCone, and Trey Greenwood. Now, let's zoom back down into central Texas. We've got a strong storm going up now east of San Saba, over 190, approaching Lametta, northwest of Lampasas. That storm could become severe soon, with the threat for some large hail, localized damaging wind gusts as it moves east-northeast at about 30 to 40 miles an hour. All this activity in East Texas is showers and storms. There's nothing severe with it. And all that's generally moving off to the northeast at 35 miles an hour. And again, for those of you asking what's going on near me, if we're not talking about you, that is a good thing. Remember, we need to focus on the most intense storms. So that's what we're going to do. Some of you aren't going to like that, and I'm sorry, but deal. You can keep an eye on the sky with the free Texas Storm Chasers Interactive Weather Radar on our website, texasstormchasers.com/radar. And those of you on Apple can also use our free mobile app. And we're going to have a new mobile app coming out for both Apple and Android within the next month. That'll be far superior to our current one and will definitely be a welcome change. But again, that's a view from our Storm Chasers. We'll take a gander. And you can see they're in Arlington looking off to the west. Stephen Jones, Ben McCone, meteorologist Trey Greenwood. You can see scary-looking clouds. That looks like a shelf cloud there, followed by outflow behind it. But the good news is, in terms of a tornado threat, this storm is definitely much, much, much less organized than it was. So hopefully we can get rid of this tornado warning for eastern Tarrant County soon. As we head back west, we've got a larger storm coming in with heavy rain, maybe some quarter-size hail, winds to 60 miles an hour from Annetta to Willow Park to Azle to near Hazlet. And this storm's moving east at about 30. And this is more of a small cluster than at one individual thunderstorm, but we're going to have to watch it for sure. And again, our main severe weather threat tonight is going to be hail, with some damaging winds and maybe a few tornadoes. I'm not expecting a long-duration, widespread tornado threat, but again, some of these spin-ups are definitely possible. So, with that being said, if you're in Euless, Bedford, Hurst, Northeast Arlington, remain in your safe place. If you're in downtown Fort Worth, you're clear. If you're in Pantego, Dalworthington Gardens, Kennedale, South Arlington, you're clear from this tornado warning. There are more storms to the west, but for now, you're good to go. And again, this is not something to freak out about. If there was a reason for you to freak out, you could tell by the tone of my voice you should be freaking out. But again, don't be. Most tornadoes are weak, small. If you do what you're supposed to do in terms of taking shelter, you'll be fine. And that's the case here. And yes, Mr. Chadbox, I do have a big water bottle, and yeah, you got to stay hydrated if I'm going to be here for hours. I'm sorry I can't go off screen and drink water. All right, the tornado warning for Tarrant County has been canceled. Tornado warning has gone bye-bye. It's gone. Adios. No more tornado warning. The storm has weakened and the circulation has dissipated. This storm is capable of producing nickel-sized hail, maybe 50-mile-an-hour winds, and heavy rainfall. But again, the tornado warning has been canceled for Tarrant County. So that is good news. So tornado warning is gone. We're still monitoring heavy rain, maybe some hail, some gusty winds. But since the tornado threat has concluded for now, what we're going to do in terms of our severe weather coverage on DFW Scanner is we're going to let DFW Scanner folks go back, enjoy their evening. If we have any new tornado warnings for the Metroplex, we'll be back on DFW Scanner's Facebook. But if you want to keep watching continual severe weather continual, how about this? If you want to keep watching me blab about storms across Texas, come join us on the Texas Storm Chasers Facebook page, the Texas Storm Chasers or Texas Weather Center YouTube. I mean, we're even on Twitter and Twitch, so come on over, come say hi. We'll be here for a while yet. But again, no more tornado warning for Tarrant County. There are still storms capable of producing hail and gusty winds. Right. So we'll continue our severe weather coverage now. What I'm going to do is I'm going to actually turn off the local radar. I'm going to take a statewide view. When we're on with DFW Scanner, I obviously focus a little more on DFW. But now that we are off, what I'm going to do is load satellite data because it's cute and it makes me happy. And we're going to take a look at what we have going on across the entire state of Texas. So, here you go. Here's satellite imagery. And here we go. So again, this is a loop over the last several hours. What I want to make clear is, one, I have a big microphone and a big water bottle. Two, we have showers and some thunderstorms now in Northeast Texas, East Texas, Southeast Texas. None of that is severe. That's just good old-fashioned rain. Now, we are going to be watching some of those storms in the piney woods of East Texas this evening, just in case they do start to get a little rowdy. But for now, not a problem. Y'all go on, enjoy your day. Don't crash into a tree because the roads are wet. Those of you back west, we are dealing with severe weather. Let me turn on the tornado watch boxes here. Yellow box here is a tornado watch. A couple notes. It's in effect through 8 p.m. for all of North Texas and now portions of Central Texas. Now that we have new thunderstorms developing west of Killeen, west of Waco, near Glen Rose, that tornado watch has been extended south through at least 8 p.m. We will have more severe weather watches later tonight for East Texas, Northeast Texas, probably parts of Central Texas and the Brazos Valley. But for now, one tornado watch. we're going to be watching these little discrete storms as they fire up. Watching the storm near Glenrose for increasing rotation aloft. The potential for hail. That's not severe right now. The way it's going to be severe in the next 15 minutes. A storm developing now northwest of Lampasas near Lometa. Scalorn on Highway 183 east of San Saba. Those storms look more multicellular right now. I mean, they're less organized, but they could grow into hailers at some point. The storm that was tornado warned here up in near DFW Airport is no longer tornadic. It produced a few brief tornadoes that were weak. We haven't heard any damage, but we did get visual confirmation from our storm chasers that there was brief touchdown. We'll have video and pictures of that on our platforms later. There is going to be a severe storm warning issued for near the airport for maybe some quarter-size hail. The hail core is actually going back up really quick. So this storm near DFW International Airport is actually getting its act together again in the hail department really quickly. So we'll talk about that again in a moment. We've got a hailer now moving into western Tarrant County with strong winds. A lot of lightning, maybe quarter-size hail, 60-mile-an-hour winds. Let me knock this back down to 1 hour. And we also now have storms firing up along the leading edge of the cold front. And those storms are becoming severe in portions of Cook and Grayson counties. We'll see a warning there shortly. And again, that's going to be for 60-mile-an-hour wind gusts, the potential for quarter-size hail. And that's along the leading edge of the cold front. Once this cold front passes your location, the chance for severe weather is over. All right? Let's get back to the super duper awesome blossom hey I'm neat weather radar. And again, we're dealing with this thunderstorm over DFW International Airport weakened quite a bit. It produced brief tornado near Fort Worth and then pretty much died. It has now resurrected itself and is becoming severe again quite quickly in the hail department. This thunderstorm now on the south side of DFW International Airport could be producing big hail again really quick. Quarter to $50 right now. That is 1 inch to an inch in a quarter, but the potential could be there for there to be golf balls here in Irving within the next 10 minutes. So hail core right now, south side of DFW International Airport to Euless. Moving east on 183 could be near Loop 12 and 183 near the old Texas Stadium site in about 15 minutes. This could be a direct impact to Dallas Love Field at 5:15 p.m. with big hail. And again, right now we're saying quarter to $50 size hail. That could jump up again towards golf ball size hail in the next 15 minutes as the storm moves east at 30 miles an hour. They were moving at 45 earlier. They're down to 30 miles an hour now, so they're moving more slowly. This storm again, Love Field around 5:15, University Fark. How about University Park, not University Fart, at about 5:20. North Dallas, 75 around Loop 12 at about 5:25. And then Garland at about 5:35. And eventually, if it were to continue, Rowlett at about 5:50 p.m. The potential for quarter to golf ball size hail. And we just had a 58-mile-an-hour wind gust at DFW International Airport. So quarter to golf ball size hail and the potential for winds up to 60 miles an hour. In terms of severe storms back further west, we've got a severe storm now extending from Saginaw and Hazlitt down to Eagle Mound Lake, Lakeside, down to Aledo. This storm is moving east at about 30 miles an hour. It could have quarter-size hail and winds up to 60 miles an hour. And to reiterate, we have no tornado warnings right now. Again, today's main issue is going to be hail, maybe brief tornado here and there. We're going to be keeping an eye out. The storm over Euless continues to ramp up in the hail department. Again, those of you in Euless, this thing is getting really mad really quick. So if you're in Irving, downtown Dallas, University Park, I need to reiterate that our storm that was tornado warned and then weakened has come back and is quickly developing a nasty hail core that could start dropping golf ball size hail here really quick. Further west, we've got a severe storm capable of producing quarter to half-dollar size hail near Aledo up to White Settlement to Lake Worth. That storm is moving east at about 30. It's going to impact most of Tarrant County from North Richland Hills, downtown Fort Worth, down to Benbrook and Forest Hill over the next 20 minutes. It's moving east. Also, something to watch for. I just noticed in this stream. Watch this. You see how this thing just ate a shower? Watch this. Oh, come on. Really? Really? Radar? I will throw you out the window. Okay, well, apparently I'm not going to show you, but the radar showed this thunderstorm we call ingesting a shower. So, that's just an indication to me, one, it's a severe storm. Two, we're going to have to watch it for spending mischief. And y'all are asking about fog in Fort Worth. If y'all had any hail earlier or anything, that might have something to do with it. It'd be called hail fog. So what we're looking at right now are two severe storms. One from Saginaw down to Aledo and West Fort Worth, moving east at 35 miles an hour. Essentially moving like that. Now, if I can't rule it out taking more of a turn to the southeast. This storm moving east, the potential for golf ball size hail. It produced a brief tornado near downtown Fort Worth earlier, and has quickly started to organize again. You know what, folks? I hate to say this, but I'm starting to get a little concerned again in the rotation department. See this right here? We're looking in Irving. We're looking off the terminal Doppler weather radar. Ignore the how hard it's raining mode. It's way underdoing it. It's called attenuation. The radar energy being shot out from this radar is much lower than the radar we typically use, so everything can look weaker, especially when it's storming on the radar. But which way the wind direction moves is valid, and that right there is a problem. We might have a new circulation trying to spin up in Irving. And if so, we're going to need to watch this carefully. This would be in Irving. There's the latest scan. You can see that. Again, this isn't a tornado. This isn't tornado warned right now, but this is your hook echo, and that's starting to wrap back up again in West Irving. So again, there is the chance this may spin up a brief tornado again in the next 15 minutes. As it moves towards the old Texas Stadium site and Dallas Love Field. A severe thunderstorm warning continues for northern Dallas County, and for this thunderstorm, capable of producing quarter-size hail, maybe larger, from near Farmers Branch to east side to DFW to Coppell to Irving. And this thunderstorm is moving east at about 30 miles an hour. Large hail is occurring, and the potential for a spin-up tornado is starting to look increasingly problematic. We're going to need to watch this carefully, but don't be shocked if we end up having to do a new tornado warning with this in the next several minutes. This will be moving towards the old Texas Stadium site in East Irving, 183 Loop 12, 114, and eventually thereafter towards northwest Dallas, Dallas Love Field, the industrial area between 35E Loop 12, the Trinity River. So, Before we have any more issues with that, let's take a look back west. Storm capable of 60-mile-an-hour winds, quarter-size hail, Saginaw, River Oaks, Westworth, Westover Hills, back down to Benbrook. That is moving east, or almost more east-southeast now, at about 30 miles an hour. This could be a threat downtown Fort Worth, some hail in the next 10 minutes. Pantego, Arlington, Forest Hill in about 15 to 20 minutes. If it were to continue moving more east-southeast, move towards Interstate 20 and 360, about 5:30 to 5:35. Thereafter, Joe Pool Lake, about 5:40 towards Cedar Hill. All right, let's go back south. We've got a new severe thunderstorm warning for the hailer northwest of Lampasas, it looks like. This is going to be a severe thunderstorm northwest of Lampasas, moving towards Avant. And this storm is moving northeast at about 45 miles per hour. This will be near Avant in the next 15 to 20 minutes. The potential for quarter to ping pong ball size hail and localized wind gust up to 60 miles an hour. We do have another severe warning. I'm sorry. We have a line of storms capable of producing 60-mile-an-hour winds, quarter-size hail. This is along the leading edge of the cold front, and this is going to be approaching Windstar World Casino to Gainesville, Lindsay, west of Valley View, almost down to Era, Leo, and Slidell in northeastern Wise County. And this is moving east at about 50 miles an hour. Potential for quarter-size hail winds to 60, Whitesboro, Collinsville, Tioga, Gunter, Sherman, Howell, Knollwood, Denison. We're about to have a tornado warning for Irving, it looks like. So here we go with this again. We'll just turn this back on. We're going to turn DFW scanner back on. And here we go. Hold on a second. I have to make sure the dog didn't just run out of the house. Sorry, the dogs have a history of opening the screen door and trying to run out while I do this, so turns out it just went. All right, we've got a tornado warning now for Dallas County. This does include Dallas Love Field. So let's get back to it. And again, this will be a tornado warning for Dallas County, as I've said. So we'll let that polygon load. Get that on. It'll be here in a minute. But again, we've got a tornado warning now for Irving, Dallas Love Field, North Dallas, University Park. This is going to be the area where we had the October 20th, 2019 tornado warning, but a couple miles displaced to the south. The warning's not on here yet for some reason, but it's there. So again, what we're going to have here is a tornado warning. There you go. And that is going to be for University Park, Highland Park, North Dallas, Irving, Dallas Love Field, I-35E from just south of 635 to downtown Dallas, north side to downtown Dallas, uptown, up 75 to Richardson. This will include Southeastern Farmers Branch, just south of Addison. And again, this is for the potential of another tornado developing near the old Texas Stadium site. And this circulation is going to be moving a little bit more east-northeast towards Dallas Love Field versus due east. So what we're going to do is we're going to switch to the terminal Doppler weather radar. This gives us the best glance at this because it updates every 60 seconds. And again, the circulation and tornado, if we did have one, be located near or just south of the old Texas Stadium site, approaching 183 and 35E, just east of Loop 12 now. So crossing over the Trinity River, crossing over the industrial area in far east Irving and northwest Dallas. This is going to be crossing over 35E shortly and going right at Love Field. That is Love Field right there, moving towards Love Field. And again, those of you at Love Field need to enact your tornado safety precautions. Those of you in University Park, Highland Park, Uptown, North Dallas, up towards Richardson need to enact your tornado safety precautions. And what I'll do now is I'm going to put some roads on here since I know we're in a very highly populated area. And again, this is going to be just probably where it is now is about 2 to 3 miles south of where October 20th, 2019 crossed 35E, but it's moving more northeast, so it'll eventually cross where the 10/20/19 tornado crossed, if we had a tornado down. So again, that's loop 12. That's 75. I'm just going to start putting these east-west roads on here again, like I did back on 10/20. It's going to be Preston. So again, let me switch, or we'll stay on this for now. And again, we're using, or I thought we were using the terminal Doppler weather radar. We are. And again, we're just using the which way the wind's blowing mode. If there was a tornado down, it'd be crossing over 35E. And apparently, TechStock cameras might be showing a funnel cloud around here. Our storm chasers are in I-30 in West Dallas, stuck in traffic. That looks fun. So again, this is going to be a tornado warning for northern Dallas County. Highland Park, University Park, North Dallas, Uptown, Southwest Richardson, Dallas, Love Field, Northwest Dallas, North Dallas, essentially the same areas that we dealt with back on October 20th, 2019. Tornado now if it were down, about to cross over 35E, very near the 183 split-off, up to Loop 12. And then this is going to be passing near or maybe just south of Dallas Love Field in the next 5 minutes. And again, I know we have multiple severe storms, but understand we're dealing with a tornado warning in one of the most populous cities in the country. So we're going to be dealing with that. Understand also you can keep an eye on the sky with the free Texas Storm Chasers interactive weather radar on our website, texasstormchasers.com/radar. And folks, I'm seeing on cameras people parked under bridges. Trust me, there's nothing good that can come of you parked under a bridge if a tornado hits. And you're blocking the road if you're parking in the travel lanes. It's not only illegal, but immoral. All right. Looking at some TechStock cameras. They're just steady images. I don't see anything down per se. The terminal Doppler weather radar circulation isn't as impressive looking. I'm going to switch to a different radar to see. It's not anything helpful. Real quick, let's take a look. Johnson County storm starting to get its act together a bit in the hail department. We'll probably have a severe storm warning for Johnson County, including Cleburne shortly. Maybe some ping pong ball size hail. Downtown Fort Worth, you're getting pummeled by heavy rain, maybe some quarter to ping pong ball size hail right now with this storm moving southeast at about 35 miles an hour. So again, street flooding likely in Fort Worth right now, up to Holtom City, Watauga, DFW International Airport, with this thunderstorm moving east-southeast at 30 miles an hour towards Arlington, Pantego, Dalworthington, Gardens, Kennedale. Eventually, Joe Pool Lake, Eagle Mountain Lake, Duncanville. Again, because it's a relatively large storm, it could impact both those lakes. Moving southeast at about 35 miles an hour, quarter-size hail, maybe ping pong balls, 60-mile-an-hour winds. Flash flooding. We have a tornado warning for the potential for a brief spin-up tornado approaching Dallas Love Field. This storm could also have some quarter-size hail with it. And the circulation not as intense looking on radar as it was a few minutes ago, but still, this could produce a spin-up tornado near Dallas Love Field as it moves off to the east-northeast at about 30 miles an hour. So those of you in Highland Park, University Park, Southwest Richardson, and Northwest Dallas need to take shelter. That's going to be lowest floor, center room, away from windows. Put as many walls between you and the outside as possible. All right, I want to be perfectly clear here when I say this. If we have a tornado occur, it's probably going to be one of these spin-ups that happens quickly, is wrapped in rain, can produce damage, but I don't think we're going to have one of these, mile-wide tornadoes down. I don't think this is a repeat of October 20th, 2019. I don't think this is a repeat of March 28, 2000. I don't think this is a repeat of our 2002, 2003 supercells that produced tornadoes in the Metroplex. Again, this is one of these little spin-ups that could happen embedded in rain. So I know folks are sensitive. We've had our fair share of problems over the years, but understand, you just need to take your safety precautions. That's going to be regardless if you're in a high-rise, an apartment building, a sturdy structure like a site-built home, or a business. Key steps you can follow here. Get as low as you can, but more importantly, put as many walls between you and the outside as possible. Get away from windows. Go into an interior room, hallway, closet. As simple as that, and you'll be okay. Seriously, you'll be good. Back to the radar again. Really struggling to see a super organized circulation there right now. The storm has gone back to blob mode. We'll use the terminal Doppler weather radar, which is closer by. And again, what I think we have going on right now is a lot of wind coming out the rear flank downdraft of this storm around Dallas, Love Field, and Northwest Dallas. I realized looking at traffic cams, it looks like the apocalypse, but it is a lot of rain, probably hail, strong winds, maybe a spin-up tornado, but that's not super evident right now based on the radar data. But we have a tornado warning in effect, and you have to respect that. So if you're in Highland Park, University Park, up towards Richardson, but mainly southwest of Richardson, north of downtown Dallas, you need to be in a safe place. That includes on Highway 75 between Spur 366 and 635. This includes Loop 12 between Dallas Love Field and 35E, all the way out almost to Highway 78. This includes Preston Road from, let's just say, up in north of 635 down to near downtown. And you can see the latest radar scan here. And again, one heck of a view coming from our chasers enjoying their traffic in downtown Dallas. Folks, let me tell you something. Having grown up in Dallas, having grown up becoming a storm chaser in Dallas, I can tell you a few things I learned quickly, and one of which is you do not chase in downtown Dallas. I feel so bad for them sitting in traffic. They're down here. Again, they're on I-30, about to go over, I believe that's the Margaret Hunt Bridge. Or one of them. I probably got it wrong. But again, they're down here. They're not looking at this storm. The traffic messed them up. Their best move is probably going to be to go south on 35E and try and intercept this storm in Johnson County, if they can. But here's the latest radar data from the terminal Doppler weather radar. If there were a brief tornado down, it'd probably be in Highland Park and University Park right now, where we have a bit of a broad circulation showing up. Very strong winds up to 60 miles an hour coming in on the backside of the circulation near Dallas Love Field, North Dallas. A lot of wind-driven hail, probably nickel to quarter-size hail. Got reports of quarter-size hail from law enforcement at Texas Christian University back in Fort Worth. With that storm, we'll go take a look at that real quick and take a look at some of these other storms. Again, heavy storm. This could have hail, quarter-size hail, maybe a bit bigger. Much of Fort Worth right now, moving towards Arlington, Pantego, Dalworthington Gardens, where this first storm stayed north of I-30. This one's going south of 30 now. But we've got heavy rain all the way up to the airport. Probably a good amount of street flooding. And this storm's moving southeast Georgia toward 360, Interstate 20, Joe Pool Lake, Eagle Mound Lake, Dallas Baptist University, down to Cedar Hill, Mount Lebanon Baptist Encampment down there, and then eventually South Dallas, Duncanville, DeSoto, Cedar Hill, Glen Heights, Red Oak. And again, this storm is a hailer. It's a wind maker. It's not a tornado maker right now. It doesn't look like a tornado maker. And then we've got a supercell thunderstorm. This one might be what we call a low precipitation supercell, where the ones up here are high precip, everything's wrapped in rain. The one down here might be visually pleasurable for storm chasers. You could probably see the updraft very easily. It probably looks like a bomb went off. It's what we call structure, storm structure, and that's probably what this storm near Cleburne has. It has a pretty good little mid-level mesocyclone rotation well aloft, probably some golf ball size hail, and that could impact Cleburne here in the next 20 minutes as it moves towards Cleburne. Probably keen up towards Alvarado. Now, let's get back up to the Red River. We've got a line of storms with quarter-size hail, 60-mile-an-hour winds on the leading edge of a cold front that extends from near Gainesville, Valley View, Decatur. And once this cold front moves southeast of your location, the threat of severe storms is over. And again, you can see that a little better on the velocity data. Again, this is your cold front. Severe threat over. Now you know why I type instead of write. Dysgraphia. Not fun. It's over back there. Severe threat's over. Back behind that line. That's the cold front. You're going to have strong north winds. It's going to get chilly. You might have rain and some storms still, but the severe threat's over. Further to the south, we've got a couple of storms with some hail. This one looks like it's actually going to stay a bit southeast of Avant. It turned a little more to the east, it looks like. Might pass closer to Gatesville, crossing over 84 between Avant and Gatesville. This could have ping-pong ball-size hail as it moves off to the east-northeast at about 40 miles an hour. Further southwest from Lampasas up to Lometa on Highway 190. Could also have some hail with that storm. And again, we're going to be watching for these storms this evening. We still have scattered showers and storms in east, southeast Texas, but there is nothing severe right now. We'll be keeping an eye out just in case, but overall, that activity remains behaved. Back to the reason we're mostly here, we've got a tornado warning with this thunderstorm. And again, rotation, what I think's happened is this thing turned into a blob. So I think that little spin up we had trying back on 35E near, really back near the old Texas Stadium site, I think that's really mostly gone. What we have now is just a lot of heavy rain. We've got wind and some quarter-size hail. And honestly, I think probably flooding. I think flash flooding is going to become a big problem here real quick. These storms are probably producing a lot of rain, a lot of flooding. So again, street flooding may become the biggest issue here in the Metroplex outside of hail pretty quick. Well, look at that. Our storm chasers are driving through the 366 tunnel. I think actually, no, that's not 366. That's 35E now that they finished the construction south of downtown. That looks nice. So they're near the zoo, near Zhang Lane, or Zhang. That looks pretty nice. More impressed they were able to keep the cell signal in the tunnel, honestly. That stream looks good. Just had a report of $50 to ping pong ball size in Texas Christian University from their law enforcement. And I'm passing these along to the Weather Service, by the way. We thank you for your reports, by the way. Please don't go outside and play with the hail while the hail is still falling. Wait until it is done and go out if you want. All right. So again, what we're dealing with now is a cluster, essentially, of storms at this point from Sachse, Garland, Richardson, southwest through North Dallas, all the way back southwest to DFW, Colleyville, Bedford, Arlington, Pantego. What I'm going to do real quick here is I'm going to switch to a product that kind of shows hail. And this is simply so I can show you where the strongest storms are. 1, 2, hail cores. So 1 over University Park, 75, moving up towards Garland, Rowlett. Second, downtown, well, pretty much all of Fort Worth. Southwest Fort Worth, downtown Fort Worth, southeast Fort Worth, northeast Fort Worth, moving towards Pantego, Arlington. And again, this activity generally moving off to the east or to the southeast. Starting to see a little bit more of a circulation again with this University Park storm. Let's get back to it. We'll switch radar sites real quick. Yeah, we're starting to see a little bit of a circulation again near Highway 78 and Loop 12 on the east side, northeast sides of Dallas. This will be moving up towards Garland, Rowlett, northwest Mesquite, but mainly Garland. So again, damaging winds right here, coming around the backside of the circulation. Showing winds up to 70 miles an hour there on the east side of Highland Park, coming up towards southwest Garland. Got a lot of reports of golf ball size hail in South Fort Worth now. We thank you for all those pictures, by the way. We're getting on Twitter. Y'all are sending them in the chat. Thank you. Thank you, Valerie. Stay safe. So we got golf ball size galore right now in South Fort Worth. With these thunderstorms, we've got golf ball size hail reported in Cleburne at the high school via amateur radio. We've got 50 to 55 mile an hour winds now at Dallas Love Field. We'll go back to the how hard the rain's blowing mode. And again, what we're going to do is the tornado warning's been canceled for Dallas County. We have no more tornado warnings for Dallas County. But we still have severe storms galore producing quarter to golf ball size hail, the potential for flash flooding. No tornadoes, tornado warning. So again, this storm in southeast Fort Worth producing golf ball size hail moving towards Arlington, Dalworthington Gardens, Pantego, John Bergdorf, Joe Pool Lake, Mountain Creek Lake. Dallas Baptist University. We now have reports of baseball size hail in Cleburne amateur radio. In just a second. So again, no more tornado warnings. No tornado warnings at all. We've got severe storms. Fort Worth, southeast Fort Worth, Arlington, Pantego. Golf ball size hail shortly. Or now. Moving southeast at about 35 miles an hour towards southeast Arlington, Duncanville, Joe Pool Lake, Eagle Mountain, Mountain Creek Lake, Duncanville, Cedar Hill, etc. Storm near Garland could have quarter to ping pong ball size hail, heavy rain, 60 mile an hour winds, no more tornado threat with that. This thunderstorm in Cleburne has baseball size hail. This is what we call a low precipitation supercell. And this storm is probably dropping little rain, but a lot of hail. So this storm could be damaging as it moves up towards King and Alvarado on 67. The potential for baseball-sized hail now being reported by amateur radio. Lots of golf balls and a few baseballs. So again, that's a nasty supercell. And that's one we're going to have to watch given the fact it's out by itself and is in a position to where it could become a little problematic in the spinning department here in the next couple hours as low-level wind shear increases. But for now, this thing's a hailer. And we are going to keep an eye on it. It is starting to show a bit of an appendage back here. Nothing imminent, but again, given the very organized state of the storm, the fact there's baseballs, golf ball to baseballs falling in Cleburne indicates this thing is a mean little stormy. So we're going to watch that one carefully. Notice how it's out all by itself. It has the whole environment. We also note, because there wasn't enough going on, a flash flood warning shown in this blue box has been issued for Tarrant, Dallas counties. Again, a flash flood warning for Tarrant and Dallas counties. Please don't drive your car into floodwaters. Trust me, you don't want to deal with that. It don't sound fun. You don't want to deal with that insurance. No, sirree, Bob. So again, back to the radar. Flash flood warning. Fort Worth, Arlington, Dallas, University Park, etc. Now, real quick, we're going to do some changes on this screen. We're going to move my very unpleasant shaped head and its bald glory, because I believe we have another live stream available to us. I just have to get that set up real quick. Sorry, sometimes I have to actually manually change these things.
There's nothing to even see in there.
Oh, that can change the scene. My apologies. Well, there's the live view from Jason Cooley. He is out east near Rockwall, I believe. And again, you can watch each individual live stream on the Texas Storm Chasers YouTube channel. So, all right, we have no more tornado warnings. So those of you on DFW Scanner, if you want to keep watching us, you can do so on the Texas Storm Chasers Facebook, YouTube, Twitter, Twitch, whatever you want. And, oh yeah, the Texas Storm Chasers website. So again, DFW Scanner, I really hope we don't have to talk to you again tonight, but we'll be back if we have another tornado warning around the Metroplex. If we did, I'd bet it'd be for this thing near Cleburne down the road. But again, adios. All right, we are still live on Texas Storm Chasers, and we're going to get a Discord. I have enough stuff to do without getting a Discord, trust me. You're going to give me a stroke thinking about that. All right, so while we have a quick transition period, let's go over a few things. The first of which is to fix this radar. I'm going to load a loop. I want to load that and just do I'm going to do a 3-hour loop. I'm going to do a statewide view. I'm going to take some of these cities off, and I just want to do a statewide look and see what's going on. Again, storms firing up on the dry line down into portions of central Texas. Southeast Texas, the Piney Woods, Northeast Texas. If y'all really want a Discord, we'll make a Discord, but it's not going to happen right now. All right. So real quick, you can see storms in the Piney Woods of East Texas. They're behaving. Storms in Northeast Texas behaving. Storms around the Metroplex are not behaving. They're producing quarter to golf ball size hail in southeastern Tarrant County. Stephen, Ben, and Trey are on 35 heading south. They're in DeSoto now on 35E. Jason Cooley is, I'm going to assume, on Interstate 30 in northeast Dallas. And I would be correct. He's actually closer to Rockwall. I believe he's heading east, trying to, obviously, traffic in the Metroplex, because chasing in the Metroplex is a... Oh. All right, so a couple notes. Stephen, Ben, Trey on 35E and DeSoto heading south. They're going to be intercepting this severe storm near Cleburne. Jason Cooley is pretty much near 30 and 635 in East Dallas, about to be overtaken by the storm. He's just keeping an eye on it. And, folks, we'll build a TSC Discord, an official Texas Storm Chasers Discord here probably tomorrow at this point, since so many of you are asking about it. Just keep an eye out on the Texas Storm Chasers YouTube page. We'll post it in the community section tomorrow. So again, let's get back to it. Severe storm, Central Texas. Let's take a look at those. I've neglected y'all. I love you. But sometimes things just get too busy, and what's left of my hair falls out, which is why I have no hair left on top of my head. But at least the beard is growing back. All right, so again, Lampasas to Gatesville, couple storms, maybe some small hail. We've got a storm in Cleburne that's dropped baseball-size hail. It's starting to turn right a bit. You can kind of see that. I can tell you that now without looping it. It's turning right. That storm is starting to turn right, so it's probably going to stay mostly south of Alvarado, but maybe more of a threat to Grandview or Maypearl in the next hour. And we're going to have to watch this in case it tries to spin up. It's clearly out by itself. Again, baseball-size hail reported in Cleburne. Oh, don't worry, those of y'all wanting the Discord, those of y'all wanting it, I'll make it, but a lot of y'all are going to be moderators in it. We've got a severe storm, Arlington, Pantego, Dalworthington, Carnes. We could have quarter to golf ball size hail with that. That's moving southeast towards Duncanville, Eagle Mountain. Why do I keep saying Eagle Mountain Lake when it's Mountain Creek Lake? Boy, you know what? You know what this is? This is caffeine. This is going to be ingested. Not 200 milligrams worth, mind you, just 100, but that's what we're going to do right now. Yes, I'm using a specialized piece of computer repair equipment to open a caffeine bottle. Okay, so hail in the next 20 to 25 minutes. Dallas Baptist University, Mountain Creek Lake, Southwest Dallas, Duncanville, Cockrell Hill, eventually maybe South Dallas. This thing could have golf ball size hail. It's moving southeast at 30. It's also going to cause street flooding. This storm now in Garland to Rockwall could have quarter to ping pong ball size hail, maybe winds of 60 miles an hour. It definitely looks a little more like a linear line segment than a distinct supercell at this point. It's moving east at about 50 miles an hour again, so as it continues to do that, we'll see Rowlett. Obviously, it's already there. Rockwall, the next 5 to 10 minutes for your highest chance of hail. Fate, about 15 to 20 minutes. Quinlan, if it doesn't go south of you or dissipate, about 6:05 to 6:10. West Tawakoni, about 6:15 to 6:20. We just had a report of almost tennis ball size hail in southeast Fort Worth, so apparently it's getting worse. Just had a report of baseball size. Oh, come on. Okay, so apparently this storm is now producing golf ball to baseball size hail from Arlington to southwest Fort Worth. One issue we have here is the Fort Worth radar is right there, so we're almost too close. It's good for seeing low-level velocity, but not hail core. So we're going to switch to the radar out near Dias. Yeah, 2 hail cores, one over Arlington, one over South Fort Worth. Apparently golf ball to baseball size hail. Oh, that's not good. Remember when I said we were avoiding the billion-dollar hail disaster about an hour ago when that first storm weakened? Oops. So again, we've had baseball-size hail in Cleburne. That's moving east towards I-35W between Alvarado and Grandview in the next 30 minutes. Golf ball to baseball size hail now from Arlington to South Fort Worth, moving southeast. This could be a direct threat to Forest Hill, Mansfield, Duncanville, South Dallas, Southwest Dallas, Mountain Creek Lake, Joe Pool Lake over the next 30 minutes. Get your cars under something. And then the storm over Garland to Mesquite, Rowlett, Sunnyvale, December 26, 2015 land. This storm's moving east at 50. This probably has the weakest hail core and is capable of quarter-size hail, but also has a higher chance of producing winds up to 60 miles an hour. Oh, I'm not saying I'm leaving, Tricia. Don't worry. Not on, that was for DFW Scanner, but no, we're not going anywhere. Guys, I'm going to take a caffeine pill. I'm going to tell you, doing this for hours on end makes your throat can hurt. But in the days following this, usually once I'm done talking for a while, my throat's fine within a few hours, but then I can start seeing very monotone. Maybe we'll post that to the Instagram tomorrow or something. So again, we have no tornado warnings. We have dangerous severe storms with golf ball to baseball size hail. South Fort Worth to Arlington, hail core number 1, golf ball to baseball size hail, moving southeast at about 30 miles an hour. At Arlington, you're probably getting it. Dalworthington Gardens, Pantego, you're probably getting it. John Bergdorf probably going to call and yell at me because he got it in Arlington. We've got a storm in Rowlett to Sunnyvale and Mesquite moving east at about 50. That could have quarter-size hail winds of 60 miles an hour. And then this thunderstorm now, southeast of Cleburne. At least if I burp, I can mute the stream. Is moving east of Cleburne now. This produced golf ball to baseball size hail in Cleburne. Is moving east at about, well, why does this say 50? That's not moving at 50. It better not be moving at 50. I think it's probably moving at about 40. And it's moving due east now. It was moving northeast. It's moving east. Let me see if I can get this to load the radar stream correctly. Sorry, one issue with this program, it's not really the program's fault. It's a 32-bit program. It normally runs great, but I have every road for every county in Texas loaded into this, and that takes up a lot of resources, especially for a 32-bit program, limited to 3 to 4 gigs of RAM. And then when this thing gets above about 2400 gig, or 2400 gig, 2.4 gig of RAM usage, it tends to get mad, and I'm always sending it about 2 gig. So you can see this thing's moving more easterly now. It dropped baseball-size hail at the Walmart in Cleburne. I'm very sorry. And then this is going to be making its way, honestly, towards probably Maypearl, southwestern Ellis County, that magical place that always seems to have to deal with this. And, you know, southeast Johnson County, southwest Ellis County. I don't know how many times over the last 5 years I've had to do severe weather coverage for y'all. I mean, it's ridiculous. And then eventually, if it were to continue, we note some of y'all in Waxahachie. I've got good news and I've got bad news. The good news is you're about to get a little rain. The bad news is if this storm continues, you're also going to get rain in the form of 3-inch hailstones of ice of doom that are going to fall at a violent rate and knock stuff over. But then they'll melt. And at least melt into water. Yeah, I know, I'm not really making you feel better, but there's not really much I can do in that department, I'm afraid. This is spring in Texas. It's like earthquakes in California. You just got to deal with it and try not to get hit on the noggin by hail. Don't get hit on the noggin by hail, by the way. It will kill you. Baseball-sized hail hitting you on the head will probably kill you. It did kill someone back on May 28th, 2000, which I mentioned a lot today. But it wasn't because it was my... it was actually my mom's birthday. We spent my mom's birthday huddled in the closet with insulation falling around the house because an F3 tornado went about a mile north of the house. I had the flu and was home from school for a week, and oh yeah, I was about 9 years old. And yeah, I remember that quite well. Alright, so let's talk about what we have going on. We have a severe stormy over Lake Ray Hubbard. It's got a lake right moving off east into Rockwall. After it moves over the lake in the east sides of Rowlett, it'll be making its way into Rockwall in the next 5 to 10 minutes. Yeah, folks, there's no tornado warnings. No. If there were tornado warnings, I wouldn't be making giggly noises. We've got the potential for maybe some quarter-size hail over the west sides of Lake Ray Hubbard. That'll be moving over the lake, moving east at about 40 to 50 miles an hour, east sides of Rockwall. Same areas, honestly, that got hit on the 26th of December 2015. You're getting hail now, probably. Then it'll be moving over towards Rockwall from Lake Ray Hubbard, quarter-size hail. Probably staying near or just north of Heath, up I-30 towards Fate and Royce City. And then maybe riding 276 east. Again, quarter-size hail, maybe a bit bigger at times. And then this storm is going to be moving towards Quinlan, maybe about 605 to 610. Lake Tawakoni, west and east, whatever, at about 615. Lone Oak at about 625, Point about 630, and that would have it near Emory at about 635 to 640. So again, that is storm number 1. Storm number 2, the potential for golf ball to tennis ball size hail now. Grand Prairie, Arlington, Pantego, southeast Fort Worth, generally moving off to the east-southeast, maybe a little more easterly than I thought it was. So this may stay north of, this probably will stay north of Joe Pool Lake unless this section near Forest Hill skirts it. Otherwise, Mountain Creek Lake, Dallas Baptist University, there at 303 and Mountain Creek Road. You're about to get hail. Those of you in Grand Prairie getting hail, West Dallas, Southwest Dallas, the Mountain Creek Community College there, Southwest Dallas, you're getting hail near the Wheatland Rail Station. You're going to be getting hail in about 10 minutes. The storm moving east at about 30 miles an hour. So those of you Southwest Dallas within the next 15 to 20 minutes, those of you in South Dallas off 35E near Loop 12, let's say a few minutes before 6. You'll notice I'm generally giving this a few more minutes before what this thinks it is because, well, you know what? I don't completely trust it at times. So I-45 at I-20 around Hutchins, the prison there, let's say 6:05 to 6:10 for the worst of the hail. And again, it's going to be raining before then, but I'm talking about the nasty hail core. And then there's a new severe thunderstorm warning. I'll just read it because it gives me something to read and I don't have to think for a minute. Severe thunderstorm warning, southeastern Tarrant County, Dallas County, until 6:15 at 5:35. A severe stormy was located over Grand Prairie, moving east at 50 miles an hour, so they have it moving a bit more quickly. Golf ball size hail, that's 1.75 inches in diameter, 60 mile an hour winds. Locations include, well, Dallas, Fort Worth, Arlington, Grand Prairie, Irving, Garland, Mesquite, Carrollton, Richardson, Euless, DeSoto, Bedford, Grapevine, Cedar Hill, Duncanville, Hearst, Lancaster, Farmers Branch, Bulk Springs, University Park. I-35E between mile markers 414 and 440. I-20 between 435 and 437 mile markers. Well, that's not a lot. I-30 between mile markers 19 and 56. Interstate 45 between mile markers 269, 284. For your protection, get inside a sturdy structure, stay away from windows, and don't go outside and play in the hail while it's falling. All right, so down. The storm east of Cleburne has a history of producing baseball-sized hail. It's a small storm, but what I think this is a low precipitation supercell. So what you're seeing on radar may not necessarily correlate to the exact severity of the hail. Where the purples are, yeah, we could have tennis ball, baseball-sized hail, but there may not be a whole lot of rain. This may look like a very visually impressive storm, structure-wise, which is why I hope our folks are about to get a view of it. Because unlike the storms further north, which are called high precipitation supercells, you know, big blobs of heavy rain where it's just a big blob of rain. You know, that green tint that looks like doom. Well, down here, you might be able to see all of the thunderstorm features, you know, the very hard updraft structure, the cauliflower look, as it grows up, shrooms up, whatever you want to call it, a nuclear bomb, it goes up. The base, probably. Some wall cloud features, stuff like that. So we'll see. Our chasers are heading there, I believe. And again, they're going to be keeping an eye on that. All right. Let's go back south, make sure we don't miss anything, and we did. Looks like we might have a storm that's taken hold. Oh, look at that, a little Flying Eagle supercell north of Land Pass. This is going to be a severe thunderstorm capable of producing at least $half size hail. Probably, I'm going to say 7-ish miles north of Land Passes on 281. This thunderstorm is going to be moving east at 30 miles per hour. So if it turns right at all, this could be more of a threat to Copper's Cove. If it's able to go on its present course, it may skirt on the northern sides of Copper's Cove and then kind of hit Fort Hood directly, or whatever it's about to be renamed to. I need to actually look that up. Colleen, hopefully it might skirt right along Interstate 14, maybe just north. And then hopefully it'll stay just north of Harker Heights and just north of Belton. This could be a threat to Morgan's Point and Temple. Now, that is if this storm does that. The stronger storms today have turned a little more southeast, so it is entirely possible it does something like this. If that happens, obviously, Copper's Cove, Colleen, Harker Heights, Belton, Salado, we'd be doing that whole thing again in terms of the potential for some large hail. Not too worried about a tornado issue with that storm right now. Storm Prediction Center just issued a mesoscale discussion, or a short-term discussion. It looks like we're going to have a new tornado watch issued for Northeast Texas, East Texas, the Brazos Valley, Central Texas, Eastern North Texas, probably before 7 o'clock, so within the next hour. And again, I'll show you that little polygon thingy sooner rather than later. All right. Let me maintain situational awareness. And going north, I'm going to turn on the regional radar. I'm going to turn off the local radar. We're going to do a 1 hour loop. And again, this is going to be the cold front. I mean, here, I'll show you the cold front. I'll just turn on surface temperatures real quick. Maybe. Please. Thank you. Let me turn some of these cities off. And again, here's surface temperatures. The leading edge of that cold front is about to hit Sherman, Denton, to Mineral Wells. Notice temperatures in Graham earlier in the mid-60s, down in the 50s. Same thing here out in Bridgeport. Runaway Bay was in the 70s, down to the 60s. Up in Wichita Falls, Bowie, where we had severe storms earlier, down in the 50s. Abilene, up in the 80s, down in the 70s. Out here in West Texas, Snyder's almost in the 50s. They were almost at 80. And then, oh, by the way, oh, there was some... Yeah, there's some light snow in the Panhandle up in the northern Oklahoma. Where I'm located here in southern Oklahoma City and Moore, Oklahoma, we were in the 70s earlier with strong storms. It's now in the 40s. North winds blowing at 50, and there's snow flurries. Yeah, Crashy, the cold front's coming. If you thought winter was over, winter's not over until Easter, in terms of when we typically have our last freeze. Doesn't matter when Easter is that year. You never discount a freeze before Easter. That's just not a good idea. All right. We'll turn that back off. And again, here's radar trends over the last hour. This is the cold front. Sherman, Sainer, Mineral Wells. These storms down here still ahead of the cold front. Large hail, localized damaging winds. We've had a few brief tornadoes, but obviously we aren't dealing with any sort of spinny, doom mischief right now. I'm just looking at stuff. So again, in the piney woods of East Texas, looks like some of these storms have gotten a little heavier. Probably a lot of cloud-to-ground lightning around Lufkin over to St. Augustine, Hemp Hill, and the piney woods of East Texas. These are behaving themselves. No severe weather with those. We've got some rain in Northeast Texas. And then out west of this, some just stabilization. And then this, what I'll just say is a broken line of storms right now. That'll become a more solid line of storms later. And that'll be moving east and southeast. So again, That's what we're dealing with. All right, I'm going to, real quick, we're going to reset this program. And I'll tell you where people are as I reset the radar program. All right, Jason Cooley is down on Interstate 20 near Interstate 45. I wouldn't be shocked if he's about to head south like our other folks. Stephen Jones, Trey Greenwood, and Ben McCone are on 35E, coming up on the south side of Waxahachie. Actually, it looks like they're stopped at a gas station. So they're actually off, yeah, I'll tell you exactly where they are. They're at that Shell and Sonic off 35E and 66 on the south side of Waxahachie. A couple miles down 66 is the Scarborough Renaissance Festival grounds. I've been there several times. Fun to visit. So again, what we're dealing with, Supercell west of Colleen, northeast of Land Passes. That's moving generally off to the east. Let me turn the cities back on. Or I'm just going to turn them completely off like a dope. Good job, David. Copperas Cove, Colleen, Harker Heights. Hopefully going to stay just north of Interstate 14, but I want to emphasize if this turns right or builds south at all, it's going to hit Copperas Cove, Colleen, Harker Heights with a chance of hail. And then Belton, Temple, Troy, your chance for some hail problems increasing over the next hour. Supercell thunderstorm over I-35W between Alvarado, Grandview, moving towards Maypearl and Waxahachie. Could have golf ball size hail with that storm. It produced baseballs in Cleburne earlier. A cluster of severe storms from Forest Hill, southeast Fort Worth, Pantego, Arlington, Irving, West Dallas, Mountain Creek Lake, Dallas Baptist University, Irving, up to Dallas Love Field. These storms are producing flooding rainfall, quarter to golf ball size hail, 50, 60 mile an hour winds. Those of you, and then we have a third severe storm up on I-30, Rockwall to Heath. That's going to be moving towards Roy City, Fate, over to Quinlan in the next hour. Well, Jason's got a good view of an updraft right now. He's looking, I'm going to assume, based on his direction of travel, he's looking northwest. I'm going to assume he's going south on 35 or 45. But if he's on I-20, it's actually a pretty impressive updraft to the north. No, he's actually going south on I-45. Interesting. Okay, so he's looking northwest, I assume, as he goes south on I-45. Getting a pretty good view of that thunderstorm over Arlington. So again, it's raining, it's pouring, it's hailing. There's no tornadoes. We got some flooding in the Metroplex. No tornadoes. But, button. This yellow box of doom is a tornado watch until 8 p.m. for Texoma, North Texas, parts of Central Texas. But wait, there's more. This purple box of Blinky Doom is where we're going to have a new tornado watch soon. So all of y'all in Northeast Texas, East Texas, Brazos Valley, guess what? Your weather radios are going to be going off in the next hour-ish or so as a new tornado watch is issued, and that'll probably run until, I'm just going to guess about midnight. So that's a pretty cute roll cloud on the bottom of that updraft that Mr. Jason Cooley has. Stephen and Trey and Ben now looking west at the Supercell, coming up towards Maypearl in eastern Johnson County. It's going to be east of Interstate 35W probably in the next 5 minutes. So if you're on 35W in Johnson County near Alvarado, north of Hillsborough, you'll be clear of that storm here in the next 5 to 10 minutes. We got a severe storm coming up on Copperas Cove, Colleen, Fort Hood. That could be potential for quarter to golf ball size hail. And then, well, we've got our storm chasers taking a look at supercells. Again, here, we'll just look. We'll start with Stephen, Ben, and Trey. They are west of Waxahachie, heading west, I assume, on Highway 66. Southwest on 66 towards Maypearl. And they're looking at the supercell in eastern Johnson County. And like I suspected, it is got quite a bit of visual structure to it. That's an inflow band or a beaver tail. That's where air is condensated or condensed, and that's all inflow going into the updraft of that supercell. Meteorologist Jason Cooley is further east on Interstate 45 near Wilmer to Ferris, and he is taking a look at the supercell storm over Arlington as he heads south. He has one of those fancy little camera rotating turret thingamajiggies that lets him point the camera safely. Is that what we doing? So that's what he's looking at. So again, new tornado watch soonish, probably for East Texas, Northeast Texas, and the Brazos Valley. Those of you in Sherman, Denton, Mineral Wells, your severe weather threat will be over in the next 30 minutes. As Crashy the cold front arrives, you're going to find out because it's going to get quite cold, windy, and gusty north winds. All right. A little bit of dime-size hail in Denison reported by Emergency Management. Thank you to the Grayson County Emergency Management for that report. Now let's get back to the super-duper awesome blossom weather radar. Yep, I've started singing. The caffeine's hitting. Be afraid. Be very afraid. All right, here's what we're going to do. Now, some of y'all are talking about the little dingly bit on the storm here in southeastern Dallas County right there, and I did see that, but take a look at the which way the wind's blowing, though. Not really seeing any sort of strong rotation, and I forgot to change the camera back. And that's what Jason's looking at, for what it's worth. Looks kind of outflow dominant to me. That's from the terminal Doppler weather radar near DFW. Switching back over to the next rad in Benbrook. Yeah, that little dingly bit there, you see it's very noisy velocity data. Nothing that screams, hey, I'm about to drop a tornado over the Great Trinity Forest. Bet you didn't think I knew about that. It's a fun forested area. Concerning area, though, for the wildland-urban interface perspective, but that would result in me getting into my fire background, and we're not going to do that today because I'm already being a nerd. All right, so again, storm over 360, between 30 and 20, could have quarter golf ball size hail. It's generally moving east-southeast. Same thing over downtown Dallas. Honestly, all this has formed almost a small cluster of storms at this point. It's not easy to find a specific core. So what we're going to do is I'm going to turn all that off. We're going to switch to a product that combines multiple surrounding radar sites and essentially gives a picture of hail sizes. So again, in terms of hail cores, we could have quarter, maybe golf ball size hail right now based on what's called, well, what is this? MRMS. I can't even remember what that stands for right now. I'll look later and hit myself for not remembering. But again, a hail core right over downtown Dallas. Small hail cores in Rockwall County, East Dallas County. Another decent little hail core over the city of Arlington. So again, that's where the multi... Yeah, I'm just going to look it up. It's annoying me. Okay, so multi-radar, multi-sensor system. It combines radar data from the radar near Abilene, the radar down near Fort Hood, the radar near Benbrook, the radar near Shreveport, the radar near Norman, Oklahoma. Combines all that super data and creates a single two-dimensional product that lets us see what essentially is going on in terms of hail cores aloft, and that's what you get there. So again, watching all these storms, although I'd say Metroplex, they've come down a bit in terms of, you know, the chance for baseballs, but we still need to watch these. Obviously, they're undergoing some recycling. Still watching the little dangly thing there that's probably just outflow, but we're going to call it. Or we're going to watch it, but it's not something particularly problematic right now. Most intense storm, one over downtown Dallas, one over the city of Arlington, moving into western Grand Prairie. Okay, air conditioner, I think I'm effectively freezed out by now. So what we're going to do, for the sake of my humanity and the fact I have goosebumps, we're going to press some buttons. I'll do an office tour here soon. We're actually doing some work in here to make it better and whatever. But again, I have... at least 10 computer monitors on right now here. There are 4 behind me for my office partner who's out chasing this, actually, Stephen Jones, so his feed's on the top right there. We've got my computer over here, which, without going into nerdism terms in computer nerdland, let's just say a custom-built machine. I built it myself. It's neat. We've got 1, 2, 3 towers on the shelf behind me, 2 of which are older computers, one mini PC, and then 1 small PC, and that's running, for example, this warning scroll you see here, some of these chase streams. It's actually streaming some of them to YouTube with the graphics that you can watch with the dedicated YouTube streams. It's also letting me easily ingest these streams without having to necessarily run software on this computer, which is obviously already running a plethora of items. So I'll actually take a screen. I'll just take a panorama here real quick, and I'll post it to social media in a bit. And again, understand, if we had, tornado warnings, all that, I'd be doing that. And we're obviously keeping an eye on things. But you know what? If we're going to be here for hours and hours on end, well, we're going to have some not-so-focused moments. But, ooh, look at this. This little Stormy decided to get itself organized. All right, so, obviously, those of you weather weenies among us will understand the hook echo definition, and that's what that is. Northeast of Grandview, that is a hook echo with a defined supercell thunderstorm approaching Maypearl in Ellis County. Now, I can actually do a little bit of fun meteorological analysis with y'all. These reds here, moving away from the radar in Benbrook. That's winds moving away. We don't have a super strong inflow signature with the wind mode, but essentially winds, that's what the winds are doing here, moving in. So at the reflectivity mode, that's what you see. Your rear flank downdraft coming on the backside of this storm east of Grandview. The potential for 60-mile-an-hour winds. And it sounds like the wind just took out one of my lawn decorations based on the scary sound I heard. Y'all shouldn't have heard it because I have a very good noise-canceling software running. Well, because with all the computer equipment and monitors I just mentioned, I have a mini AC unit that runs in this room, just for this room alone, for days like this. About 300... I'd say probably 340 days out of the year it sits there doing nothing, but on days like this, or where we have all the monitors on, this room gets hotter than a sauna really quick. And keep in mind where I'm located, it's 40 degrees outside right now, and it still can get up to 85 in here. So once we're in May, and it's actually in the 90s here, all this is running. Oh, well, I mean, at this point, maybe I'll just buy I'll make a Texas Storm Chasers, I think they call them wife. Hold on, I'm looking up the shirt name. I think I know what it is, but I don't really want to say what it is. A sleeveless undershirt. That's what I'm going to call it, because if I call it by its nickname, the one of these algorithms is going to get very angry and be like, so we're not. I'm going to have to get a Texas Storm Chaser sleeveless undershirt made by the time we get to May if I'm doing severe weather coverage in here still, because this is going to be toasty. All right, so let's talk about what's going on. Crashy the cold front now. Sherman, Denton, coming on into Tarrant County. That's this little thin line you see there. That's the cold front. Northwest winds, a conclusion to the severe weather threat. We have a new severe thunderstorm warning for Ellis County. This is for a supercell thunderstorm capable of producing golf ball size hail, winds of 60 miles an hour. It's obviously got some interesting reflectivity structure to it, but nothing that screams, hey, I'm going to drop a tornado in your face. This storm could impact Maypearl in the next several minutes, south side of Waxahachie. You might get some hail, but this does appear to be taking a pretty good beeline towards Garrett and Ennis and Alma over the next several minutes. And again, the top right stream, Stephen, Ben, Trey, they are located near Maypearl. They're looking at this storm. Jason Cooley, I believe, is on I-45. He's probably going to move more towards Ennis and out towards east. All right, so I'm going to do some housekeeping real quick. Y'all mentioned I needed to mute the chaser feeds if I had them on while narrating. So what I'm going to do is, real quick, I'm just going through some settings to do that, essentially, in Preview Editor. But sometimes I end up pressing the wrong button and it just pulls up the scene anyway. And I've been working on some redesigns for this whole layout, stuff like that, to make it nicer, you know, integrate chat, stuff like that. But while I'm able to narrate severe weather, do that with relative ease, it is not easy for me to get super creative per se. So I wasn't able to get it done in time for today. Dallas Baptist University, Mountain Creek Lake, the 303 bridge, the Mountain Creek toll bridge, Mountain Creek Road, the warehouses, you know, the Potter's house. I have good news and I have bad news. The good news is it's about to rain. So the grass, everything's going to green up here in about a week. Maybe you'll get some bluebonnets on the hills. The bad news is you're probably going to get golf ball size hail first. And obviously golf ball size hail plus large amounts of vehicles concentrated on a college property probably doesn't equal the most pleasant experience. Wow. That was a very loud squeaky wind. So again, potential for golf ball size hail in the next few minutes for Dallas Baptist University, the Potter's House, Southwest Dallas, Mountain Creek Lake. Down to I-20. Now I'm going to open the blinds on this real quick because it sounds like a hurricane outside here. And it's not. Unfortunately, because if it was a hurricane, it'd be like 80 degrees. The humidity would be high, but at this point, if I recall correctly, it's like 40 degrees, and the wind probably isn't anything good. I think it's snowing. Isn't that horrific? I'm on the south side of Oklahoma City in Moore, Oklahoma. Crashy, the cold front hit here earlier, so... All right, so once this storm rolls through Dallas Baptist University, the Potter's House, back southwest towards Carrier, Grand Prairie, down to the President George Bush Turnpike, Lake Ridge Road, just south of Interstate 20. It's going to keep rolling east, it looks like. This thing's rolling more easterly. So again, it's going to be coming up on Mountain Creek Community College, Loop 12, the Wheatland Rail Station there, which I used to love riding. Then essentially it's just going to take Loop 12 around the south side of Dallas, take a beautiful tour of South Dallas, head over to 35E 67 now that that construction's just about finished or is finished. I do my best to avoid it because traffic and I get along together like my hairline and me. And obviously we don't. So again, this could South Dallas, north side to Duncanville, eventually Hutchins, southeast Dallas, Great Trinity Forest, the Great Trinity Forest, moving on over east towards Bulk Springs. Now, this storm in Mesquite's starting to perk up a bit as well. We could have some quarter-size hail with that. And we're still watching this little appendage south of Bulk Springs. Now there is some correlation with velocity. It is not strong, mind you. This is not a, hey, I'm a tornado about to drop in your face circulation look. But it is definitely there now compared to 5 to 10 minutes ago. So, as I've been saying since we started coverage back at, about 3:20? So, about 3 hours now. Once these storms got near and east of 35E, we'd start seeing an uptick in the low-level, what's called helicity, the amount of low-level wind shear available for these thunderstorms to get organized. And that might be what we have ongoing. So we're going to have to watch. Again, we're going to have a new tornado watch soon for Northeast Texas, East Texas, the Brazos Valley, and Eastern North Texas. Now, as you can tell, my voice just went out. Isn't that unfortunate? Okay, people. And while we have multiple YouTube streams and all that, so here is what we're going to do. Apparently, I have to come and do some moderating real quick, so what we're going to do... I am wearing PJs, actually. Yes, most people don't know when I'm doing tornado coverage, I'm actually usually wearing a specific set of PJs. If I'm doing snow coverage, I have snowflake PJs. Mind you, because all I'm doing is literally sitting in a chair, so I can be somewhat comfortable. And yes, obviously, my voice went out a bit, but fortunately, because I'm using a pretty good microphone, have a pretty good set of noise canceling, I'm able to talk more softly. And as others have said, apparently, ASMR. Folks in the chat, please be nice. All right, thank you. Ooh, Fort Hood and Colleen, thank you. I do apologize. Chat moving too fast. I wanted to call you out and say thank you. So here is South now. Here is Copper's Cove. And y'all have to let me know how well you can hear me. The microphone, it's a Yeti Pro with good noise canceling, so you should still be able to hear me fine, even though I'm whispering more. What we have here is a severe thunderstorm capable of producing golf ball-size hail and winds of 60 miles per hour. This thunderstorm did turn a little more right, unfortunately. Fort Hood is about to be visited by a rather nasty storm. The potential for golf ball-size hail and winds of 60 miles per hour. A wall of dust is entering Midland and Odessa, a literal wall of dust, from a broadcast meteorologist in Midland, Anthony, France. James, yes, that is actually what I have on here. I've also got the Blue Yeti Mic Pro. So again, Copper's Cove, this storm did turn a little more to the east-southeast, which does increase the potential for severe thunderstorm hail criteria in Colleen, Harker Heights, Belton, and Temple. Alex Bartholomew and the Bartholomew family are about to have a very bad time. I'm going to put a storm track on this, but to be honest, I've been distracted with my voice, and I forgot how to put a storm track on this, but I just remembered, so it's okay. Microphone, we're going to need to get you right there. Okay. So if all is going well, y'all should still be able to hear me. If not, I can turn up the sensitivity. Colleen, the next 5 to 10 minutes. Harker Heights, about 6:20 to 6:25. Belton, about 6:40 to 6:45. Temple, about 6:50. And again, this thunderstorm has the potential to produce golf ball size hail and winds up to 65 miles per hour. Going back up into the Metroplex, a severe thunderstorm near Maypearl is capable of producing golf ball size hail. It would appear Stephen Jones, Trey Greenwood, and Ben McCone have returned to Interstate 35E. I assume they're going to get east towards Ennis to keep up with the thunderstorm. Meteorologist Jason Cooley is looking at the thunderstorm. You can see it's very well organized visually. I'm whispering. Anyway, now that I can actually talk again, the severe thunderstorm here near Maypearl, that's what Jason's got on his live stream. That's the bottom right camera there. And this thunderstorm's moving east at about 30 to 40 miles an hour. This could be producing golf ball size hail. This produced baseballs in Cleburne. It looks a little less intense on the radar right now, but the visual structure, very impressive. That's what we call a beaver tail or an inflow band going straight into the mesocyclone of the thunderstorm, warm, unstable air being ingested. As Jason gets clear of the trees, you'll likely see what's called a rain-free base, or the sunlight underneath the base of the thunderstorm. That's where the air is being sucked up into the updraft and shot up about 50,000 feet, eventually condensing and forming raindrops. When those raindrops get above about wherever the freezing level is today, about 15,000 feet, that'll turn into ice, and then get thrown around until the ice is heavy enough to be fallen down. All right, so that's with this thunderstorm moving east. Ennis, the potential for a damaging hailstorm at 6:40 p.m. Let me tell you, the first thing I see when I look at this thunderstorm just north of Seagoville to Mesquite is problems. Now, again, we don't have a very strong velocity signature right now, but that hook echo, the overall structure of the supercell, has definitely become problematic. This is a well-structured supercell now, what we call a flying eagle. Again, it's your hook echo, that's your supercell. Very large supercell. So again, this thunderstorm, as we were a bit concerned about earlier, and I've mentioned, is entering an environment of enhanced low-level wind shear. As that occurs, we might see a bit of an uptick in the tornado potential as these storms move into eastern North Texas. This thunderstorm near Forney to Seagoville is not currently tornadic, but is capable of producing quarter to golf ball size hail. Oh, look, we've gone back to the 70s. If I had a disco ball, we'd be disco balling it right now. But no, this is a 32-bit program. Sometimes it gets a little upset because I hit a memory limit. And that's mainly because of a fact, I have 254 counties worth of roads loaded. So again, this storm is moving east at about 40 to 50 miles per hour. So again, this one's moving and booking. If it continues moving due east, Forney, it's already raining and storming. Terrell, Bucky's, about probably, honestly, in the next 10 minutes. Wills Point on 80, about 645 to 650. Edgewood, about 655 to 7. Grand Saline, about 705 to 710. And again, it is not out of the realm of possibility. This thunderstorm takes a little turn to the southeast at times, and we're going to need to watch it carefully because obviously in terms of the reflectivity structure, the potential for mischief seems to be on the uptick a bit. Reflectivity-wise, the how hard it's raining mode, clearly this thunderstorm's organized. In the spinny doom department, this thunderstorm not showing any strong low-level rotation. Back further west, we have a severe storm over southwest Dallas, the potential for quarter-size hail in Cockrell Hill down Highway 67 and loop to the Loop 12 interchange down to Interstate 20 in northeast Duncanville. And then as we head up in 35E, we have these storms capable of producing quarter-size hail. And again, this thunderstorm is moving a little slower east at about 40. Essentially an issue for South Dallas, moving towards the Great Trinity Forest, Bulk Springs, south sides of Mesquite, Seagoville, and eventually this may be more of an I-20 rider as well. You kind of see these two storms are kind of lining up on the track, moving east at about 40 to 50. Right now, maybe quarter to golf ball size hail, localized wind gusts of 60 miles an hour. And with this, there is the threat maybe of a tornado with these storms over the next hour. These storms now from DFW Airport to Fort Worth, this is the leading edge of the cold front. When that cold front hits your location, you're going to have strong northwest winds. The temperatures are going to drop into the 50s. Your threat of severe weather will be done. So this will be over soon for the DFW Metroplex, I'd say by 8 o'clock. And then we'll be dealing with northeast Texas, east Texas, the Piney Woods, and central Texas forever. No, until probably closer to 2 a.m. All right, we've got a severe thunderstorm capable of producing quarter to golf ball size hail now directly impacting Fort Hood. This thing's taken a little bit more of a right turn. It's now south of 90 degrees, so moving east-southeast, bearing about 102 degrees at 35 knots or 40 miles an hour. I almost went Star Trek mode there, but I didn't. Those of you, by the way, who are Trekkies, if you're not watching this new season of Picard, it's awesome. Okay, sorry, back to it. Again, potential for quarter to golf ball size hail right now over Fort Hood and Killeen. This is going to be moving southeast pretty much on Interstate 14 / Highway 190. This is going to directly impact Temple and Belton. Let's just say about 20 to 30 minutes, so 6:35 to 6:45. After that, this could move towards Little River Academy at about 6:45 to 6:50. And near Rogers on Highway 190 at about 6:58 thereafter, moving towards Rosebud, Cameron, Buckholtz, Calvert, Hearn. in the next 90 minutes. And again, this will be crossing Interstate 35 between Salado and Troy, including Temple and Belton. You're not going to want to be on 35 when that hits. Nothing going on in East Texas right now. We're going to do really quick is we're going to actually, for about 60 seconds, we're going to go to Jason's live storm chasing feed. I'm going to go find a cough drop and drink some water, and then we're going to continue our severe weather coverage. So I'll be right back. Oh, by the way, I'm actually going to turn the audio on. There you go. Perfect, Steven.
Why are you getting in the left lane?
There's zero surface-based feature. Like, no way, dude. It's not gonna happen. We're going in a CG barrage. Apparently.
I haven't seen a single one of it. I saw one earlier when we got off 45.
All right, my apologies. Hey, you know what the good news about a camera is? One, you can actually look at me. Why, hello there. All right, let's get back to it. So good news is, 1, I found throat spray. 2, no tornado warnings, and we haven't had any for a while. 3, we're going to zoom down onto my face. And 4, we have multiple storm chasers out and about keeping an eye on things. All right. So, in terms of locations, I believe Stephen Jones, Trey Greenwood, Ben McCone, and Jason Cooley are located actually kind of close to each other. Jason's on 287 southeast of Waxahachie, about halfway between Hatchie and Ennis. And Stephen's located northeast of Forreston near Nash on FM 55 southeast of Waxahachie. So they are all on this storm right here. And, well, they're watching a rain core. No real well-defined low-level structure. And again, you can watch their live streams on the Texas Storm Chasers YouTube channel. It's where we've got multiple live streams going. And for what it's worth, YouTube channel, when this is all over, I'm going to be scrolling through the chat log, and the banishments shall occur. And do you know how we banish people in the weather weenie world? We use our super duper magical, crazy, awesome blossom, make up as many terms as possible weather radar, and we direct a softball size hailstorm to your location. And then the softball size hailstone bops you on the head. But in reality, if you want to know what's going on in your neck of the woods, we have free interactive weather radar on our website, texasstormchasers.com/radar, and that is what allows you to keep an eye on your neck of the woods. We tend to focus on the most intense storms. So, again, severe weather threat for the Metroplex will be over by 8. It's already over for places like Denton, Azle, Weatherford, etc. Looks like we have a new spinny tornado watch. Let's take a look and see if it's in our system yet. Oh, look, it is. This is going to be a tornado watch until 1 a.m. This is going to be for Northeast Texas, East Texas, the Piney Woods of East Texas, back southwest into the Brazos Valley. This does include places like Bryan, College Station, Georgetown, Centerville, Nacogdoches, Elkhart, Jacksonville, Tenaya, or Tenaha, Jacksonville, up to Tyler, Longview, Jefferson, Atlanta, Texarkana, Paris, Avery, New Boston, Clarksville, Mount Pleasant, Greenville, etc. So, yellow box tornado watch until 1 a.m. essentially from where storms are right now. So, Sherman, Dallas, Killeen, Llano, east to the Louisiana state line. That makes it easy. And then once the cold front passes east of your location, and you'll know when it has because you'll get colder and have strong northwest winds, your threat of severe weather will be over. But there will be more showers and storms tomorrow and Saturday, and some snow on Saturday and Sunday and Monday. Winter's not over. All right, so let's press some more buttons here. And thank you, by the way, we are going to try and add locations to these stream things later. We just haven't had time to implement a easy solution as of yet, but I have a few ideas. But yes, they're all located on that severe storm near Waxahachie. And in terms of hail, quarter-size hail, in terms of low-level structure, honestly, that's not impressive. That's a base of a thunderstorm. Jason's shot gives a good view of the precipitation hail core. So does Stevens, but nothing there screams tornado. There's no wall cloud, there's no organized rotation. It looks outflowy. Something's missing. I'm going to guess some low-level wind shear issues, or maybe the low-level thermodynamics instability. Something's missing. Well, we could find out if you want. I'm sure I can have meteorologist Trey Greenwood, who's one of the chasers with Steven and Ben and Jason today. He could probably put a video together after this and explain what might not have occurred in terms of low-level instability here. But again, the potential does exist for a couple tornadoes this evening in northeast Texas, east Texas, but hail and localized damaging wind gusts will remain our primary hazard. Sorry, I'm having to open some chat rooms back up. I got booted because technology and I get along like my hairline, and I'm going to keep making that hairline joke tonight. So again, biggest news over the last 10 minutes, a tornado watch until 1 a.m. for northeast Texas, east Texas, the Brazos Valley, parts of central Texas, and that goes until 1 a.m. and it'll end essentially when storms make it east of your location, or I should say the cold front. And we're probably going to have a line of storms fire up on a cold front here in a bit. And you know what, actually, let's do this. We haven't looked at the high-res rapid refresh in a while. Let's do that, and I can give you all a good timeline on what we expect for the remainder of this evening. So I just had to press some buttons here manually. And that is what we're going to do. So let's take a look. This is going to be at 6 o'clock. And again, the reason I'm looking at this now at 6 o'clock is simply to see how it's doing with trends. It's a little overzealous with stuff in northeast Texas. It's slow with the stuff in DFW again, just like it was back on March 2nd. And it has isolated stuff in the hill country. So again, this is just to see how it handles stuff now versus later. And again, this is at 8 o'clock. And this is what the model has at 8 o'clock, so in an hour and a half. It has a nearly solid line of rather unhappy thunderstorms from Mount Pleasant down to Canton, to Corsicana, Waco, to just west of Georgetown. And this would be the leading edge of the cold front. And some of these storms would be severe. Potential for hail, strong winds, maybe a few tornadoes. And again, we'd have to watch any storms ahead of the line in case they became mischievous as well. Here is 10 p.m. You can see the line of storms exiting North Texas. Severe weather threat in North Texas over by 10 o'clock, it looks like. Extending from near Atlanta, Texas to Marshall down to just north of Crockett. Approaching Bryan College Station to near Austin. And again, rain ongoing across western portions of Texas, southwest Texas, back where colder air is in place. Damaging winds, large hail possible with the strongest of these storms, maybe spin-up tornado. Here's midnight. Line of storms continues to march southeast from near St. Augustine and Hemp Hill down to Corrigan, south of Huntsville, just north of Conroe, to Brenham, to Gonzales. A little bit of rain in San Antonio. Severe weather threat behind or north of this line is over. Rain in the Big Country, the Concho Valley, the Permian Basin, southwest Texas. Here is 2 a.m. Line of storms, some of which could still have strong winds, maybe pocket change size hail. Kirbyville, Liberty, the city of Houston, Rosenberg, lean edge of the cold front to Victoria, Beeville, Cotala. And we also note a few storms behind the cold front that could produce some hail. And again, that would mostly be a hail threat across south central Texas back to Eagle Pass. Maybe some gusty winds, a spin-up tornado, and maybe some hail out in the Golden Triangle. All this back in North Texas, the Concho Valley, the Big Country, southwest Texas, is all in the cold sector. And that would be just rain. And then here's 4 a.m. You can see we actually have more showers and storms across south central Texas into the coastal plains, Victoria Crossroads, southeast Texas, the Golden Triangle. Last of our damaging wind tornado threat exiting off the upper Texas coast. This activity back behind the cold front could have some hail with it. And heavy rain and cloud-to-ground lightning. No tornadoes, no damaging winds. And you note we also have rain in North Texas. We actually also note some snow out in the higher elevations around Alpine. And then here is 6 a.m. It's raining. It's storming. Some hail, maybe. Small hail, heavy rain. Not a fun drive in Houston. 8 a.m. Still raining. Houston, Corpus Christi, maybe some small hail. Still raining farther north. Oh, look, it's snowing in southwest Texas. Hello, it's snowing around Alpine. Some good snow in Marfa, Alpine at 8 a.m. Friday. It's snowing. And then here's 10 a.m. Hey, guess what? It's still snowing around Marfa, Alpine, Highway 90, the higher elevations around Alpine, Van Horn, Interstate 10. Probably rain around Fort Stockton, but hey, guess what? It's snowing. Yep. And then everywhere else, it's just raining. And it's cold. And it's windy. And it's cold. Okay, so that's the timeline for that. Happy birthday. Let's go back to the real-time, super-duper, awesome blossom. I'm making up a bunch of descriptive terms that don't make sense. Weather radar. All right, so here we go. Cold front now from Dallas Love Field, Arlington, Fort Worth, Burleson. Behind this line of storms, your severe weather threat's over. It's going to get cold pretty quick. Out ahead of it, we've got a storm capable of producing nasty size hail. Woo! Mama, this thing got an attitude in a hurry. The potential for golf ball size hail or larger at the Buc-ee's there in Terrell off 80 and 20. The potential for 70-mile-an-hour straight line winds. Woo, Nelly. That thing's got attitude. So again, we've got a rather unhappy severe storm now with big hail, big wind, not a tornado, approaching the city of Terrell in the next 5 minutes. Now moving east-southeast at about 55 miles an hour. This thunderstorm will be approaching the city of Canton at about 7:05. Wills Point about 6:50 to 6:55. Grand Saline about 7:15. Mineola probably about 7:30. Lindale probably about 7:40. And again, in all likelihood, this is the beginning of what's going to become our little cluster of storms that makes it all the way to Louisiana later. So honestly, I don't think these storms are going anywhere in terms of them dissipating. So, yeah. So again, the worst off right now, Terrell, y'all about to get hailed on. Bucky's, y'all about to get hailed on. Y'all are already getting hailed on. Oak Ridge, probably about to get some hail. Wills Point, again, at about 20 minutes, 6:50. Edgewood, about 7 o'clock. Fruitvale, about 7:05. Grand Saline, about 7:15. Canton, if it makes it that far south, about 7:05. Van, 7:25. And just near Mineola, about 7:30. All right, we've got a severe storm crossing 35E near southeast of Waxahachie. Not as intense looking. That is what all our storm chasers are looking at, by the way. Could be some quarter-size hail with that in Ennis and Garrett over the next, let's just say, 20 minutes. Honestly, that storm doesn't look as intense. An attempted a little storm near Itasca, and then the cold front back in Johnson County. Let's go back south into central Texas and say hello to our little hailer. This little hailer just brought golf ball size hail to Fort Hood. The potential for some strong winds. No rotation in the low level showing up. I know it has that little appendage there, but no spinny doom showing up. But the storm could have some quarter size to golf ball size hail as it moves east. At about 40 miles per hour. And again, these things keep going from east to almost southeast, etc. So it's varying. Right now, the radar thinks it's at about 110 degrees to the east-southeast. Earlier is about 100 degrees. Honestly, let's just assume it's moving east towards Belton and Temple. If it turns right a little, it may be more of a Belton issue. So assuming so, Belton probably in the next 20 minutes, about 6:50 p.m. Temple, about the same if it makes it up to you, but it may go south of you. Little River Academy on Highway 95, about 7:05 to 7:10 p.m. And Rogers on Highway 190, about 7:25 p.m. The potential for quarter to golf ball size hail. Localized wind gust up to 60 miles an hour. And again, we have no tornado warnings anywhere in the state of Texas, in the United States. If they issue tornado warnings outside of the United States, well, they do technically in Canada. There are definitely no tornado warnings in Canada, let me tell you that. For the rest of the world, I have no idea. Now, I am starting to look at East Texas now. Remember, if you watched my video this morning, I explained how towards 7 o'clock, we might start having some of these storms in East Texas start actually misbehaving a bit. Might be starting to see that just a little bit with this cell well southwest of St. Augustine. East of Huntington, well east of Lubbock. A broad circulation here. It's not a classic, I'm going to be a problematic storm look, but again, definitely a broad circulation coming up on 103 west of Broadus, west of 147. So we're going to need to keep an eye on it because, I mean, we dealt with this back on March 2nd. Y'all remember we were talking about storms out in DFW, out in central Texas, and suddenly all these little showers and storms out in East Texas started to spin up quickly after hours of just doing nothing. Well, we need to keep an eye on it and make sure that's not what's about to happen here again, too. And it might. So again, we'll be keeping an eye on it. Those of you around St. Augustine, heads up, storm to your southwest is showing rotation aloft, but nothing that screams, I'm about to drop a spinny in the short term. Now, y'all are going to have storms later tonight, mind you, that could have an attitude, but not right now. All right. Thank you, Michaela, for your report. Well, yeah, Bob, you have to be special to sit in front of a camera and just talk to you pretty much to yourself for hours on end, that's for sure. Funny thing is, for years and years, I tried getting away from it. You know, going out, storm chasing, etc., but I'd always get pulled back in, and at this point, I've just given up on actually storm chasing for most of the time, and I do live coverage instead. You know what? It works out. Storm chasers who are far better than me get to go out, they get the video, they enjoy it. I get to sit in my PJs and do severe weather coverage in my comfy chair. Of which I need to buy a new one soon. This one is, well, delaminating to high heaven. But you know what? I'm of the mind, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. That's why I drive a 2003 Toyota 4Runner. So again, we're just looking, and by we, I mean me. I'm actually looking on a different monitor at different radar products, keeping an eye on it. And thank you to all those, by the way. While I'm thinking about it, the chat window I have up here combines all the different streams into one chat. It doesn't show super chats, stars, any of that. So I don't actually know until I go look after the event. But at the same time, I think y'all would appreciate me focusing on the actual weather versus, trying to shout out every super chat and every stars. We typically go back and reply to those and thank y'all, but let me take the time now while I'm thinking about it. Thank you so much for those. It really does help. Obviously, when I'm here doing this, I'm not working or other jobs that pay my bills, so doing this, it really does help pay the bills. Thank you, as you might expect. Let's just say the technology aspect alone of doing all of this, managing the storm chasing feeds, getting those out to y'all and providing a high quality product, let's just say there is a monthly expense to that, regardless if there's weather or not. That's a good tagline. I'm pretty sure someone's trademarked it, so thank you. We really do appreciate it. It does help quite a bit. Thank you. So again, let's get back to it. We'll just look real quick at the rotation element. Not seeing anything that screams strong rotation. We'll look at straight line winds. The candidate right now, I'd say, in terms of the highest threat for some strong outflow winds is the storm near Terrell, right on the Interstate 20 towards Canton. And Edgewood. Well, thank you, Tricia. I appreciate that. Thank you. The PJs are comfy. And honestly, in addition to being comfy, let's be honest here. Me sitting in this chair so long, there are days if I'm wearing shorts, if I'm in shorts and sitting in this chair, especially as we start getting into April and May when it's warmer out, my legs are going to start sticking to the chair, and that's just not fun. So, pretty good view from Stephen Jones, Trey Greenwood, and Ben McCone. We'll take a look. They are near the Waxahachie storm. You can see it. Honestly, that screams almost a stable, low-level environment where they are. All those clouds, it kind of looks cold. So you can see, it looks cool. Varying cloud structures and layers, but it doesn't scream, hey, I'm a spinny, spinny, doom, doom. It screams, hey, it's about to get cold, put on a sweater. Which, for all intent and purposes, it is if you are in the Metroplex, because Crashy the cold front's coming through with a little line of thunderstorms. Thunderstorms and Crashy the cold front. Oh. All right. So let's take a look. Ennis, you're about to get some quarter-size hail. Ding, 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 ding. Okay. And I did turn off the thing that translates the dings over here. I don't know if the microphone picks up on it, but I've got chat windows over here that make a lot of ding noises, and if the word tornado's mentioned, it makes a meow noise, and some of y'all have heard that over the years, but as sound canceling technology's gotten better, I think it actually mutes that out. All right, Harker Heights storm. Good news. This one's looking weaker in terms of mischief potential. You can see a little storm structure on Jason's feed, bottom right. We'll look at that real quick.
Cool. Here's your hazards.
I muted his feed so you can actually hear me talk, but you can see Jason's got the Ennis storm at his location. That's pretty outflow dominant. You can see a lot of precipitation, some hail, some heavy rain, maybe hail up to the size of ping pong balls. And that's going to be moving towards Bardwell Lake, Rice, Alma, Rice and far northern Navarro County, and eventually maybe towards Gun Barrel City. It's going to stay south of Gun Barrel City, more towards Trinidad and Toole. But again, that storm could have some hail, heavy rain. It's nothing to write home about in the tornado department at all. There are no tornado warnings. There are no tornado warnings. I'm going to say it again. There are no tornado warnings. I'll actually give you a hint, though. When I did chase a lot last decade and, we were out chasing and having lunch or something, instead of saying, if we were at lunch in a restaurant talking about the forecast or something, instead of saying, chances look pretty good for a tornado today while we're talking to each other, we'd say tornado or something. It started out as a spelling mistake by, I think, Alex Bartholomew, and now it's just something we do. So, tornado or something because, well, if you say the word tornado and you're dressed up in like weather gear or something at a restaurant, everyone's going to come over and ask you about it, but most people don't correlate tornado. And I don't even think that's a real word. It's not like a translation from Spanish or anything. It's just tornado. All right, Francis, thank you for the report of that. I'll pass that along to the Weather Service. Francis was kind enough to report on ping pongs in Terrell. And yeah, we're in a chat with the various emergency managers and meteorologists, and we pass reports along from y'all, so everyone knows about it. And that allows for a efficient integrated warning team, because everyone, regardless, different TV stations, different groups, etc., for the most part, everyone works together as an integrated warning team when it comes to passing along reports and all that. So we like to do that. And it also goes into the National Storm digital database, which essentially keeps a record of what happened. Oh, looks like Stephen Jones, Trey Greenwood, and Ben McCone are calling the chase where they are. So they're watching the storms, they're watching the views. It's Ben McCone there with the hand, his cell phone in the vertical position. I don't know why he'd be making a video or recording a photo in vertical, because that's a noobish move. P.S. If you're going to take a picture or video of something, try do it in landscape. It gets more visuals. And then Steven's looking up. You can see the updraft of one of the thunderstorms there, bubbling up. Some anvil debris at the top, those thin clouds. So it looks like Jason's still streaming. So while I'm thinking about it, since Steven and them are going to be done soon, I was going to put my face back over his, but it would appear he's actually got a view. So we'll just keep that on for now. I'm not ending the stream anytime soon, by the way. I know I've hit a little bit of a slump, which just means I need to drink some more water. But I am going to loop the radar over the last hour just to see what we have going on everywhere. So again, Belton, in the next 15 minutes, you've got a storm to your west coming down Interstate 14 with some quarter to ping pong ball size hail. There are tornado watches in effect for northeast Texas, East Texas, the Piney Woods of East Texas, and the Brazos Valley. Remember, a watch means conditions are favorable. You're watching out for a tornado. A warning means, holy guacamole, the tornado, the spinny doom is trying to get me. Go hide in a closet. I'm going to make a funny video of that one day, I think. Probably of me running around with some sort of a wig on. That gives you something to look forward to. At this point, I'm just looking at various radar data sources around me. And again, I've got a plethora of monitors, so we've got severe thunderstorm warnings for a storm now east of Terrell, moving towards Elma, Wills Point, Myrtle Springs, Edgewood, and Canton. That's on I-20. We've got a severe storm approaching Ennis, Bardwell, Lake Bardwell, and Ellis County. That'll be crossing over into northern Navarro County and eventually into portions of Henderson County and Kaufman counties east of Interstate 45, Gun Barrel City down to Curlins. We've got a line of heavy rain storms from Rowlett, downtown Dallas, Joepul Lake, Mansfield to Keene to Cleburne. That's the cold front. That's when the severe weather threat ends. We've got a severe storm about to cross over Interstate 35 in Belton. That could have some quarter-size hail in the next several minutes. Just had a report of ping pong ball size hail on Interstate 20 at mile marker 506. In Terrell, I'm going to assume near the Buc-ee's. It looks like Steven and them are getting ready to call it quits. So we're going to put my beautiful head back up here. I know, that's exactly what y'all wanted to see. And then we'll say goodnight to their stream. Hola! Okay, the East Texas stuff, the southwest of St. Augustine I was talking about a bit earlier. Yeah, I'm not really worried about that anymore. That's still clearly elevated above a bit of a stable layer, a few thousand feet above the ground. Pea-size hail in southeast Tarrant County from that little line coming through. Yeah, Larry, you're done with the severe weather threat. The wind you're getting around Abilene over to Eastland, those are those strong northwest winds. It's winter again. Welcome to Crashy the Cold Front. Those northwest winds up to 50 miles an hour, yeah, those aren't storm related. Those are from the cold front. It's about to get cold. You will have rain tomorrow, but it's just going to be a cold rain. Down in southwest Texas, in the higher elevations, Alpine, Marfa, maybe over to Van Horn, maybe Fort Stockton a little lower in elevation. They're going to have snow tomorrow. So, welcome to winter. Again. Okay, I'm going to drink some water. Bring back the cone. Here, I'll zoom out. This is about 80 ounces. Very useful in the summer. Shows this camera that focuses on my head. And again, thank you to all those who've been watching today. We're live on the Texas Storm Chasers Facebook. And if you saw us on Facebook, that's surprising because Facebook really doesn't show us to people anymore. So we'd encourage you to follow us on YouTube where you can actually see our videos, versus randomly being like, oh, hey, I haven't seen Texas Storm Chasers in a while. We are on YouTube. 2 channels now. We've got the Texas Storm Chasers YouTube channel for storm chasing videos, live severe weather coverage. We have the Texas Weather Center YouTube channel. That is for day-to-day weather forecasts. We do a video almost every day with Texas weather forecasts. Some nerdy weather stuff. And obviously live severe weather coverage, live radar streams. I think we did a thunderstorm ASMR stream last weekend. We have more plans for that. That's going to be fun. We're live on Twitter. And we're on Twitch. Did you know we have a Twitch? We got a Twitch. Again, the benefits of video technology. We are everywhere. And hopefully as Instagram continues to expand their live video API, we can start streaming there too. But we're live on the Texas Storm Chasers website. Those of you on Apple can watch us in the Texas Storm Chasers mobile app. We've temporarily removed our app from Android. We've got a whole new app under design, actually. Which is why also, thank you for those stars and super chats, by the way. In case you don't know, app development. Oh, boy, let me tell you, there's a reason I drive a 20-year-old car. The chair I'm sitting in is delaminating, and I'm wearing PJs. Let me tell you, things expensive, as you well know, so we appreciate it all. Thank you very much. But, alrighty. Let's get back to it. I am Texas Storm Chasers David Reimer, nicknamed BaldyinChief because, well, I'm bald. I'm one of the founders at the Texas Storm Chasers, and obviously, you see my face a lot. So I give myself a little nickname, which has taken off a bit. We got a severe storm over the city of Ennis. This thing actually looks a little more organized than it did earlier. It looks beefier. Earlier, it looked a bit anemic. Now, it doesn't so much. Pretty good little hail core, it looks like, over the south sides of Ennis, moving towards Alma, Interstate 45, where 287 kind of splits off there southeast of Ennis. Gives you a little shortcut around Ennis, so you don't have to take business 287 through town to get on or off 45, one of the hurricane evacuation routes. Actually, that's where contraflow ends on Interstate 45. If we did contraflow again, it would be contraflowed. All the southbound lanes would turn to northbound lanes from north side of Houston all the way to Alma, right where 287 splits off there in Ennis. Bet you didn't know that. See, I'm full of random knowledge. Again, this storm looks like it's perked up a bit in the hail department again. Now showing hail sizes closer to golf ball again. And this storm is moving towards Alma in the next couple of minutes. If you're on I-45, or you by chance have a commercial vehicle on I-45, I have good news and I have bad news. Hail is about to make for some unpleasant times. But if you've been paying attention to us for a while, you would know not to be on I-45 between Rice and Ennis. Okay, so we've also got this storm moving probably towards Toole, Gun Barrel City in the next 50 minutes. Maybank on 175. Eustis on 175, north of Log Cabin, north of Malakoff, and 31, north of Athens. Further north, we've got a severe storm that brought ping-pong ball-sized hail and golf ball-sized hail to Terrell. Now closer to, it's pretty much right on Interstate 20 and just south of Elmo, south of Wills Point, moving towards Canton. This storm could have golf ball sized hail winds of 70 miles an hour with it as it moves east at about 40 miles an hour. And again, both these storms have pretty healthy hail cores. Oh, look, a new severe thunderstorm warning for the squall line. This is going to be a severe thunderstorm warning for southern Dallas County, western Kaufman counties until 7:30 p.m. A severe thunderstorm warning for this little line segment from near Cockrell Hill down southwest Dallas, Mountain Creek Community College down to Duncanville, Cedar Hill, Joe Pool Lake, Mount Baptist, the Mount Lebanon Baptist encampment there. And this is for a storm capable of producing quarter-size hail and 60-mile-an-hour winds. This is the squall line, no tornado issue with this, and it's going to be brief. We're not looking at big-time hail sizes with the squall line. This is more, pocket change size, quarters, and strong winds. And then once that passes through, within about 15 minutes, you're going to have strong northwest winds. Temperatures are going to drop into the 50s, and it's going to get cold. For what it's worth, in Decatur, it's down to 55 degrees. Northwest winds at 30. Wichita Falls down to 50 degrees, northwest winds at 40. Lawton, Oklahoma down to 44 degrees, northwest winds at 40. Oklahoma City, it's currently 39 degrees, northwest winds at 45 miles an hour, with snow flurries in the region. Yay! For those of you who don't know, I live in Moore, Oklahoma, south side of Oklahoma City now. So, it's cold outside. All right, and then our southernmost severe storm right now is going to be this storm crossing over I-35 near Belton. Oh, excuse me. This storm could have quarter-size hail now falling in the city of Belton, lesser so up towards Temple, but it's still raining in Temple. So Belton, you might have quarter-size hail, and that's going to be moving off to the east at about 30 miles an hour. Little River Academy, about 7:15. Rogers, 7:30. Buckholz, about 7:45. And again, that is for a severe storm over the city of Belton. We have new stormies firing up further west in the hill country from southwest of Land Passes to Llano. And yes, I did call them stormies, contrary to popular belief. Yes, I do have affectionate names for many things. You know, stormies, spinnies, spinny, spinny, doom, doom, although that's less affectionate and more just a different way to say it. And obviously, you don't want to call spinny, spinny, doom, doom things affectionate when they're hitting things, but sometimes, you know, they're not and can be photogenic, but usually not. Okay, so that's the southernmost severe storms. And again, you can always keep an eye on the sky, on what's going on in your neck of the woods with the free Texas Storm Chasers Interactive Weather Radar. I did say stormies, by the way. Storm and then the suffix "-es", I-E-S. Stormies. And again, I think those of you who have watched me for a long time, I mean for years now, know when there's serious stuff going on, we're serious. But when there's, you know, we can let our hair down a little, kind of figuratively, we tend to be a little more fun while still providing information. And look, there's no doubt these storms, they have hail, it's going to make problems, there's wind, but at the same time, when you're doing this for, I mean, we've been live now for 3.5 hours. I wouldn't be shocked if I'm live for another 5 to 6 as these move across East Texas, Southeast Texas. You gotta have some humor. And this is a lot different than March 2nd, by the way. Someone asked that. Well, there's a couple reasons. Today, low-level wind shear is much, much, much weaker. The system back on March 2nd involved a very strong upper-level storm system. We had a pretty good amount of surface instability, and that all coincided to create problems. Today, the cloud cover in East Texas really kept things on the more stable side until the last hour or two, when some of those stronger winds are starting to destabilize East Texas, Northeast Texas ahead of the squall line. For the most part, you'll notice that we've had hail issues today versus wind issues. It's more typical for our springtime months. You know, we've had hail. We had a brief tornado around Fort Worth earlier. And not a whole lot of wind. So the reason today we've had more hail than wind, today is a hailer day. Little spin-ups, and I will say this, as long as these storms out here in eastern North Texas stay out by themselves, we're going to watch them in case for a few spin-ups, but as this line of storms starts to form, we'll start transitioning more to pocket change size hail, maybe some 60-mile-an-hour wind gusts, spin-up tornadoes. But today, upper-level storm system, much weaker than March 2nd. That was a high-end example. Low-level wind shear, much weaker. There's not nearly as much spinning or rotation, whatever, wind shear available. So today was more marginal compared to March 2nd, which was a higher end day in terms of the amount of wind shear available, some of the instability available. So that's why we don't have a hurricane moving through the Metroplex. And this is kind of similar to what we dealt with back on March 2nd. Most of the day, the activity in East Texas, showers, they never really got themselves together. Then about an hour before sunset, we started having them spin up. And you know what? Just to be a perfect case example, we have our first severe thunderstorm warning of the day in East Texas. This is for one of these storms that's out by themselves in East Texas that I said we'd be watching. This is going to be a severe storm warning for southeastern Shelby, central St. Augustine, and northwestern Sabine County until 7:45 p.m. for a severe storm located about 23 miles south of Center near Macon, moving northeast at 35 miles an hour. This storm could have some straight line winds up to 60 miles an hour, and it is showing some signs of rotation. So we're going to be keeping an eye on it. And again, this storm Moving off to the east and northeast at about 30 miles an hour. Some nickel, maybe quarter-size hail, maybe some winds up to 60 miles an hour. There's a little bit of rotation, but it's marginal right now. We're going to be watching it, no doubt, so let's just put a timeline on this real quick. Let me make sure I've got all my city labels on here. I probably do. But for simplicity, I want to make sure I've got all the towns. So again, this is probably going to be crossing at least the southern periphery near Bronson in the next 10 minutes. This is going to be passing north of Hemphill near Millam at 87 and 21, about 7:30. It's already raining. It's going to get heavier as the storm rolls on in from the west, and then you might have some strong winds. And again, about 7:30 for Millam. St. Augustine, this is probably going to stay southeast of you. And again, maybe they've technically got it going up towards Patroon and Goober Hill. Goober Hill, south of Huxley. So we'll keep an eye on that. That's a storm, maybe some strong straight line winds. Notice this little section of the squall line in Johnson County has become severe. So again, our line of stormies has begun to develop along the leading edge of the cold front from near Blum to Rio Vista to Alvarado, Midlothian, Duncanville, DeSoto, Cedar Hill, downtown Dallas into southeast Dallas up to Rockwall. Line of strong to severe storms capable of producing quarter-size hail, winds of 60 miles per hour. And again, we're not talking about the golf balls, baseball size that the storms a little further east out by themselves could produce. But again, this is just a quick hidden line of storms, heavy rain, strong winds, maybe some quarter-size hail, and then crashing. The cold front hits, temperatures drop into the 40s and 50s over the next few hours, wind chills about 10 degrees colder, and then it rains tomorrow. Yippee-ki-yay. Okay. Ooh, that was a rhyme. I didn't even mean to make a rhyme. Okay, the storm northwest of Burnett starting to show a wee bit of a hail core loft, it looks like, so we'll keep an eye on that. Again, I think that's on the leading edge of the cold front as well. Regardless, we'll keep an eye on it. Severe storm now over Belton down, moving towards Little River Academy and Rogers over the next 30 minutes. That's going to be a severe thunderstorm warning until 7:30 for southeastern Bell County. The potential for quarter-size hail and 60-mile-an-hour winds moving generally at about 25 to 30 miles an hour. Locations impacted by this severe storm may include, are you ready? Temple, Belton, Salado, Little River Academy, Rogers, Holland, Belton Lake, Stillwater, Hollow Lake, Sparks, Leedale, Edgeworth, Cyclone. Hey, I know that word. Airville, Seaton, Red Ranger, and Oscar. And for what it's worth, it includes Interstate 35 between mile markers 284 and 302. Although it's already over the interstate, so it'll be past I-35 in the next 10 minutes, but it may, or it'll be east of the interstate soon, but we are going to see these storms further west possibly impact the interstate as well. All right, let's go back north. We'll say hello to our little individual storms. A little hail core on Interstate 20, maybe some quarter to ping pong ball size hail southeast of Elmo, southwest of Wills Point, around FM 2965 at Interstate 20, generally moving towards Myrtle Springs, Canton, Edgewood. And moving towards Cannes, Grand Saline, Edgewood. YouTube chat. Like I said, YouTube chat, I'm going to go back after this and take a look at things. And, if need be, warn people. So behave, please. Thank you. Second severe storm near Alma. Potential for quarter to ping pong ball size hail. Moving off to the east at about 35 miles an hour. Near Gun Barrel City, about 7:45 to 7:50. Tool, about 7:40 to 7:45. Maybank, about 7:50. Paint Springs, about 7:50 to 7:55. Y'all, please be nice to the moderators. They volunteer. They don't get paid. Be nice to them and thank them for sitting on here and helping. In fact, I'm going to pull up the chat now. Fair enough. So, if that means I have to come in here and divert some attention off the weather so I can ban gripers, so be it. I'm okay with that. I mean, I've got a mallet around here somewhere. I can use that. Where's my mallet? Found it. It's mallet time. All right, so again, thank you so much to all the mods. And again, I'm not usually looking. The main program I use to keep an eye on all these chats combined does not show me super chats, stars, etc. We are going to work to get those added into the stream so they're overlaid, but in a respectful, non-distracting form. I just haven't had a chance to finish it yet, but really, thank you to all those who are sending stars, super chats, stickers, etc. Really, it does help pay the bills. As you might expect, sitting here doing this, I'm not working, and let's just say the YouTube channel, contrary to popular belief, even though we have over 100,000 subscribers, we really don't do the whole, sponsorship, make videos for brand of gum sort of thing. So really, we are crowd supported, and we do appreciate it when y'all can do that. But we never really demand it. But we do want to acknowledge it and thank you. Really, it does help. So, yes. By the way, if y'all think I can't pronounce words now, you should have heard me back in high school, middle school, etc. Here, what's a town with an R? Let's find an R. Rockdale? Walkdale? You want me to pronounce it with a W? If I try hard enough, I could, and then I'd be stuck on it. Rice? Weiss? Think it's bad now. It was bad 5 years ago. It was worse 10 years ago. Trust me. Carolina, you're going to want to not do that right now. I'd say pull off in Tyler and let the storm pass you, because it's about to be problematic. But no, I don't intentionally mispronounce town names and all that. I'm just very bad with pronunciation. I have what's called dysgraphia. For example, I'll just draw on this radar screen here real quick. I'll just draw my name. I'll try to. And again, you're going to see I'm not very good at it. I mean, it's better. I mean, you can read it, but again, it just means I have a hard time being able to physically transmit the signals from my brain down to my hand to write. So, I mean, I can type 100, 150 words a minute. I'm great at typing, but writing, my handwriting's usually illegible, and I had great issues with pronunciations and phonics as a child. In fact, when I was in, I think it was 7th or 8th grade, I had a 4th grade language arts level. And again, that wasn't any teacher's fault. That was my fault because of learning disabilities. But thankfully, I went to a great school. I was able to get me caught up and then exceeding, or caught up at least in my ability to write. And by the time I was a junior, I had college level writing skills. So, and that's why the weather blog started. And for over a decade, we did the weather blog, and kind of haven't done that recently. We're going to start doing it again, though, when this new weather app of ours comes out. But obviously, you got to keep up with the trends, and the trends over the last few years have been video, all the video, and that just doesn't leave as much time for me to, write 1,000, 2,000 word clear weather posts. I wish I had the time, I really do, and I need to make the time, honestly, but, at some point, you just want to hit your head on the glass desk and be like, please stop, please stop, please stop. Speaking of which, Mallet, bye-bye. But no, again, I'll be going through the YouTube chat after this and keeping an eye out. And yeah, Jason's got a cool view of Dark Cloud. I'll tell you where he is, actually. Jason is located, actually, he is near Chatfield, which is in, I think, far northeastern Navarro or far southwestern Kaufman County. It is off FM 1129 and 3270. He is pretty much due east of Rice. So he is looking right up into this thunderstorm. It's got a good view, doesn't he? Let's take a full view. You can see pretty good precipitation core. And look, I understand. Y'all telling me how to pronounce town names and all that, that's perfectly fine. I really do appreciate it. And I have definitely learned my fair share of town names over the years. For example, Bernie, Boerne. Let me tell you, that's a hard one for me still. And I've been told over and over again, it's Bernie, like Burny, and I finally learned that. Uvalde, for example, or Uvalde, I believe is how it's said. I'm probably messing it up again, but again, good view from Jason Cooley. Okay, that can go over there. Sorry, I'm reorganizing my windows so I can keep chats up and also have everything aware. So yeah, that is Jason Cooley. He is east of Rice, Texas, southwest of Gun Barrel City. Looking at the severe storm. And we'll go back to a multi-view. And again, he is on this storm northeast of Rice. Yeah, no, Russian severe video. Yeah, no, I purposely avoided those. How do you not know how to say Uvalde? Well, you see... Yeah, man, yeah. Alright, so... severe storm, again, coming up on the city of Canton. The next 20 minutes could have quarter-size hail. Hail core mostly passing just south of Wills Point. This is now east of Kaufman County and Van Zant County. Near Canton at about 7:30-ish. Van about 7:55 to 8 o'clock. Quarter-size hail generally making its way towards the Tyler area over the next 60-75 minutes. Line of storms from Mesquite to DeSoto to Midlothian to Grandview to Blum, moving southeast at about 25 to 30. Could have winds 50 to 60 miles an hour, maybe some quarter-size hail. Now this storm near Rice, which Jason's on, mind you, is a high precipitation supercell. It's showing a little bit of rotation. I'm going to see if I can get a hold of him real quick using the magical Zello. Oh, that was scary. But yes, I will make a Discord in the coming days, and then we'll share it. Hey Jason, I see you are on the storm northeast of Rice. It's showing a bit of a decent mid-level mesocyclone. I see it looks pretty HP on your stream. Good stream, by the way. Viewers and I are wondering if you see any sort of spinny mischief. Well, it's probably going to be tomorrow, but if you must know, it is Stephen Jones's birthday on Saturday, and we're having a big shindig tomorrow. And depending on how late I'm up tonight, I may just not want to be awake. So, yeah, this is starting to show some increasing rotation. Hey, Siri, call Jason Cooley. You can see it's hailing on Cooley. Hey, they're getting close to putting a tour on that. You see anything? Alright, you're not in the best position to look in the notch. You have a whale's mouth. I'm repeating for the stream. I should have just put you on speaker, but that would have been too intelligent of me. Yeah, we'll see. I remember being there on the, what was that day in 2011, the 26th of April, it's a pain in the butt area of Gun Barrel City than the lake. Yeah, it's showing a pretty good RFD, a little bit of a inflow surge there, so it's trying to tighten up a wee bit. Is Alex with you? Oh, good to know. I'll add his name. Okay, yeah, ooh, it just got even tighter. Yeah, I think they're probably going to pull it, but if you would, honestly, I'd say just try to get to GBC if you could. Let it visit you there. If it continues. If not, don't worry about it, but... Alright. Yeah, I've got it. Your stream looks great. Alright. Alright. Open the Zello app if you can. 10-4. Bye. Alright, sorry. I should have put it on speaker, but Jason and Alex are located near the circulation east of Rice. They report that whale's mouth there, that's typically a sign of some outflow. They're at the edge of the gust front. They're going to be trying to head towards 7 points, which is almost due west of Gun Barrel City over here at 274 and... what is that? 334. There you go. They're going to try to get to 7 points and get a look into this little circulation. And yeah, this is a circulation that has started to spin up, but the inflow region itself is going to be fairly limited. You can see it right there. And then this is your big rear flank downdraft. But the structure on their stream, you can see, is quite high precipitation, meaning they literally have to drive into the bloody thing to see anything. And that's assuming you can see it versus it just throwing you into a ditch. Obviously a little safer than that, but would not surprise me if we have a tornado warning for this soon. So I'm afraid the snappy, humorous David's going to have to temporarily switch back into the, hey, I have to actually share information here. So real quick, before we get busy with that, we note they've issued a severe thunderstorm warning for this storm. Yantas, Quitman, Mineola, Lindale, Winona, Hawkins on Interstate 20. It's going to be 4-quarter size hail, 60-mile-an-hour wind. Still the potential for some hail with this. It's looking blobbier now, which is good. I mean, that's less organization. If we could change this into a cluster of storms, we'd have some wind, a little bit of hail, not the baseball-sized hail we were dealing with earlier. We'd also have to keep an eye out for any sort of circulations, like the one we just have spinning up now west of Gun Barrel City. So, that being said, those of you in 7 points, Maybank, Gun Barrel City, I'd go ahead and start getting ready to treat this as a tornado warning, and that would mean you'd be going to your lowest floor, center room, away from windows. You'd put as many walls between you and the outside as possible. Doesn't matter if you're in a gas station, apartment building, hotel, etc. You want to put as many walls between you and the outside as possible. Get as low as you can. Get away from windows, interior hallway, bathroom, closet. In terms of travel trailers, mobile homes, manufactured housing, no, get out. That's as simple as I can be. You're better off being outside than being in a travel trailer, mobile home, etc. If you get hit by even a weak tornado, those things are going to go flying. You get hit by a stronger tornado, those things are going to end up disintegrating and wrap themselves around a tree. But alas, ladies and gentlemen, we now have a tornado warning, so we now return to our super radar. You'll see it pop up here in a second, but we do now have a tornado warning for portions of Kaufman, Henderson, Navarro counties until 7:45 p.m. A possible tornado is located 7 miles west of 7 points, or... Road. Okay, there we go. About 7 miles west of 7 points, or 12 miles west of Gun Barrel City. This is going to be moving east at 30 miles an hour. This will be near 7 points and Flag Lake around 7:30 p.m. Gun Barrel City, Maybank, and Tool around 7:35 p.m. Enchanted Oaks around 7:40 p.m. So again, this is a new tornado warning for southeastern Kaufman, northwestern Henderson, and northeastern Navarro counties until 7:45 7:45 p.m. Central Time. Those of you in Seven Oaks, Gun Barrel City, Tool, Maybank, Payne Springs need to take your tornado safety precautions. Lowest floor, center room, away from windows, put as many walls between you and the outside as possible. Jason Cooley and Alex Bartholomew are located near this storm. They're trying to get east of it and have a good look into it. Again, we're going to be dealing with darkness soon, but we also have trees, a lake, and a lot of heavy rain. Having chased here personally, seen a tornado back here on April 26, 2011, let me tell you, not fun to navigate around here. So again, let's do some radar analysis. We'll show you the which way the winds are blowing mode. Greens, these are going to be your winds moving towards the weather radar in Benbrook, south side of Fort Worth, and reds. Notice how we have that broad little collusion right there. That is where we have an area of rotation increasing, and it became noticeable enough with the reflectivity structure. The Weather Service thought better safe than sorry, and that's why we now have a tornado warning until 7:45 p.m. for Gun Barrel City. 7 points, Tool, Enchanted Oaks, Maybank, Payne Springs, and technically Trinidad. Trinidad, I think this is going to stay way north of you, to be honest. So, all right, let me make sure I have everything set. What I'm doing right now is I actually have other radars on other screens. I use them to monitor the other storms we might have. So let's take a quick gander south. We do have a severe thunderstorm warning for a storm approaching Millam. This storm could have quarter-size hail, winds of 60 miles an hour. Nothing that screams problems in the spinny department right now. But again, north of Hemphill, Bronson, up to Millam, and then eventually moving towards Neglect, Louisiana. Across the state line, Highway 21, this storm moving east at about 40 miles an hour. All right, let's get back to Central Texas again, trying to keep an eye on all these storms while we have the opportunity and I'm not being distracted. And folks, for what it's worth, parking on a travel lane on a highway under a bridge and blocking a travel lane, yeah, you can get yourself ticketed for that real quick. And personally, well, let's just say you do that and block an interstate while there's storm chasers behind you trying to get through. That is a very good way. Let me tell you, there have been many interesting exchanges from that. So please don't parking under the bridges on highways is one thing. Please pull off the travel lanes and don't just park in a travel lane and block the road, but that's a whole tirade I'm not in the mood to get into right now. So, hey, Radar, I know you like the 70s, but can we please not? Thank you. A severe storm warning now for a smallish severe storm, northwestern Millam, southeastern Bell, southwestern Falls counties until 8:15 p.m. At 7:21 p.m., a severe storm was located near Little River Academy or near Temple, moving east at 20 miles an hour. So this ran down Highway 190, Rogers, Buckholtz, over to Cameron, probably staying south of Rosebud over the next 45 minutes. And for what it's worth, just to quickly dispel any rumors, taking shelter under a highway overpass from a tornado is one of the worst things you can do. I realize there's a popular video from 1991 up in Kansas where people did that, but that kind of highway bridge is no longer used. The bridges used nowadays actually funnel debris, funnel the winds. And if you want to see the result, May 3rd, 1999, May 8, 2003, you can go find pictures and videos of the bodies under highway overpass bridges. Let's just say, unless you are in the military emergency services field, you're probably going to be traumatized. So I wouldn't actually recommend that, but if you think sheltering under a highway bridge or whatever in a tornado is a good idea, I mean, maybe you need that visual stimulation to remind you why it's not a good idea. It's not a good idea. It funnels wind, funnels debris. Bad things happen. Debris piles up. Bodies get mutilated. That's just a sad fact about it. What do you think happened back on December 26, 2015 up at the George Bush Turnpike and I-30? I mean, nothing good happens when you get lofted in a car or under a highway bridge. Okay, so we've got a line of severe storms from near Blum to Itasca to Maypearl to Waxahachie to Red Oak to Ferris to Seagoville to Forney to Quinlan, moving southeast. Some of those may have 50 to 60 mile an hour winds, maybe some quarter-size hail, generally moving east southeast at about 30 to 35 miles an hour. All right. What do we have going on near Grand Saline? Oh, for heaven's sake. Apparently, we've transitioned into the spinny doom mode, but apparently we have a bit of a circulation spinning up near Highway 80 between Fruitvale and Grand Saline. The Weather Service is becoming concerned about. So again, don't be shocked if we have a tornado warning shortly for the Grand Saline area, and if so, we'll address that, but this storm generally moving along 80 east towards Mineola. So we're starting to see a circulation spin up near Grand Saline. And then we've got the tornado warning for a storm approaching Seven Oaks, Gun Barrel City. And then in the Piney Woods of East Texas, down in Shelby, St. Augustine, Sabine counties, that storm's spiking up in the hail department. Could have quarter to ping pongs and Melham here shortly on highway. Hey, you want to maybe full screen that? Oh, come on. Don't be mean. Don't be mean. On highway... You know what? I hate my program sometimes. Let's just go look. Okay, so this cell near Millam on Highway 87 at 21 could have some quarter to ping pong ball size hail now, starting to develop a bit of an inflow notch northwest of Hemp Hill. Still not organized in the low level department. We're going to have to watch it, but it's also going to be out of the state in the next 20 minutes. All right, new tornado warning. This is going to include Grand Saline. This is going to include Fruitvale. This is probably going to get extended towards Mineola sooner rather than later. It's going to be for a possible tornado developing just north of Highway 80, approaching Grand Saline. It was their last scan. This scan not as evident, but you can see the mid-level mesocyclone right there. Technically, there's a couple of circulations here, but again, Weather Service is elected to issue that tornado warning, and that's going to be for central Van Zandt, southeastern Rains counties, and eastern North Texas. At 7:24 p.m., a severe storm capable of producing a tornado is located over Fruitvale, or 10 miles northeast of Canton, and this storm is generally moving off to the east at about 35 miles an hour. So those of you in Grand Saline, go ahead and take your tornado safety precautions. That's going to be lowest floor, center room, away from windows. Put as many walls between you and the outside as possible. Those of you southwest of Alba, I'd go ahead and do the same thing, to be honest with you. We're kind of back in that radar hole where we have no radars that get a good look in the lowest several thousand feet. So that, unfortunately, can create some problems. Since, you know, when we can see within the lowest several thousand feet, we're seeing what's going on closer to the ground, which gives us a better idea if we have a tornado or not. In this case, we're in the blue-purple haze of doom, and even then, we're looking at about, what? About 8,500 feet above the surface. So, again, possible tornado near Grand Saline. Be in shelter. Possible circulation with a possible tornado now approaching 7 points, and that'll be moving towards Gun Barrel City. That's tightened up a little bit. You could see pretty good rear flank, what we call rear flank downdraft. If there's not a tornado, there could be 70 mile an hour winds coming on the backside of that thunderstorm, swinging back down, and that alone will produce some wind damage near 7 points over the next several minutes. All right, real quick, I should probably put another tweet out saying, hey, we're live. I know we haven't been tweeting for hours, but it's kind of hard to tweet when you're doing live severe weather coverage. So, hey, guess what? You can watch us. Cool. All right. I just need to go on Twitter real quick and pin that. And again, we also have live storm chasing video on YouTube, the Texas Storm Chasers YouTube, and you can watch that pretty easily. So again, we have 2 tornado warnings right now for circulations capable of producing tornadoes. We've got 1 possible tornado on highway, and actually might be far in the market, Highway 85 coming up on 7 Points in Gun Barrel City. We have a severe thunderstorm. Oh, the dogs are flipping out. Someone must be home. Near Grand Saline. And that could be dogs. You're going to rip the screen door down. Don't do that. Dogs! They're happy to see you. Congrats. Have fun? Oh, congrats. I've been live for 4 hours, and I'm probably going to be live for another 6. Same. It's okay. I stole your throat spray momentarily. All right. So, again, possible circulation near Grand Saline. Starting to see a bit of a circulation near Golden Alba, too. Just 1 second. I'm going to close that door so she can watch TV and do whatever she wants without me interrupting her. For what it's worth, that's Steven's wife. No, I did not almost just slide the desk into a window. All right, got that taken care of. The dogs are off terrorizing someone else. Let us resume. All right, so again, we have 2 tornado warnings. Ooh, what is this? What is this? A little spin southwest of Bardwell on the leading edge of the squall line. That's cute. Yeah, I had to shut the door, sorry. On the bright side, I can do that. Okay, so 2 tornado warnings right now. 1 near 7 Points, and Gun Barrel City. Moving east at about, probably 30, 35 miles an hour. Those of you in Gun Barrel City, the lake, Tool, Payne Springs, up to Maybank, 7 Points. Should be in a safe place, lowest floor. Center room, away from windows. Put as many walls between you and the outside as possible. Our second tornado warning is going to be for a severe storm near Grand Saline that had briefly a strong circulation show up. Honestly, not as much anymore. See multiple mesocyclones aloft at this point. Switch radar sites. And here, let me show you what problem we're having here. And it is that we're looking at about 8,500, 9,000 feet above the ground. Look, that doesn't tell you what's going on at the ground. It just says, hey, the thunderstorm's rotating aloft. Not much else, but you have to do the best you can do, and that means if there's strong rotation, you issue the warning. We don't know if it's making it down to the ground, but hey, you know what? You gotta do what you gotta do. So that's why we had the tornado warning around Grand Saline. Grand Saline, give it another 10 minutes and you'll be clear. This is moving into areas closer to Yantis, Quitman, Mineola over the next 30 minutes, and the Weather Service in Shreveport, a different Weather Service office than the one who issued the tornado warning in Fort Worth, is going with a severe thunderstorm warning for now for Smith and Wood counties in East Texas for the severe storm near Grand Saline, 50 miles east of Wills Point, and they have it moving east at 55 miles an hour. Spin-up tornado possible, but 60-mile-an-hour winds, quarter-size hail. And again, notice how this is starting to bow out a little bit as it approaches Mineola. That could help enhance the threat for some strong westerly outflow winds over 60 miles an hour. So we'll zoom back out. We'll clear the telestration. We'll take a look at our super-duper awesome blossom. Hey, I can make up cool words too, weather radar. And again, just wanted to see what it looked like from Shreveport. We'll take a look from the radar in Fort Worth, and yeah, we have a bit of a circulation crossing over Highway 274 near 7 points. It'll be moving over the lake and then towards Enchanted Oaks and Gun Barrel City. We have no reports at this point of anything going on near the ground. You can see Jason and Alex are driving through heavy rain, plenty of cloud to ground lightning, and they are currently located with the benefit of Life 360. They are coming up on 7 points from the west. They're actually trying to get east still. They may not be able to catch this thing, to be honest with you. They may be too far behind it already because they're still back over west 7 points. But like I said, it's not easy to get east in this area quickly, especially with the lake in the way. So, let's see. I'm back west. Again, a line of storms from Terrell, Kaufman, Loser down Highway 34 to Ennis and Garrett, Bardwell, southwest towards Italia, Milford, Carl's Corner, to Itasca. And again, some of these storms, it looks like they're mostly behind the cool front or an area of outflow out ahead of them, which greatly reduces the threat for tornadoes. Could still have some strong winds, maybe some quarter-size hail. And yes, we do our best to cover everything in Texas. Some days I wish I had moved to Delaware and done a Delaware Storm Chasers Weather Channel, but... Alright, this storm, Nelmillum, is definitely now starting to get itself together in the rotation department a bit and hail department, but this storm is also about to be out of the state of Texas. It's about to move into Louisiana, where I'd say it probably has a pretty good chance of going tornadic in the next hour based on the current way it looks and what the atmospheric conditions are out east. Please just wait till it's out of Texas, please. Pretty please, 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 please. All right, so Louisiana probably has its own folks, but a couple folks you can follow out here: Weather Service in Shreveport, Weather Service in Lake Charles, local media stations. We tend to focus on Texas just because, well, Texas storm chasers. Lindale, you're going to have severe weather, well, honestly, in the next hour. This storm near Grand Saline. Yeah, it's kind of late over there. You might want to go to bed. So again, storm near Gun Barrel City could have some quarter-size hail, winds of 60 miles an hour, and cannot rule out a tornado. Rotation, it has a broad mesocyclone, but the rotation itself isn't as organized as it was in terms of, hey, I'm spinning, but we're also getting a little further away from the radar. I'm hoping I can pull this mic closer to my head and it will still pick me up clearly. Ask Steven. Alright. So what is going on up here? So, my guess is, given the supercellular structure of this, it's out by itself. It still clearly has a pretty good mesocyclone. Red's moving away from the radar in Fort Worth. Green's moving towards. We're probably going to put a new tornado warning out for this as it moves towards southern Van Zandt and northern Henderson County. But otherwise, let's go back south. We note we have some hailers. We've got a severe storm moving up towards Copper's Cove and Killeen, Fort Hood. This is moving northeast. This could have quarter-size hail. Maybe ping-pong ball-size hail is what the Weather Service is saying there in that warning. So those of you in Copper's Cove and Fort Hood, Killeen, Copper's Cove the next 5 to 10 minutes, so by 7:50. Killeen about 8 to 8:05. Fort Hood about 8:05. Y'all had golf balls earlier. You're about to get another round of ping-pong balls. But hey, at least you can connect the ping-pong ball. How about this? Collect the ping-pong balls and play ping-pong for a while after the hail stops falling. So again, this storm near Rogers moving to the east at about 20 to 30 miles an hour, maybe some quarter-size hail as it moves towards Rogers, Buckholz, Cameron, and Rosebud. It's mostly steady state, not overly impressive, and we're starting to see a line of storms fire up on the lean edge of the cold front from near Burnett, west of Marble Falls, west of Highway 281 on 71, west of Round Mound, almost to near Fredericksburg. And then those storms are going to generally continue building and moving southeast. So if that does fire up, that'll increase the chance we see some storms along the I-35 corridor here in the next couple hours as Crashy the cold front moves southeast. Well, slap me silly and call me Uncle Bob. We have a new tornado warning for, looks like they kept Van Zandt County out of it. This is going to be for northern Henderson County until 8:30 p.m. This tornado warning will include the city of Athens. A possible tornado was located near Enchanted Oaks or near Gun Barrel City, moving to east at 35 miles an hour. This storm, in addition to producing a possible tornado, could also have ping-pong ball-size hail. This is going to be near Malakoff, Eustis, Caney City, Purtis Creek State Park around 7:50 p.m., Forest Grove Reservoir around 7:55 p.m., Athens around 8:10 p.m. Murchison, New York, Log Cabin, Crescent Heights, and Pain Springs are also included in this tornado warning. And yes, if I mispronounce something, it's not intentional, but it's going to happen because I'm Dave. All right, let's work on this real quick. So again, that's a tornado warning until 8:30 p.m. It includes Log Cabin, Eustis, the city of Athens, Murchison, and almost out to New York, which is west of Moore Station on this map. And again, so that means y'all need to take your tornado safety precautions. Lowest floor, center room, away from windows, put as many walls between you and the outside as possible. No manufactured homes, you're better off being outside, but we'd encourage you to go ahead and move to a gas station, a restaurant, a hotel, or a friend's house. And again, that's for circulation near Gun Barrel City at this time. All right, let's take a look back at the tornado warning near Grand Saline. Honestly, there's nothing that screams super duper scary right now. These storms are, we're looking 9,000 feet above the ground. So again, we're not going to get a great look at this unless something really bad's going on, most likely. Don't know if they'll extend the tornado warning, but no doubt these storms are capable of producing winds 50, 60 miles an hour in spots, and some quarter-size hail. You can see a patch of wind approaching Quitman and Mineola on Highway 37. It's raining in Mineola, Quitman, Alba, Grand Saline right now. And again, severe thunderstorm warning through 8 p.m. for Smith and Wood counties as those storms move east. I'd say it looks a bit less organized than it did earlier. Taking a look at these storms now east of Hemphill and the far eastern portions of the Piney Woods, you can see this thing trying to do scary things just before it moves into Louisiana, but that's going to be out of the state of Texas here soon. Northeast of Hemphill, southeast of Millam, moving towards Negrete, Louisiana, Florin, Louisiana, Louisiana Highway. I don't want to tell me, whatever. Moving towards Florin, Fisher, and Many, Louisiana. And again, that is for this thunderstorm that could have golf ball size hail and a pretty scary looking appendage right there and a bit of low level rotation. So that may go tornado warned soon, but hopefully it'll also be out of the state of Texas soon. All right, let's talk about it. DFW Metroplex, Denton, McKinney. Let's do counties. Tarrant, Dallas, Collin, Denton, Hunt, Johnson. You're done. No more severe storms tonight. It's going to get cold. There's about to be a strong northwest wind. It's going to rain some tomorrow morning, but no more severe storms. Same thing goes if you're in Greenville up to Paris, you're done. If you're west of, let's say Lampasas, you're done. Llano, you're done. Mason and Junction, you're done. It's about to get cold. It's going to rain tonight. In terms of the watches and warnings we have right now, let's just go ahead and take a look at the watches and warnings. Tornado watch. Northeast Texas. Holy guacamole. No. Absolutely not. We're not doing that many. Okay, that's a little better. This yellow box of life is actually a yellow box of a tornado watch, meaning keep an eye out over the next several hours. Through 1 a.m. That includes Northeast Texas, East Texas, the Brazos Valley, parts of Central Texas, roughly Round Rock to College Station to Dibble to Tenaha up to Texarkana, west to where the line of storms are now. Once the line of storms located from almost New Boston or Clarksville down to east of Greenville to Ennis to Killeen, southeast of Llano moves east of your location, you're done with severe weather. But everyone else, Northeast Texas, East Texas, the Brazos Valley, we're going to be dealing with storms for several more hours yet. So that tornado watch goes until 1 a.m. The watch for the Metroplex will be cleared out here shortly. They're done. You can see Jason has found damage. Let me see where Jason's located. Jason is on Highway 274, just southwest of 175, it looks like, and Kemp. Real question is, was that caused by a severe storm or was that caused by a vehicle accident? Traffic accident? All right. Okay, so that wasn't weather specific, that was A vehicle hit the power pole and knocked it down. All right, so let's go ahead. We're going to turn everything off. We're going to take a look at the high-res rapid refresh model, which will give us an idea on the timeline for the remainder of this evening into overnight. And again, the first thing we want to do is take a look at what the model shows at 8 p.m. because that will give us an idea if the model's handling current trends well. Now that's... okay, that's not right. Okay, so this is 8 p.m. This is what the model has. It's a little slow, but overall it's not doing too bad, honestly. So we can probably use that mostly for timing purposes. This is 8 o'clock. Let's just fast forward to 10 o'clock. Here's 10 o'clock. You can see Texarkana to Longview to Jacksonville, down Highway 79 to Palestine to Buffalo to Marquez to Rockdale, essentially to Round Rock, is where the leading edge of the cold front is, and the potential for some of those to be severe. Damaging winds, maybe some quarter to ping pong ball size hail, and can't rule out a spin-up tornado. This model also has a few stronger storms in the Piney Woods of East Texas we're going to have to keep an eye out on. All right, here's midnight. You can see storms. At this point, center, Lufkin, could still be strong to severe with damaging winds, hail, maybe a tornado. And then a little weaker as they head southwest into the Brazos Valley, Huntsville to Blenheim to LaGrange to New Braunfels. Yeah, I'm doing a weird accent thing, I know. But you notice here the leading edge of the cool front, but then the storms are behind that. So what we may have is the cold front actually moving faster than the storms, undercutting them, resulting in mostly just some hail possible and heavy rain and cloud-to-ground lightning. An overall lower severe weather threat. As we head to 2 a.m. Friday, you can see Jasper, Houston, Victoria, to Cotulla, to Eagle Pass, with most of the storms behind the cold front, which again would reduce the threat for damaging winds and tornadoes, still some threat for hail, heavy rain, cloud-to-ground lightning, and a bunch of rain back in North Texas, the Concho Valley, the Big Country, into the Northern Edwards Plateau and Southwest Texas. Again, that's where temperatures are going to be in the 30s and 40s. Here's 4 a.m. Starting to see some higher elevations around Alpine to Marfa change over to snow in Southwest Texas. Still scattered showers and storms, maybe some with some hail across South Texas. By hail, let me clarify, quarter to ping pong at the most. We're not going to be doing baseballs at 4 in the morning. I hope not. And then some storms back in the Brazos Valley, well behind the cold front, and then into Southeast Texas. And then by 6 a.m., the front's moving off the upper and middle Texas coast, making its way into South Texas and the Rio Grande Valley very quickly. Much cooler air behind it. You can see we still got plenty of showers and storms all going well north of the cold front, maybe some small hail. And then snow, Alpine, Marfa, maybe over to Van Horn on Interstate 10 tomorrow morning. Let's just fast forward to noon because it makes me happy. Here's noon on Friday. Snow showers in portions of far west Texas. This would be about 11 a.m. Mountain Time. Alpine, Marfa, Van Horn on I-10. Rain in the lower elevations around Fort Stockton. Still some rain in the Rio Grande Valley, Southeast Texas. Nothing severe at this point. And that concludes our trip down Weather Model Lane. Let's get back to the real-time super duper. Hi, I'm David. Weather Radar. All right, we're going to press city labels. All right, Kaufman County, let's talk about it. Storm over Kaufman County. Heavy rain, gusty winds, maybe some small hail. Honestly, not looking all that bad. It'll be out of there within 30 minutes. Then you're done with severe weather. One tornado warning now, really. The storm near Mineola severe warned, the tornado thing near Grand Saline's done. If you're in Grand Saline, you can come out. That warning's about as valid as my hairline at this point. There's no circulation on radar there. The storm's east of y'all. We'll make sure of that, though. Maybe yeah, it's out near Mineola now. Y'all and Grand Saline are fine to come out. The tornado warning for portions of northern Henderson County continues until 8:30. Possible tornado located between Log Cabin and Eustis, moving east. This is probably going to skirt the northern sides of Athens, maybe staying north of the city mostly, but it's going to be close. And technically, the city of Athens is in the tornado warning. Well, looks like Alex and Jason are calling their chase, getting some gas. And probably soda. Boy, I could use an energy drink right about now. I might go make one in a minute. But again, potential for a tornado, maybe some quarter-size hail with this thunderstorm near Eustis as it moves east at about 40 to 45 miles an hour. Still a circulation near Log Cabin. What? And then as we head back into central Texas, we've got a storm capable of producing maybe quarter-size hail, southeast sides of Copper's Cove, coming into Killeen and eventually Fort Hood. Looks much less intense than the thunderstorm that brought golf balls earlier. Further east, the storm near Rogers to Buckholz to Rosebud starting to take on a little bit of a shape. That's interesting, but no defined low-level rotation whatsoever. This storm could still have some quarter to ping-pong ball size hail. No worry, Violet. I think what we're going to have to do is put out a mod request, which we can do at about the same time as we set up Discord, but we'll probably put something out on the community pages that says, hey, you want to be a mod? Shoot us an email. But not tonight. Oh. Canton, you're clear in terms of severe weather. You've got a line of storms to your west with some strong winds, etc. Those of you, someone asked earlier, they were saying they were driving from Longview to Dallas. If you don't mind driving through maybe some small hail, heavy rain, gusty winds, you can go ahead now. Again, our main issue, besides that storm down there, is going to be the tornado warning northwest of Athens. And here, when Jason and Alex are done enjoying their little gas station stop, we'll let Tool, Gun Barrel City, you're clear to come out. Maybank, Gun Barrel City, Tool, you're good to come out. Log Cabin, Eustis, stay in shelter another 10 minutes. If you are in Athens north, you need to be in shelter lowest floor, center room, away from windows. Put as many walls between you and the outside as possible. Good news is, if we're not talking about your storm, that's a good thing. Brownsboro, if this continues, y'all are going to have a problem in about 30 minutes, about 8:25 to 8:30. And I will set this up at some point to have a severe thunderstorm warning backdrop. Oh, good gravy. All right, let's press some buttons here. There we go. If you want to be one, you can be. I have to look into it first. I'm old. I haven't honestly really looked that much into it. Don't you love how I address people in the chat without saying their name, but they probably know who I'm talking to anyway? All right. Quarter-size hail reported in Scurry in Kaufman County via amateur radio. Athens, you need to be in a safe place. You're under a tornado warning. That means you go to your interior room, lowest floor, put as many walls between you and the outside as possible. I think the highest probability is for this to stay near or just north of the city of Athens, but those of you in Athens need to be in a safe place. For those of you wondering what's going on in your neck of the woods, free interactive weather radar on the Texas Storm Chasers website, texasstormchasers.com/radar. I'm a little tired right now. I'm going to let Jason take over here once he's ready for a few minutes, and then I am going to go find myself one of those protein energy shakes. Honestly, I just have a lot of lights pointing at me, monitors galore, and sometimes you just need a 10-minute break to close your eyes and be like, darkness. But looks like the Weather Service. Okay, so there's an update to the tornado warning. A tornado warning continues until 8:30 p.m. for northeastern Henderson County. At 7:59 p.m., a severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado was located near Eustis, or 8 miles northwest of Athens, moving east at 30 miles an hour. This thunderstorm is capable of producing a tornado, ping-pong ball-sized hail, and damaging straight-line winds over 70 miles an hour. Wow, I brought out South Carolina there for a second. This dangerous storm will be near Athens at about 8:15 p.m. This tornado warning also includes Log Cabin, New York, and Murchison. Mr. Taco, you're asking how many monitors I have that are currently on and I'm utilizing. I'm literally utilizing every one of them. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, and that is all on a single computer. Needless to say, I built the computer myself. Needless to say, it has multiple graphic cards, and needless to say, it is a... let's just say it took several days to build. Alright. Sad thing is, on the shelf behind me, which y'all probably can't see right now, there is one... for the 4 monitors behind me, that is Stephen Jones's gaming studio setup. He only has 4 monitors though, but he's got his gaming rig on the shelf there. Then we have his old gaming rig, which is running a lot of these streams for me, ingesting them and then making it easy so I can just switch and set them up on here. We've got a mini PC. We've actually got 3 mini PCs, but I've got one set up behind me on the shelf that is running one of the chase streams. Typically, if Adam Lucia was streaming, that'd be his stream machine. That would add all the graphics and such for our YouTube channel. And then we have a older gaming rig from about 2014 that runs multiple chase streams if need be. And then there's another computer that runs our radar stream, runs the radar program that runs on all the chaser streams. And then we also have a smaller, it's not a mini PC, it's one of those slim PCs. It's got an i7-8700 in it. It came originally just with basic garbage, really, and like 4 gigs of RAM. It's got like 32 in it now, and then that runs the warning scroll on this and every other stream we run. It's running a home NES setup. It runs... I'm a Fire buff too, so I actually have a unit in SDS200. I've got ProScan, and that runs my own little audio streaming server. And then we've got, again, that acting as a home NAS too, and there's probably 40 terabytes of hard drives on that back up to the cloud. And the sad thing is we don't even have fiber here, so we do have gigabit download speeds, but only 35 megabits per second upload, which isn't great. I wish we had fiber. Boy, if we had fiber, we'd have so many more streaming computers. Okay, I digress. Back to this. All right, so we've got a severe storm now exiting Mineola to the east. Could have some quarter-size hail, maybe 50 to 60 mile an hour winds. Honestly, it's a strong storm, but it's marginally severe. That storm's going to be making its way east at about 55 miles an hour. So what I'll do real quick is I'm going to go north to south, take a look at all these storms, put some storm tracks on them, and then hopefully we'll give everybody all the information they want. Yeah, I'm going to start singing too, probably. That's unfortunate. All right. First things first, honestly, I'm going to turn this light down a little. Y'all still see me? Y'all still see me fine. If not, I'm going to actually switch this slightly. There we go. Oh, that's better. That is a warm light. That is a lot easier on my eyes. Plus, now my head won't reflect as much. There we go. All right, so let's press some buttons and do a storm tracks. Okay, so they've got this moving east. They said about 50 miles an hour. I don't know if it's moving that fast, but I'm okay going faster rather than too slow. That means at least we won't be late. Okay, so they have this moving east at about 55. I'm going to do 50. So this has the storm in Gilmer. Oh, that seems too quick. But if it's moving at 55 to 50, this is what's going to happen. If it's moving at 30, it's going to be a little later. But about 8:20 for Gilmer. Hawkins about 8:10. Ore City about 8:35. North side of Longview about 8:35 to 8:40. Gladewater about 8:25. East Mountain about 8:30. Jefferson about 9 o'clock on Highway 59. Nesbitt about 8:55. Just north of Winona again about 8:15. That's assuming this storm's moving at 50 to 55 miles an hour. If it's slowing down, then obviously those are going to be too soon, and the storm will get there a bit later. Let's go back and deal with this. So this thunderstorm near Athens, what I'm going to do, I'm not sure which radar's closest, honestly. Couple notes. Little circulation right here just northeast of Corsicana. We're going to need to watch that carefully as it moves towards Powell. That might be a spin-up tornado. Athens. Looks like circulation's going to likely stay north of town by a couple miles. And the storm's moving east about 30 to 35 miles an hour. Would have it in Murchison on Highway 31 about 8:20 to 8:23. Brownsboro about 8:35. Chandler about 8:50. And if it were to continue, this would be approaching noonday at about 8:55 to 9 p.m. And perhaps the southwest side of the city of Tyler in Smith County at 9 to 9:05 p.m. Considering my throat is now very sore, I believe it is time to reintroduce the giant water bottle. All right. Oh, I didn't notice that was blocking my head. My apologies. Better? Better. Okay. Yeah, it's better. All right. Drugs and drugs and drugs and drugs and drugs. So again, if you're north of Athens, you're going to want to be in a safe place. Which is you, Berit. Apparently, if you're north of Athens, you're going to want to be in a safe place, like 5 minutes ago. All right. So again, I think it is looking more likely the circulation is going to stay north of the city of Athens. But those of you along Highway 175 slash in Athens, go ahead and be in shelter. If you're north of the city of Athens, if you're north of the 175 bypass, you need to definitely be in shelter. If you're in Murchison, you need to be in shelter. If you're in Brownsboro, you need to be in shelter. If you are in Chandler, well, Brownsboro, you're technically not in this tornado warning yet. We'll see if they extend it, but be ready to be in shelter. We don't have any clear-cut signs we have a tornado down. We're looking probably 8,000 feet above the ground here, so we do not have a great peek at this in terms of strong low-level rotation, but the storm has shown good mid-level rotation and could produce a tornado at any point. We had the same issue back on November 6th out in northeast Texas and here in Athens. The radar didn't have a good look at it, and then we didn't think there was a tornado, and then there ended up being a tornado. Fortunately for northeast Texas, Texoma, new radar is about to go online in Durant, Oklahoma, and it sounds like we're going to have access to that, which means if that's the case, folks in northeast Texas, up on the Red River, are about to owe a big kudos to the City of Durant emergency manager, because they got a grant for that. They didn't go through the Weather Service or anything. They bought their own radar, and it sounds like they're going to make it publicly accessible, which honestly would help save many lives in northeast Texas during days like November 6th, because the radar coverage was horrible. And obviously, we missed some things because of that. And that's not our fault. That's not anyone at the Weather Service's fault. That's just, I mean, there's only so much money to go around. And the radars that were installed back in the 80s aren't made anymore. So, life. Anyway, we're back to the 70s. I'm going to have to reset this program because it's being derpy. You can see it's just pouring rain there on our chaser cam. I believe they're on Highway 175. Thank you, Violet. Yeah, I've actually got some throat spray over here. My throat was just getting a bit dry. It's fine now. It's just, when it starts doing that, I switch back to the ASMR voice. You know, I start talking more quietly. And typically, if I have the microphone close enough, it will pick it up just fine. I mean, this is a Yeti Pro, so I can turn up the sensitivity, and you should still be able to hear me, even if I sound a little laspy. Oh, I broke that. It didn't even load the county lines. Rude. You can see I turned the light down a bit, because frankly, that was getting old. Could just start wearing sunglasses in here. Put on a hat. Imagine the thumbnails for YouTube. Oh, goodness. Oh, radar program is not being kind at the moment, apparently. I might have to go into Task Manager and smack it. Alrighty, tidy. Okay, looks like the radar's back. So what we're going to do is we're going to go from south to north now and take a gander at what we have going on. We do note some storms. Round Rock up to Marble Falls, up to Bertram to Florence. I think those are on the leading edge of the cold front. They're not severe right now. There might be some small hail around Marble Falls and Round Mountain. A lot of cloud-to-ground lightning, but those are not currently severe. To be severe, hail needs to be 1 inch in diameter or larger. That is quarter-size hail. A storm near Killeen, Fort Hood. Honestly, it's under a severe warning, but frankly, it doesn't look all that severe, at least from that radar. Yeah, no, this thing's weakened. It might have a little small section of quarter-size hail over the east sides of Fort Hood. The storm near Cameron. Meh. That's a good description for it. Meh. It looks like they're going to let the warning expire for that, so that's being steady state or weakening. Nothing going on in southeast Texas severe-wise right now. That storm we were watching around Hemphill and Millam is well into Louisiana. So that's not our problem anymore. It's not tornadic, fortunately. A severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado is north of the city of Athens on Highway 19, moving east at approximately 35 miles an hour, moving towards Murchison, Brownsboro, Chandler on Highway 31. And again, should this continue, it may be approaching the west side of Tyler at about 9 p.m. Thank you, Rob. I appreciate that. And typically I don't have a window up that is able to monitor the super chats, but since we were having issues with whiners earlier, I have come in to supervise. I do have a chat up that allows me to look at all the messages from both YouTube channels, the Facebag, the Twitch, etc. So thank you for all your reports, by the way. If you're watching us on Facebook, Facebook is the devil because it keeps limiting our reach. I'm pretty sure I'm going to get a note from them now being like, oh, you can't call Facebook the devil. But again, if you're seeing us on Facebook, you really should be subscribed to us on YouTube or hit us up on our website. All our videos get posted there. Our chase videos, our live streams get posted there. We don't post our live storm chase videos to Facebook anymore because Facebook kept saying the sound of thunder or the sound of wind was copyrighted to someone in India. So, okay, fine. We're going to stop posting all our stuff to Facebook. So we don't anymore. We only post select things, and most of that doesn't even get seen anymore. So if you want to actually keep getting our information from us, you're going to have to follow us on YouTube or on our Twitch channel or on our website. Just search for Texas Storm Chasers, and there you go. So again, Highway 31, yeah, it's going to be east of Highway 19, around north of Athens, shortly moving on 31, kind of paralleling it towards Murchison, Brownsboro, Chandler. We'll have to see if they extend this tornado warning. They just updated it, and this tornado warning is going to continue until 8:30 p.m. Is she headbutting the door? Is she headbutting the door? What? The demon baby dags are being demon babies, apparently. Dog who hardly growls is growling. Probably because I locked her out of her office bed. Okay, so again, tornado warning continues for northeastern Henderson County until 7:40 p.m. Or excuse me, 8:30 p.m. At 8:14 p.m., a severe storm capable of producing a tornado was located 8 miles northeast of Athens, moving east at 40 miles an hour. Potential for ping pong ball size hail, tornado, strong straight line winds. If you're in the city of Athens, inside that bypass loop, south of Athens, southwest of Athens, west of Athens, northwest of Athens, you could come out. This is not going to directly impact the core city of Athens. If you are northeast of Athens, up towards Murchison, you need to be in a safe place. This thunderstorm is moving east at about 40 miles an hour. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to draw a manual storm track. At about, I'm going to make it a little larger than that. I don't like that either. Problem with being so far away from the radar beam is it also makes it harder to draw a line for distinct There we go. No, let's do it this way. There we go. So they say it's moving east at 40, so that would have this in Brownsboro at about 8:25 to 8:30. It sped up a bit. It was moving about 35 earlier. Near Chandler at 8:40 p.m. The west sides of Tyler now closer to 8:50 instead of 9. Tyler itself 8:55. So again, this is sped up a bit. But it remains uncertain if they're going to extend the tornado warning or not. Regardless, this thunderstorm does remain severe, capable of producing quarter to ping pong ball size hail, a possible tornado, and damaging straight line winds. Switch back over to the which way the wind's blowing mode. And yeah, you can see, even though we're looking way up in the atmosphere, we're looking probably 9,000 feet above the ground. I'll tell you here in a second. I'm going to load it up. And again, about 8,500 feet. So again, we're not seeing what's going on in the low levels, but, you know, the storm, how hard it's raining wise, I mean, it's a supercell. You can see a little inflow notch here. This is a high precipitation supercell. And this storm's moving off to the east at about 40 miles an hour. So again, Brownsboro, about 8:30. Chandler, about 8:40. The west side of Tyler, 8:50. Tyler itself, 8:55. Since it's moving closer to 40 miles an hour now. So we head farther south, and this is our only tornado warning at this time. We'll switch back over to the how hard it's raining mode. Look northeast. A storm approaching Gilmer to Hawkins could have some dime to nickel size hail, maybe 55 mile an hour wind gust. That storm complex is moving east at about 55 miles an hour. Could knock some trees down. Storm back over Gun Barrel City. Could have some heavy rain, small hail. Maybank, Gun Barrel City. Maybe some quarter-size hail northwest of Currens, just west of Toole. And then this thing near Currens itself is trying to spin up a little what we call QLCS tornado, one of these little circulations on the leading edge of a squall line. And then this line of storms extends back southwest from Corsicana to now southeast of Highway 31, coming up towards Coolidge. And again, these storms, mostly sub-severe, brief heavy rain, gusty winds, a little small hail. So we head south into central Texas in the northern Brazos Valley. You can see north of Cameron, we've got a thunderstorm capable of producing maybe nickel-size hail. Gusty winds. Heavy rain. Same thing goes. Florence to northeast of Round Mountain. Maybe some small hail northeast of Round Mountain. That storm near Killeen and Fort Hood has all but dissolved. We have a new tornado warning for northeastern Henderson County. Portions of southeastern Van Zandt County until 9 p.m. At 8:21 p.m., a possible tornado was located near Murchison, just west of Brownsboro, moving east at 40 miles per hour. The city of Athens, you are now clear. If you are in the city of Athens, you may resume your normal lives. No more tornado. This possible tornado is located on Highway 31, maybe just north, moving east towards Brownsboro, Edom, and Chandler. Should this storm continue, it may pose a direct threat to the city of Tyler by 8:50 to 8:55 p.m. Now, very quickly, we're going to do a storm track on this storm. Again, this is the only tornado warning in the state of Texas. Remember, we focus on the most life-threatening, impactful storms. I realize there are other severe storms out there, but understand, this is a state with 254 counties, and I am just one measly Baldy-in-Chief. We have to triage, and that means we're going to focus on the most life-threatening storms. If we're not talking about a storm near you, and it has a severe thunderstorm warning, quarter to ping pong ball size hail, winds of 60 to 70 miles an hour. We also have plenty of storms that are not severe, that have some gusty winds, some small hail, a lot of cloud to ground lightning. We have a free interactive weather radar on our website, texasstormchasers.com/radar, that I pay a pretty penny for each month so folks can go look and see what's going on near them. I encourage you to use it. We have a mobile app on the Apple's App Store you can go download. It has the radar built in. Within the next month or so, we're going to have a new radar or a new mobile app that'll be on Google Play and Apple app that not only will have a new and improved interactive weather radar, it'll be a full-fledged weather app. You'll be able to connect your GPS. It'll pinpoint where you are in relation to a community, and it'll give you every nitpicking forecast you want. It'll tell you how warm and how cold it's going to be for the next 7 days. It'll tell you what the weather's going to be. It'll tell you if it's going to rain in the next 120 minutes. You'll be able to see severe weather outlooks. You'll be able to watch our live severe weather coverage. It's an actual, full-fledged, heavy-duty weather app, and I think everyone is going to like it. It's going to remain a free app at that. So again, 1 tornado warning, northeastern Henderson County. Southeastern Van Zandt County. Boy, someone just got really mad I called it an Apple app and not iOS. Well, I'm very sorry to upset you. I'm really not. I'm tired. It is on the iPad, iPhone. Happy birthday. How do we do this for free? Well, on our website and our mobile app, we have a little bit of advertisement. We don't go overboard with the advertisements because it makes me mad when people do that to me. These videos you're watching have little ads on them as well. Not too many because it would make me mad. And then, of course, many of you are kind enough to send us super chats, Facebook stars, stickers, etc. And why do we do it for free? Frankly, because this is what I like to do. We like helping people. So that's why we do it. And you don't see us out there, posting videos of us doing it either. Typically, like volunteering, anything like that. It's because we like to do it. It's not because we want to be famous or anything like that. Trust me, I have tried to get out of this so many times, and yet I keep getting pulled back in. So again, we do have a single tornado warning. And this will be approaching Brownsboro in the next several minutes. You can see, even though we're looking about 8,500 feet above the ground, we do have an appendage here, a little hook echo. It's going to be your rear flank downdraft. That's winds coming down on the back side of the thunderstorm at times over 70 miles an hour. Bruce, that's probably going to happen, but if we do something like that, well, let me clarify. We have a Patreon. I'm very bad at maintaining the Patreon. I feel bad. But we are probably at some point in the future going to have a YouTube subscription membership thing. But before we do anything like that, we want to make sure we are able to provide a valuable service. And we'll probably have a donation page up on the website at some point. People ask us, you have a PayPal, stuff like that. Yeah, we do have a PayPal. It's PayPal@TexasStormChasers.com. But, again, I do this because I like to do it. And I'm under the mindset, God will provide. And God does provide. So again, there's your hook echo. And because I was blabbing too much, we have an update. So again, this is your rear flank downdraft here. This is going to be your winds coming on the back side of that circulation. Could be over 60 miles an hour. It's your warm, unstable inflow coming on in, being ingested in by stormy. Looking at the which way the wind's blowing mode. And again, we don't have a super strong, clear-cut gate-to-gate circulation, but reds are going to be winds moving away from the radar about 40, 50, winds moving towards probably 30, 40. Well, that was horrible. And again, we're looking at about 9,000 feet above the ground. We don't have a close-by radar site here, so we're having to kind of guesstimate and then assume what's going on at 9,000 feet above the ground might be occurring at the ground level. Usually it's not, but you got to be careful. The Gun Barrel City situation, it's raining, there's no more tornado warnings, you're done. I mean, last of the severe storms are exiting your region. The only tornado warning we have here is... That's awesome, Sarah. Thank you. Yeah, we haven't had an e-commerce store up for a while. I need to work on that again. But again, we want to offer high-quality products, so... we'll probably have what we call the belt buckle logo, which is that probably what you're wearing. And then we have a newish logo, which is the logo. Let me see, is it on the stream? Yeah, it's that logo we have on that lower third. The Texas outline, Jenny Brown's lightning photo, our Toyster logo, and then the font next to it. We're working on that. That'll probably be a product offering at some point because, I mean, you gotta love Texas. So again, this storm is moving east at 30 to 40 miles per hour. Now, let's pop back out, since we have some folks that have joined and we haven't talked about what we're expecting over the next while. Let's pull up the high-resolution rapid refresh model. And what I'm going to do is I have to press some buttons here. We're going to go back to a state view. And before we do anything, I'm going to pull up said model data. It should already be in, but it's not, but that's okay. We'll just use the same one. So what I'm going to pull up here, this is going to be the model data at 9 p.m. Now, I want you to understand, models are not perfect. What I'm looking at here is just to see how well it's handling this situation. It's 8:30 now, so half hour, but this is what radar looks like in about 30 minutes. It honestly probably is doing a decent job. It has a line of storms, even though at this point we have more of a broken line of storms from, let's just say Texarkana, Mount Pleasant, Mineola, Athens, Mahia, all the way down to Temple. In real life, storms... roughly about that, yeah. At 11 p.m., storms have moved south of Interstate 20 with the severe weather threat concluded in northeast Texas and north Texas. Line of storms extending from near Shreveport, Louisiana to Carthage, to Crockett, to Madisonville, to Bryan, to Austin. Notice how these storms are kind of behind this cold front. Once you get west of I-45, that means we're probably going to see these storms west of I-45 be weaker, but some of these storms could still have some pocket change size hail. These storms east of I-45 that have not been outrun by the cold front may still have a damaging wind, maybe a few tornadoes. Let's fast forward to 1 a.m. You can see the line of storms moving south very quickly, approaching Jasper, to Woodville, to Cleveland, to Spring, Sealy, Yoakum, Floresville, to Pleasanton, to Pearsall, to Crystal City, and Eagle Pass. You note some of these storms west of Livingston, generally behind the cold front, meaning mostly a hail threat. Here in the Golden Triangle, still right on the leading edge of the cold front, meaning they could still have some damaging winds, maybe threat for a brief tornado. I do think the threat for severe weather will decrease the farther southeast these storms get, but again, some hail, some damaging winds, perhaps maybe a brief tornado. And you'll note, here's 3 a.m. Line of storms, Beaumont, Galveston could still have some gusty winds, some pocket change size hail, and heavy rain. You'll also note we have thunderstorms continuing behind the cold front. Some of these storms, especially in South Texas, could be hailers, but behind the cold front, we're going to have the chance for rain and storms into Friday. Some of those may have small hail, but mostly rain as temperatures fall into the 40s and 50s, 30s across the big country in North Texas. Here is 5 a.m. It's raining. It is not going to be a fun commute tomorrow morning in Beaumont, in Houston, in San Antonio, in Victoria, in Austin, in DFW, in Brownwood over to Brady, San Angelo. If I turn on the precip mode, you'll see the higher elevations, Alpine, Marfa, Highway 90 from Alpine, Marfa, Van Horn, Placidio. It's snowing. Yes, snow in southwest Texas as Crashy the cold front arrives. Now, let's go south. And here it's 5 a.m. You can see we might still have a few storms with some hail around Laredo. At this point, I'm not expecting tornadoes, damaging winds. Now, the cold front itself, it's going to be windy overnight with northwest winds after the cold front. Understand that. It's one of those cold fronts with those nasty northwest winds. Wow! And then here is 7 a.m. It is pouring rain in Beaumont and getting colder. Pouring rain in Houston, getting colder. It is pouring rain in Victoria, getting colder. It is pouring rain in Corpus Christi, getting colder. It's raining in Waco, Austin, San Antonio, already cold. Here is 9 a.m. It's still raining in Beaumont, still raining in Houston, still raining in Victoria, still raining in Galveston, still raining in Corpus Christi. If, by the way, for what it's worth, if you had plans to visit the beach this weekend, I'm afraid it's not going to be all that warm unless you like 50s and lower 60s and offshore winds. And then back in southwest Texas, it's still snowing around Alpine and Marfa, Highway 90 in the higher terrain there. Even some snow possible on I-10 between Van Horn, east of El Paso and the borderland. That would be 8 a.m. Mountain Time. Here is 11 a.m. And again, it's raining, it's raining, it's raining, it's pouring. The severe weather threat is over, but it's raining, pouring, and snow, and snow. And more snow for southwest Texas, up in the higher terrain, even on I-10. Hopefully we don't have any issues on I-10 from west of the 2010 split all the way to east of El Paso. But again, some winter weather possible out there tomorrow. And then we're going to see more rain Friday night into Saturday morning as another upper-level storm system arrives. But again, it's going to be cold across the state. Highs 40s, 50s tomorrow. Lows going to see freeze by Saturday morning, northwestern half of Texas. Still cold south of there. All right, that's the timeline. Happy birthday. We'll try to do that again in like 30 minutes. Let's get back to the problems at hand, and that is the spinny doom department. All right, we've got a line of apparently nothing. There we go. Thank you. We got a severe storm. Good news about that is the rotation looks much weaker around Brownsboro now. This fancy mute button, so if I burp, you don't have to hear it. The thunderstorm near Brownsboro on Highway 31 may be becoming absorbed by the line of storms. Crashy the cold front may be catching up with it, which would drastically reduce the threat of a tornado, which would be nice. But again, these storms, all of them really, could have some gusty winds, 50, 60 miles an hour, maybe some nickel, quarter-size hail, maybe a bit larger in spots, especially with this storm southeast of Kearns coming up on Crossroads near Trinidad. And again, we're just going to have to watch for some of these to produce gusty winds, maybe some pocket change size hail, and can't rule out spin up tornadoes. Now that these storms are becoming more of a cluster or a line, that'll help reduce the threat for the bigger hail, golf balls, baseballs. Increase the threat for some stronger winds, 50, 60, 65 miles an hour. I missed the mute button. Oh, apologies, people. I've been doing this for 6 hours. It'll get added to a gag reel later. What time was that? 8:37 about. Okay, so 5:17 in. Oh, hey, you know what? You talk as much as I have, and you're bound to, uh, oh, burp from time to time. Okay, so again, now that we're transitioning to line of storms, we're going to start having more in the way of localized strong winds, 50 to 60 miles an hour. We're going to have less of a big hail issue, although we'll still have pocket change size hail, maybe a few spin-ups on the leading edge of the squall line, and oh, hello, apparently we've escalated down here again. The storm north of Cameron has decided to become a supercell again. So yeah, that thing's just a supercell again. We got a storm just west of Gerald trying to become a bit of a hailer. Well, let's deal with these first. All right, we've got a severe thunderstorm located about... That's all on the chats I need them to be on. Oh, where? Whatever. Okay, so we've got a severe thunderstorm warning for a severe storm near Cameron. Could have quarter-size hail. Storm's moving at a brisk 20 miles an hour to the east, almost southeast. This warning includes Calvert, Hearn, Milano on Highway 79, 190 from Cameron to Milano, northeast of Rockdale. And again, this storm generally east-southeast about 20 miles an hour. Could have quarter-size hail, localized winds over 60 miles an hour, heavy rain, not a tornado threat. At the moment, we got a storm going up just east of Florence, moving towards Gerald. They'll be crossing I-35 near Gerald. Could have some nickel-sized hail, maybe quarters if it gets more rambunctious. And this storm, again, moving east at about 25 miles per hour. So if that continues, that'll be near Gerald on I-35 at about a couple minutes before 9. Then on Highway 95 around Bartlett, about 9:25 p.m. We've got a severe storm in Travis County. It's going to be for the potential of quarter-size hail, winds of 60 miles an hour, approaching Lago Vista, Briarcliff, Highway 71. That will be generally making its way towards Lago Vista, Lakeway, west sides, northwest sides of Austin, north of Bee Cave, more towards Round Rock, Cedar Park, and Pflugerville versus downtown Austin and areas to the south. And again, this storm's going to be moving east. They have it at 45, so we'll do a storm track on that real quick. And then we're going to take a very, very, very small break from the talking. The stream's not going away, but I'm going to be visiting the little boy's room, and there is no one else available to temporarily talk for me, so we'll just switch to the chat room and let y'all talk for me. Okay, so Cedar Park, about 8:44, Lakeway, about 8:45, maybe a few minutes later, Pflugerville, coming up to about 8:55 to 8:57, Round Rock, about 8:50, and Georgetown, about 8:49, Manor, about 9:05 to 9:10, Elgin, about 9:20, Taylor, about 9:10 p.m. All right, so what we're going to do real quick is the stream is not going anywhere, but I'm going to switch to a chat room view for a minute, and that is going to allow me to visit the little boy's room, because contrary to popular belief, I have yet to install an actual urinal in this room, and I don't think we need a urinal in the office. That just doesn't sound like a good idea, so press some buttons here. I suspect I will be gone for like 5 minutes. Again, the stream's not going anywhere, but you're just not going to hear me for a couple of minutes. And then we shall return and continue our live severe weather coverage on the 16th of March, 2023. All right, we are back. Apparently my camera's not, but I am. Hello. It is now 8:47 p.m. on the 16th of March, 2023, in the midst of a severe weather day across portions of North and Northeast Texas. Would appear we now have a tornado warning for Smith County, including the city of Tyler, so we're going to obviously need to deal with that. I at least know why my mic button wasn't working earlier when I tried to mute. Apparently, I had broken my Stream Deck's connection, which is very unfortunate for me, but you know what? Life is life, and life's okay. Okay, why are we trying to do that too? So, okay, let's go through this, and then we're going to need to look at the storm near Gerald that's trying to enhance itself a wee bit in the spinny department. Okay, let's go back to the high-res radar feed. So this is going to be a new tornado warning for Smith County. This will include the city of Tyler. As for a severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado over Chandler, 10 miles west of Tyler, moving off to the east at 45 miles an hour. Microphone, we're going to push you back up there. Thank you. Appreciate it. So, with that being said, noonday, White House, New Chapel Hill, the entirety of the city of Tyler, Chandler, you're now in a tornado warning. That means you need to take your tornado safety precautions, regardless if you're in an apartment building, in a business, in a hotel, in a residential home. That means you need to go to the lowest floor, center room, away from windows, put as many walls between you and the outside as possible. And again, this isn't anything to freak out or have a panic attack over, understand. This is more of a cautionary tornado warning than anything, but you still need to take it seriously, and you need to be in a position where you are safe. We don't want you getting hurt, and we don't want folks getting hurt because you didn't take shelter, and something does happen. So again, those of you in Tyler, this will be into Tyler in the next several minutes, 5 to 10 minutes. Those of y'all in Tyler need to be in a safe place. There's going to be some heavy rain. There's going to be some localized winds of 50 to 60 miles an hour, maybe some nickel-sized hail, and the potential for a brief spin-up tornado that would be rain-wrapped. All right, we're going to go back into central Texas because those storms are starting to become a little more concerning to me in the spinny department. There are no tornado warnings. Let's be abundantly clear about that. But we are going to be taking a look at this thunderstorm near the city of Gerald, which is a synonymous, well-known name for most weather people at this point. And the reason we're a little concerned is we've been seeing hints of a bit of a circulation trying to spin up with this storm. Not there on the latest scan, but again, Gerald, some strong winds, bit of a circulation there that we're going to have to keep an eye on. And real quick, all right, anyway, we now have a couple severe storms, one near Gerald, one near Round Rock, one near Cameron moving towards Hearn and Milano. All these storms moving east at a slower, about 30 to 40 miles an hour, and could have some hail, gusty winds, and heavy rain. This one near Gerald's trying its best to spin up a little bit, but so far it has been unsuccessful. Only tornado warning we have here is for the city of Tyler at this point for a circulation out near Chandler. And this is going to be for a thunderstorm with very heavy rainfall. If there's a tornado, you're not going to see it. It's going to be wrapped in rain. And honestly, the signature is not something I'm overly concerned about at this second because it honestly does not look that tornadic to me, but I'm just BaldyinChief. I'm not a meteorologist, and let's make that clear. I'm not a meteorologist. I'm not the one who makes these warning decisions, and I thank God for that. But in terms of what's going on right now, yes, there's a little bit of a circulation near Chandler. It is nothing I'd write home about. So hopefully that means the storm is starting to lose some organization. We could transition this to maybe some nickel to quarter-size hail, some 50-mile-an-hour winds, heavy rain, cloud-to-ground lightning. I thought the same thing earlier back in the Metroplex, and then a storm ramped up faster and my hairline receded, so we'll just see. But in terms of reports, we've had no reports from this storm. Nothing on the ground related, nothing tornado related, etc. So if that makes you feel better, I hope it does. But we still want to play it safe rather than be sorry. Y'all in Terrell, Tyler need to be in a safe place. Lowest floor. Center room, away from windows. Put as many walls between you and the outside as possible. If you want to go outside and look for this thing, I wouldn't recommend it. You're not going to see anything. It's literally a wall of rain. So, if this thing doesn't start showing more organization in the next while, I'm hopeful I'll cancel this tornado warning. I have orange vanilla seltzer. Good for the throat, not so good for the chapped lips. Thank you, M&R. I appreciate it. You know, it's been a fun day when your Texas Storm Chasers team chat, they're talking about things they should not have eaten at dinner versus helping you with severe weather coverage. But I'm glad they're enjoying themselves. It's fun giving them grief when they're not even watching the live stream. You can give them grief and they can't do anything about it. So, this tornado warning for Murchison to Brownsboro to Chandler to Edam. That warning's going to be gone here soon. The storms moved into western Smith County. I mean, yeah, look. Here is the, I think this is the circulation they've warned for. Winds moving towards the radar at 30 miles an hour. Winds moving away at 10. I'm pretty sure I've been in dust devils with more intensity than that. But again, we'll see what they do. Regardless, this storm is severe. It could have outflow straight line winds of 60 miles per hour. Potential for some nickel to quarter size hail. Very heavy rainfall. And a lot of cloud to ground lightning. I'll switch this to a different product and I'm going to loop it for y'all. Just to give you an idea where it's been over the last hour. And here you go. So as you can see, it's essentially becoming a part of the squall line now. The squall line caught up with it, and that's probably going to help reduce the threat for tornadoes here soon, because as the squall line continues to push east-southeast, it's going to be pushed by the cold front. So, I mean, hopefully, look, we can't rule out a spin-up tornado, but I'm not really concerned about hey, I'm going to be a big tornado, drop on your head and take your roof off. Now, obviously, if we get a spin-up tornado here and it ends up hitting your block, it's going to be a problem because it's got trees down, and that, of course, could fall on your roof. So be in shelter regardless. Now, we'll take a look at Central Texas. I want to reiterate again, there are no tornado warnings in Central Texas. Why is this not letting me click? We're going to load the same data, hopefully, that we just looked at up north. You can see, actually, the cold front quite easily here. This is the cold front. Once this front makes it south of these storms, any threat of tornadoes is done. And yeah, these storms around Round Rock, we'll stop the loop now. You can see these are supercell thunderstorms capable of producing large hail, damaging winds, heavy rain, and a prolific amount of cloud-to-ground lightning. Unlike the storms in DFW earlier, these are a little more tame in the fact we don't have baseballs falling out of the sky. We could have some quarter-size hail. In the wind department, you can see nothing screaming rotation, strong rotation, thankfully, with the storm near Gero. It looked like we might have a problem about 15 minutes ago, but that's settled down a bit. This is a outflow wind signature. You can see winds 40, 50 miles an hour coming out of the west-northwest. Heavy rain, probably some hail in that. Same thing goes for the storm east of Cameron. That's not really moving all that much. It is, I guess, moving towards Hearn at a brisk snail's pace of 17 miles an hour. And again, this storm moving off to the east about 15, 20 miles an hour. I don't even know if it'll make it to Hearn or Milano at this point before the cold front hits it. Then, of course, we have a storm over northwest sides of Pflugerville up into Round Rock. This storm, not a lot of wind with it, maybe some small hail, but it is producing a prolific amount of cloud-to-ground lightning. And again, that storm in Round Rock moving east at a more brisk 40 to 45 miles an hour. Farther north, I'll turn on the regional radar. That's a lot of cities. That's going to need to stop. You can see we have a line of storms now, roughly coming up, I believe that's New Boston, Tyler, Mahia, almost at this point to Round Rock. If you are north of this line of storms, the threat of severe weather's done. DFW, long done. Most of North Texas now, frankly, long done. And this line's going to continue to accelerate to the east, southeast over the next several hours. It's going to be off the upper Texas coast by 2 a.m. in terms of the cold front, which will bring an end to most of the severe weather chances, but we're still going to see storms behind the cold front into the Friday morning commute across places like Austin, San Antonio, Houston, Victoria, Corpus Christi. Some of those might have some hail, but mostly heavy rain, lightning, much cooler temperatures as the gusty northwest winds arrive with the cold front. So I'm hoping we're going to be done with this tornado warning soon. I really am hoping we're going to be done with this warning soon. It would make me very happy. Facebook, actually, I don't know if we're still live on Facebook, to be honest with you. They typically turn it off after a few hours. No, we still are, it looks like. Wow, I guess they got rid of that limit. There used to be a 4-hour limit on live streams. Right. Sorry, I'm doing some... All right. Okay, so we have one tornado warning for near the city of Tyler. The storm's clearly transitioned from a supercell-looking storm to almost a what we call a comma head type structure and a squall line where we sometimes could see circulations evolve. Looking at the which way the wind's blowing mode, honestly, it's about to get windy in Tyler. It's about to get windy in noonday. To be frank with you, I really see nothing on here that says there's a tornado. Am I going to completely rule one out? No, because then one would happen. But at this point, I would be shocked if they don't cancel this tornado warning soon. If you're in the city of Tyler, it's about to get loud. It is about to be pouring rain, some small hail, gusty winds, but I don't see any indications we have a tornado right now. No clear, well-defined circulation showing up in the lowest few thousand feet of the storm. We'll look up. Not really. I think what's happened here in the last 20 minutes is this supercell has become part of the squall line, which has greatly disrupted its updraft and allowed the thunderstorm to become more outflow dominant and linear. We still watch those kind of things for spin-up tornadoes, but at this point, I don't really see evidence of one. That being said, if you're in Tyler, you're under a tornado warning. I don't issue the warnings. I just communicate them. So go to your lowest floor, center room, away from windows. You put as many walls between you and the outside as possible. All right. We have a severe storm back southwest. That's going to be making its way towards Palestine over the next 40 minutes. These storms are now moving southeast in conjunction with the cold front, about 40 miles an hour. So, Palestine, about 9:40 to 9:45 p.m., you could have a storm in your neck of the woods with quarter-size hail and winds maybe 50, 60 miles an hour locally. We've got this severe storm literally sitting between Cameron and Hearn, doing absolutely nothing except dropping heavy rain and hail, moving it 15 miles an hour to the southeast. It looks like it's going to stay mostly west of Hearn, maybe a little pea-sized hail in Hearn in the next 15 minutes, but honestly, not going to do a thing to either town. I guess Gauze, the community of Gauze there on Highway 79 and Farm to Market 2095. Y'all are going to be there. Have this storm there, so you might get some hail, but everyone else, Milano, you're fine. Hearn, you might get pea-sized hail, but the hail core is mainly staying near southwest. We've got this severe storm about to cross over Highway 95 near Bartlett and Granger, hopefully about to once and for all take out the Granger radar so we can get a new one that isn't more that actually will stay up if there's a thunderstorm within 100 miles of it. But this radar is detecting winds nearly 65 miles an hour coming up on Bartlett. So again, could have some small hail, some winds of 60 to 65 miles an hour on Highway 95 around Bartlett and Granger in the next 5 to 10 minutes. Then we've got a storm in Round Rock that is no longer severe. Heavy rain, pea-sized hail, more cloud-to-ground lightning than anyone wants to deal with, but it's not severe. And this program is called Weather Studio, WSV3, made by developer Paul Merv. It's actually version like 5.9 by now, but I think it's still just called WSV3 for version 3. Okay, so we're gonna go play Stormy. Nope, garbage. And honestly, looking from the New Braunfels radar, anything going on back west in the Edwards Plateau? Not a thing right now. So we've got the storm east of Cameron coming up to Highway 79 between Hearn and Milano. We've got that storm coming up towards Granger and Bartlett. We've got that storm making a ruckus over Round Rock, but just pouring rain, small hail. And we have a tornado warning for the would-be storm that wish it could but can't produce a tornado, but I mean, look, I'll say this. At least there's actually a little circulation showing up now compared to last scan. West side of Tyler. It is weak. It isn't something you'd typically see a warning issued for, but if it's already there, you might as well just keep it going. So again, maybe a very brief weak spin up trying to pop up on the northwest side of Tyler right now. Highway 64 coming up to Highway 31 on the west side of Tyler. A tornado warning continues. Oh, I hope until 9:15. Let me turn off the drawing tool. Please be 9:15, not 9:30. 9:15, that's okie dokie, and at this point, I don't think it's going to be extended. Thank you for that super chat, David. Really appreciate it. But again, at this point, always remember, whatever we say, Mother Nature is always going to do what Mother Nature wants to do, and Mother Nature will often find a way to make me look like a fool. Not that I need any help with that, let's be honest here, but again, we don't have any debris signatures. That little surge of wind on the northwest side of Tyler is something we are going to watch carefully. It is embedded within a comma head structure, which is more common in these squall line types of situations. You don't necessarily see a classic supercellular shape with the hook echo hanging down out of it. In this case, if there's anything down, it's going to be well embedded in that heavy rain, small hail, across portions of northwest Tyler. But that circulation isn't super strong, but it is something we are going to watch. Just in case. So again, if you're in Tyler, might as well stay in your safe place. I mean, it's not going to hurt anything. It's your lowest floor, center room, away from windows. Put as many walls between you and the outside as possible. Just wait it out. Give it 15 minutes. It'll be over. You can resume your evening. It'll be much cooler. You'll get some rain, and it'll help green everything up over the next week. If you're flying into DFW, I'm sorry. I just retweeted a photo showing the arrival pattern. Goes without saying. A lot of flights are going to be delayed this evening. Right, that's in clear air, I think. Just looking at some radar data. Sometimes you have to be careful at what may look like a tornado debris signature on radar, but doesn't line up with the reflectivity data. Once it updates on here, I'll show you. So, tornado warning does continue in Tyler for another 7 minutes. And here's the latest radar scan. A little calm ahead on northwest side of Tyler. Very heavy rain, strong winds, probably some small hail in the city of Tyler right now. Now, let's be very clear about what you're looking at here, because I know that looks like a debris signature. It did to me initially, too, on my other monitor. What we're going to do here is we're going to take a very close look at this, because I want to show you what's a false positive, and I think this is a false positive. Now, take a look at this. I'm going to zoom in even further, honestly. All right. Now, this is a debris tracker. Values that don't typically line up, or a correlation coefficient is the official product name, typically sitting around 100%. That's what the red is. That means the object within a certain bin or a certain area, all the objects are similar shape and sizes. Raindrops, hailstone, etc. They all have a relatively high correlation coefficient. Debris doesn't. It's lower. Obviously, twigs, shingles, wood, whatever's being thrown up in the air, all different shapes and sizes. And that's typically when you see this blue donut. Now, what I want you to see is a false positive here, and this is a tricky one, but one that happens a lot. Notice how the reflectivity value is light. It's below what we call 40 dBz. This is a false positive from the radar beam. It's just picking up dust or something, but in order to have a legit tornado debris signature, one, you need to have a strong area of rotation. We don't really have that here. Two, you need to be in an area of at least moderate precipitation of 40 dBz or higher. That's yellow on this color table. You're not. You're on the end of it here. This might be a side lobe effect. So you got to be real careful when thinking something like this is a tornado debris signature, when in reality, it's a false positive. And a lot of newer weather folks make the mistake of thinking, tornado debris! But no, it's in reality, it's a side lobe contamination or something wrong with the data. And next scan, it'll probably be completely gone. There's a very sharp gradient here to the backside of the precipitation. Notice how we go from very heavy rain and some hail to almost nothing very quickly. That's just where we have the... that's a false positive, contrary to what someone else would be saying. If anyone is saying this is a tornado debris signature, I don't think so. So, again, I don't think that's a tornado debris signature in any way, shape, or form. I think that's just a false positive from side lobing. But you got to be careful. You got to investigate. Never take a sole radar product as the truth. So just in case any local media outlets or anything are saying, like, holy guacamole, tornado debris signature, no. Trust me, if we had a tornado debris signature like that in the city of Tyler right now, we'd have alarms squealing and people would be seeing power flashes and reporting 2x4s flying through their house. No. Absolutely not. But again, this storm maybe could produce a brief tornado at any point. Still, moving through the city of Tyler. Tyler, you're going to be clear here in a few minutes. The National Weather Service has yet to issue a new tornado warning. I really hope they don't. I'd be very happy if they didn't. But again, these storms are severe. They're capable of producing strong winds, But trust me, that little false tornado debris signature just freaked a lot of people out initially. But again, that's why I use multiple different products to check. Is if it looks like a tornado debris signature, okay. Look at the velocity data. If you have a tornado debris signature, you need to have a strong rotational couplet with it. No? Okay, then it's not. Probably. Look at reflectivity. Is it in an area where, say, there is clear air? For example, in this, if we were talking real-life examples northeast of Milano. And we are. We can do this. You'd be like, okay, what's all this? This is in clear air. Radar is probably just detecting dust or something. So you always have to have at least moderate precipitation returns on the how hard it's raining mode on reflectivity when determining a tornado debris structure. That's just how the product works. And obviously, you need to have strong rotation, too. Like something like this, it would not make sense for there to be a tornado debris signature because there's no rotation being detected by the radar. All right, we've got a severe thunderstorm warning. Pflugerville down to Austin. Looks like they have put a new warning out for this while I was busy blabbing about a tornado warning in Tyler. It's going to be a severe thunderstorm warning, probably for quarter-size hail, maybe winds of 50 to 60 miles per hour. From Pflugerville down to Austin to Sunset Valley. This is going to be moving east-southeast at about 25 miles per hour. Manor, you're in line for some hail, some strong winds, heavy rain, a lot of cloud-to-ground lightning. We'll go take a peek at that off my super-duper awesome radar. So, Delvelle, you've got Austin Bergstrom, you've got the Tollway 130 there on the east side, Garfield, Weberville, Manor, Littig, Elgin, Butler, McDade, Bastrop, Camp Swift, Wildwood, Cedar Creek, just northwest of Hills Prairie. And again, this is a severe thunderstorm moving off to the east-southeast at 25 miles an hour. And we'll put a storm tracker on it. And again, once the cold front hits it, and it might actually be what this is right here, it might accelerate to the southeast a bit. So we're just going to do this. It makes me happy. We'll do it this way, even though it may be a bit further south. We'll do 30 miles an hour for now. So again, Manor, next several minutes. Bastrop about a couple minutes before 10. If storms kept developing southwest on this line, they could impact Lockhart around 10 o'clock. But again, what we're going to probably be dealing with for the remainder of the evening with these storms as they continue to push to the southeast is a line of thunderstorms and feisty tonight. Line of storms across portions of East Texas, the Brazos Valley, Central Texas, moving southeast now at about 30 to 40 miles an hour. Some of these storms are going to be capable of producing winds over 60 miles an hour and some pocket change size hail. By pocket change, I mean dimes, nickels, quarters. I'm sure someone listening to this still knows what hand change is. $50 maybe. I can't rule out a brief tornado, but obviously we haven't been dealing with too many tornadoes today. We had a confirmed spin up near Fort Worth. I say confirmed because our team saw it. We'll post pictures and videos later, but apparently it hardly did any damage. We've had some damage in Irving, apparently. Whether or not that was from a tornado or a rear flank downdraft is to be determined. We were live for that, and we're talking about how radar was starting to show a good rear flank downdraft coming around. So again, these storms, they're going to continue and again, push off the upper Texas coast. The cold front will around 2 a.m. Much cooler temperatures and strong northwest winds behind that cold front. Those of you in Temple just found that out. Falling temperatures, etc. It's going to be very windy in Texas overnight behind that front. Northwest winds, they might be stronger than the storms themselves. And again, chance for some scattered showers and storms continuing overnight and into south central Texas on Friday behind the cold front, some of those storms could have some small hail, but mostly just lightning, heavy rain, potential for a unpleasant morning commute in Houston, Victoria, Corpus, San Antonio, Austin with rain chances. Tornado warning for Smith County has been allowed to expire. No more tornado warning makes David a happy boy. We're going to keep an eye on it. So again, I am hopeful we can start to transition over to more of a straight line wind squall line event with marginal severe weather. Versus, you know, big hail, hurricane winds, tornadoes, all that. So hopefully that'll be the case. Again, line of storms now moving through Austin to Manor. Could have strong winds, quarter-size hail. Apparently retro 70s view. I'm just looking at some data. I've got monitors all around me with radar displays up. It lets me interrogate further. Trust me, if I was doing that on this main radar, we'd be switching products every 2 seconds, and nobody wants that. Well, maybe they do, but they don't get it. Okay, so we've got a couple storms. This one over Austin up to Manor, moving east-southeast about 25 to 30 miles an hour. I could have some quarter-size hail. It has made a lot of cloud-to-ground lightning around Austin. Probably going to set some stuff on fire. Up to Manor, got another storm over Granger right now. That might have some quarter-size hail. What are y'all drawing? Manor, thank you. So Austin to Manor. Granger, you're getting some hail right now, or some small hail at least, some strong winds. This storm northeast of Milano near Hearn is starting to hopefully weaken a bit as Crashy the cold front's about to hit it. And then these storms in southeast North Texas, East Texas continue to move east-southeast at about 40 miles an hour. That might be a good little surge of wind about to come into Longview on the how hard the wind's blowing mode near Gladewater, moving east towards Longview. You might have some winds of 55 miles an hour making it down to the surface. There's not a darn thing showing up in Tyler with this storm now. This storm's actually about out of Tyler. Tyler, tornado warning's gone. You can come out. It's going to quit storming here in 5 minutes. This thing's flying out of town now to the east. Oh, YouTube chat. Like I said, I'm going to look into this after all the event, and I'm going to probably have to ban people. But I'm not doing it right now. But the log will be there, and there will be banishments. In fact, I've got my banishment mallet somewhere around here. It's my banishment. Thought I was kidding. I got a banishment mallet ready to go. Be honest, it's usually to hit the guy who sits behind me here, but since he's out storm chasing, I can't. Okay, so with these storms moving off east, switch back to this radar product, and we're just going to loop it over the last hour. So, notice how we've now gone from a cellular storm mode with storms kind of by themselves. Now we've got the line of storms. That's because the cold front has caught up with the storms, and now we've got the squall line, which means mostly we're going to be dealing with some 50, maybe 60 mile an hour winds in spots, maybe a brief spin-up tornado, though that hasn't really been an issue recently. The potential for some nickel to quarter size hail. All right, let's go south. We've got a severe thunderstorm warning now into the Brazos Valley. This will include Bryan College Station. Wrong button. And again, we've still got that severe storm warning, Austin. up to Manor for the potential for some localized wind gusts up to 60 miles an hour. This seems to be a lot of lightning in and ahead of the storm, so there's probably going to be some houses set on fire. Storm moving east-southeast, again, about 30 miles an hour. We've got this storm. I guess they've decided to put a warning out for Bryan College Station. Is this starting to accelerate southeast? Storm that was moving at about 20 miles an hour to the southeast, I guess they think might be moving closer to 25. Anyway, if it continues, it's going to make it into Bryan College Station here. Let's do a storm track on it. We'll just do that. Again, they have it moving southeast at about 25. Fair enough. If it continues at that speed and doesn't speed up or slow down, it'll be in Bryan at 9:50 and College Station 9:55 to 10. Wixon Valley about 9:50. Places northwest of there between now and about 9:45. So there you go. And that is for the potential of maybe some half-dollar size hail, quarter-size hail, maybe some winds of 60. Honestly, the storm's weakening, so might become just more of a wind maker versus a hail maker, which is okay. Again, we're probably going to have wind fun. Fun being a relative term. It's going to get windy regardless tonight. When the cold front hits your location, you're going to have northwest winds up to 45, 50 miles an hour. And for most folks, that's going to be stronger than the winds you had with the thunderstorms. And then back in southeast Austin over to Manor, State Highway 130 or 130 Tollway, between Delville, Garfield, up towards Weberville, Littig, and Manor. You could have maybe some penny to quarter-size hail. You're getting pummeled by lightning right now. And very heavy rainfall. You might have some stronger winds as well over the next several minutes through about 10 p.m. And then if this continues moving southeast, it's going to impact Bastrop closer to 10 o'clock. Thank you. You're having a lot of hail in Manor. That's good to know. If you want to let us know the hail size when it's safe to do so, please do. I'm going to assume it's probably a lot of smaller hail. All right, let's go back out here. Looks like we've got a pretty good old severe thunderstorm warning now issued. This is going to be for, Smith, Harrison, Rusk, Gregg, and Cherokee counties in East Texas until 10:15 p.m. At 9:22 p.m., a line of severe storms were located from 8 miles west of Liberty City to near Troop to Reese, moving east at 40. I'll tell you this. This is what we're going to have to watch this thing. Thing near Tyler earlier wasn't impressing me. This one has a little more of a signature you expect to see with the line segment, and that might be a little area of rotation spinning up. So, this line of storms moving east about 40. They've got it. We'll put a storm track on it. I'm just going to actually do it like this. About 45, though. I'm going to do 50. So here's over the next hour, and this is assuming storms are moving at about 50. They might be moving a little slower, which would mean, well, it's going to be a few minutes later. But Tatum about 9:40, Henderson about 9:37, Jacksonville in the next few minutes, Palestine about 9:33, Rusk 9:45, Elkhart 9:45, Alto about 10 p.m., Carthage about 9:59, Tatum about 9:42, Mount Enterprise about 9:58, Cushing about 10 p.m., Reclaw about 9:49, Rusk 9:45, Gallatin about 9:39, Gary City about 10:05, Carthage about 9:59, Beckville about 9:49. Anyone else? Tipson about 10:12. And there you go. That is for the next hour. Strong winds, small hail. Can't rely on a spin-up tornado, though that hadn't been an issue. Again, Crashy the cold front is coming on in. I'm going to turn everything off real quick. I'm going to turn on the surface temperature background, surface observations, and then the wind direction. And again, Crashy the cold front's got wind. Here you go. Here are, you can tell, background at this point is surface temperatures, 70s in the red, still in the mid-80s down in South Texas. Yuck. And then north of the front, it's now in the 40s in the Metroplex. Wind chills probably closer to 40 degrees. 30s in West Texas. It's 37 in Lubbock, 34 in Amarillo, 34 in Dalhart. Wind chills probably closer to 25. 37 in Oklahoma City with north winds at 35, which means the wind chills are in the 20s. So again, when this cold front hits, you're going to know it because those north winds are going to be cranking up to 45 miles an hour. It's going to sound more loud than the storms were earlier. Oh, thank you, Ben. Thank you, Sign Chick. Appreciate it. All right, let's see. What else? Is that right now? So here's a look at the regional radar right now. You can see we've got a pretty good line of storms that have fired up. At this point, Texarkana, Atlanta, Longview, just north of Palestine, down to near Cameron and Austin. And I will loop these. I'm also going to put surface temperatures back on because apparently a lot of folks are getting a nasty surprise from these winds. So this is just going to be the last 3 hours. And I'm going to, honestly, I'm going to knock that down to 2. So here's the last 2 hours in terms of warnings, storms, surface temperatures. Again, you can see the Metroplex down the 40s. Waco was in the 70s earlier, now down to low 50s. Tyler got hit by the storm in the low 60s. Corsicana was about 72, now down to 55. Brownwood down to 50. Abilene's down in the lower 40s now. And that's all going to be filtering southeast tonight. Gigi, I think we will, thank you. My project tomorrow is to make a Discord for TSC, apparently. So again, we're expecting tonight this line of storms. It's going to continue moving southeast. It's roughly where the cold front is. There's no tornado coming for Gun Barrel City, but we do apparently have something spinning up near True, which I think we were just talking about. So let's get back to text. Sounds like we're about to have a tornado warning. Press some buttons here. We're just talking about this. Yeah, here we go with this garbage. Yeah, now that's a circulation. So here we do have something spinning up near Troop right now. This is going to be a thunderstorm becoming capable of producing a tornado. And a tornado warning was just issued. You'll see that in a minute. So if you're in Troop, you've got a possible tornado developing just northeast of town. It's really too late to do anything about it. But if you're south and east of Troop, you need to be in your safe place. That'll be lowest floor, center room, away from windows. Put as many walls between you and the outside as possible. This is going to be a small tornado warning for portions of Cherokee, Rusk, and Smith counties until 10 p.m. There we go. That's the tornado warning. So if you're in Henderson, you need to be in a safe place. If you are in Durgan, Tatum, excuse me, let me make sure I've got this right. Nope. If you're in Henderson, Price, Selman City, Concord, Troop, and Laneville. You need to be in a safe place. It's going to be lowest floor, center room, away from windows. You're going to put as many walls between you and the outside as possible, all right? That means lowest floor, center room, away from windows. Put as many walls between you and the outside as possible, as a tornado warning is now in effect. And you can see here, I wasn't able to show you a circulation over Tyler per se, but I can do one here. And this is the kind of circulation we do expect in these squall line events. Notice how we've got that little bow going southwest to here. It's going to be strong northwest winds. And again, possible tornado now, just about a mile or two east of Troop. And it's going to be moving off to the southeast, east-southeast at about 40 miles an hour. This tornado warning includes Price, Concord, Selman City here at 64 and 42. This includes Henderson at 79 and 64. So, again, this is a tornado warning until 10 p.m. Lowest floor, center room, away from windows. Put as many walls between you and the outside as possible. And again, you can't do manufactured housing. If you want to get lofted and wrapped around a tree, stay in your mobile home. Mobile homes and manufactured housing are great, affordable places to live, but they do not do well in severe weather. There's nothing wrong with that. You just have to treat them respectfully, all right? You're better off being outside, getting poured on, than being in a manufactured house and getting wrapped around a tree. It's just a matter of how things go. I'm not saying any breaking news here. I'm just giving you facts. So again, that would be my recommendation. If you're around Henderson, down 79 to 42, just drive over to a friend's house or something, a gas station, anything that's open, and just go take shelter in there. So again, this will be a possible tornado located near Troop, about 3 miles east of Troop. And again, I do know we have other severe storms extending back southwest Palestine. We've got some stuff in the Brazos Valley around Austin. Stuff around Austin, you could have nickel quarter-size hail, enough lightning to wake half the cemetery, and maybe some wind gusts up to 60 miles an hour. That's what we call a marginal severe storm. And while I know it is loud, it is proud, and it is making a bunch of noise, understand we need to focus on the most life-threatening storms, and in this case, that's going to be this thunderstorm with a potential tornado now about 4 miles east of Troop, moving towards Highway 42 between Selman City, close to Price. It looks like this is going to be kind of riding, what is that? County road. Come on, road label. You know what'd be nice if the road labels actually let me read them on my other graphic here. All right, hold on. I'm just going to open Google Maps or something and look at it. I obviously want to be as specific and local as possible, and sometimes technology doesn't want me to be, so we're just going to do it the difficult way. Okay, it's going to be FM 13 or County Road 13 from Henry's Chapel. So if you're in Henry's Chapel, over to Price, over to Henderson, you need to be in a safe place. If you are in Wright City, Turnertown, Joinerville, you need to be in a safe place. So let's list them again. Wright City, Turnertown, Joinertown, over to Henderson, back southwest on FM 13 to Price, Henry's Chapel to Troop. You need to be in a safe place. Lowest floor, center room, away from windows. Get as many walls between you and the outside as possible. Don't bother going outside looking for this thing. You're not going to see it. If there is a tornado down, it's going to be wrapped in so much rain, you might as well just go dip your head in the bathtub and you'd be better off. In terms of damaging winds, even if there's not a tornado, this thing could still have quite a bit of strong outflow winds on the backside of the circulation. That's quite enough to knock down trees. Obviously, now that we're in a forested portion of Texas, we need to worry about trees getting knocked down on houses, trees getting knocked down on cars, trees getting knocked down on roads, and cars driving into knock down trees on roads, all of which can be quite problematic. So again, we do have interactive weather radar on our website. TexasStormChasers.com/radar, where you can keep an eye on all these storms across the state. And again, we have to focus on the worst. So, in terms of the latest radar scan, yeah, there's still a circulation, not as prevalent. We'll see what the latest scan does. These things don't typically last too long. But it could be there enough to cause some problems and knock a couple trees down. And of course, if a tree hits a house, that's just nothing good's going to come of that. So again, this storm moving off to the east. East-southeast, about 30 to 35 miles an hour, with a tornado warning for Henderson, Joinerville, Turnertown, Wright City. That's on 64. Take 42 down to Price, and on 13, you've got Henry's Chapel, Price, and Henderson. You need to be in a safe place, lowest floor, center room, away from windows. Put as many walls between you and the outside as possible. All right, let's go take a look at some of these other storms real quick. First off, Palestine, you've got a storm coming in with strong winds and lightning now. That's moving southeast. It won't be there too long. Storm coming on into Bryan College Station. Honestly, looks kind of garbagey. Doesn't look all that intense, but there still could be some 50-mile-an-hour winds, heavy rain. Think west of Rockdale. That definitely has some wind with it. Radar is showing winds maybe 50-55 miles an hour just northeast of Thorndale. That'll be making its way towards Rockdale. You can kind of see that bowing structure here on the eastern periphery of this thunderstorm. That's where we have a pretty good surge of wind. Austin, looks like y'all are about to have your last little severe storm of the night. And it's exiting off to the east. Now you're going to have more rain and storms overnight, but they should be behaved. This thing now roughly from Hayes over to Creedmoor up to Manor. It's actually going to be riding down 130, 183. All the way down towards Mustang Ridge and eventually at Lockhart. Over here towards Bastrop, y'all are going to be getting in on these storms too. But again, these things are producing a buttload of lightning. Yeah, I just said buttload of lightning. We've reached that point of the night where my filter's partly gone. So, rip. Little bro, I'm going to give you a specific call out and say that might be one of the worst questions you could ever ask us. I don't know if I've been more insulted today or not. That's... yeah. In fact, I thought I had that keyword banned. Note to self. Okay, so again, this is going to be a... There, you redeemed yourself. West of Henderson. Tyler, yeah, Tyler's done. You're about to get crashed at the cold front. It's going to be windy. So again, east of Troop now, the potential for a brief tornado spin-up moving towards Wright City, Turnertown, Joinerville. And eventually Henderson. Troop, you're in the warning, but it's east of you now. Those of you in Henry's Chapel, you're probably getting hit by it right now. Price and Henderson will be up next on our list of winners in the hail, wind, maybe spinny, baby spinny department. Circulation looks much less intense than it did earlier. Looks more like a wind thing, which is the general expectation tonight. We're not expecting long-lived tornadoes or even, I don't know, that many tornadoes, but... there you go. Again, this wind east of Thorndale, you can see that bow out pretty easily. And when we talk about a bow echo, typically we're talking about a whole line of storms, but in this case, you can see that outflow pretty easily pushing out as it fans out. And note how some of that is actually ahead of the precipitation there. So that's why you can get gusty winds well before any sort of heavy rainfall. All right. So back here, Elgin down to Hayes. Storms, possibly with some small hail, maybe nickel size, maybe quarter size, no baseballs. Moving off to the southeast at about 25 to 30 miles per hour. And again, these storms, that's going to be the general expectation tonight. And these are making a lot of lightning. I'll give them that. So again, fortunately, the faster they move, the shorter duration they'll be at any given spot. And then you can see it looks like the cold front back up to the north, Round Rock over to Round Mountain over to Georgetown. And when that cold front hits, you're going to get a pretty good gust of north wind there, and it's probably going to be loud. Did I say minor again? I thought I said minor. Anyway, yeah, minor. So again, the only tornado warning we're dealing with right now is with this thunderstorm now east of Troop near Henry's Chapel to Wright City, taking 64 and 13 over to visit Price and Turnertown before heading on over to Joinerville and Henderson. Joinerville. You gotta love these names. I do. I really do. All right, so Elgin. Note to self. I'm going to actually put that on my list to play with phonics later. Okay, so... yeah, I do actually have a little phonic list of cities over here. People are telling me I'm just going to print them out later. Okay, so... yeah, Bryan College Station. That storm isn't being overly cute. Marshall, you've got a loud storm. It's not severe, maybe 40-mile-an-hour winds, heavy rain, pea-sized hail. It's loud, but it's not going to do much in terms of, you know, you need to take cover. And folks in the chat, if others ask questions, you're more than welcome to answer them nicely. I better clarify that with the word nicely. Because people are really coming through. Now, Brian, I don't have any wheat thins tonight. I wasn't able to make it to the grocery. To be honest, I'm going to get paid, hopefully, tomorrow. But... no, I've got protein drinks. With caffeine. Isn't that dangerous? San Antonio, and we'll go back down here. San Antonio, you might get some storms a couple hours from now. Nothing northwest of you right now, but we are going to see some storms probably fire up a bit further west, closer to midnight, and those may move through San Antonio. Otherwise, a pretty good chance for some showers and storms, behaved storms probably, overnight into the Friday morning commute after crashing the cold front arrives to your location. Oh, Violet, I think at this point, you've earned yourself some SAS privileges. Jason's here. Does that mean I'm about to get a break from speaking? Maybe? Pretty please? Probably not, but that's okay. That's what this is for. This protein drink actually soothes my throat quite nicely and gives me caffeine. Those of y'all talking about the Discord, when we do make that, we'll post it in the Texas Storm Chasers, Texas Weather Center community tabs on YouTube. Or I'll make some hype video about it that's like 45 seconds long. Probably me running outside, getting chased by dogs, and then hitting my head on a brick wall. Or the fire pit. Good night, Krista. Thank you, JMS10. Appreciate it. All right. We are going to do a look at the herd to see our timeline for tonight. That means we zoom on out, change some titles around. We reduce the number of cities displayed because obviously that's a lot of cities. We'll do that. We'll press that. And here we go. Sounds good. All right. So here is what we're going to do. Here's the high-res her. Yeah, I'm going to never do that again. Okay, it's going to be the high-res her at high-res her the high-res model at about 10 o'clock once it loads. And again, I just wanted to see how it's doing. It's actually doing quite well. Okay. So here's midnight. Actually, you know what? Here's what I'm going to do, because it'll actually let me stop talking for about 20 seconds. I am just going to load it from 10 o'clock through 2 p.m. tomorrow. Now, it's going to take a minute to load. But then we'll do that. Sarah, thank you very much. This is actually Stephen Jones. I stole it from him, technically. He's the one who's usually behind me, and, you know, he chases. We all share a house together. This is a lean body drink. Stephen, I'll give him props while this animation loads. He's lost over 100 pounds since last fall. Just exercise, diet, and he's lost 100 pounds. He's a skinny boy again, like when I knew him back in 2012 and 2013. But no, these are lean body drinks, protein, 40 grams of protein, no sugar. And this one has 240 milligrams of caffeine, which is quite unfortunate. All right, I'll drink this real quick and then talk. Oh. Did he? Hey, Jason. Jason. I'm good for now. Okay, so here's what the high-res HER is showing pretty much overnight into Friday morning. What we're looking at here, that leading edge that you see starting to outrun the stronger storms, that's the leading edge of the cold front. And you notice we have rain and storms continuing behind that front tomorrow morning into Friday afternoon. Those storms, some of those could be strong with some small hail, but the tornado threat, no. Damaging winds, no. Now, there will be 40 to 50 mile an hour north winds behind this cold front tonight and tomorrow morning. It's going to be windy. It's going to get chilly. And you know, we also have snow in southwest Texas. Alpine, Marfa, Highway 90 from Fort Stockton down to Alpine, Marfa, back up towards Van Horn on Interstate 10, where we have higher elevations. It's going to be cold enough for snow tonight and tomorrow. So that's the timeline with this. Again, off the upper Texas coast, the cold front by about 3 a.m. Severe weather threat really at this point will be highest for the next few hours. Mostly a wind threat, some pocket change size hail. Can't rule out a spin-up tornado, but obviously I'm not too worried about that right now. But we'll be watching for them, obviously. That's what we do. So that is what it looks like in that department right now. Let's get back to what radar looks like right now. Press some buttons. We'll turn the labels back on. And there we go. Again, we have a single tornado warning right now, and that is for this storm approaching Henderson that could have had a brief tornado a bit earlier. Not really looking at too much now, but definitely could have some quarter-size hail. And then you can see a hail in a much larger severe thunderstorm warning that goes roughly from Longview and Kilgore all the way down to Palestine. And these storms are moving off to the east-southeast at about 45 miles an hour. Northeast Texas, you're done. If you're north of Interstate 20, you're in Northeast Texas, you're done with severe weather. If you're west of a line of Longview, Jacksonville, Palestine, you're west of that line, you're done with severe weather once those storms come through. North Texas, you're done. Central Texas, once you're west of this line, west of Austin, west of Cameron, you're done with severe storms. It's about to get chilly and windy, but all right, I'll take a look at this. You see that little area of circulation southeast of Palestine? Boy, I wish I was chilling at the Waffle House, man. I'd love me some hash browns, some city ham. Oh, put some cheese in those hash browns, scatter them up, and get a waffle. That sounds good. Good old biscuit and gravy. Man, I want Waffle House, but no, I'm not going Waffle House tonight. There's no tornado warning in College Station. The storm over College Station is no longer severe. Rain, lightning, etc. Showing a pretty good surge of outflow winds now over Thorndale. over Highway 79 between Thorndale and Rockdale. Seen some winds nearly 70 miles an hour. Again, these are straight line winds, but it doesn't matter if it's a 70 mile an hour straight line wind gust or a 70 mile an hour tornado. They're going to mess up your trees and fences. So again, that is the expectation with that. Rockdale. Storm moving east-southeast at 30. Jason, if you're listening, I do see your stream, but if you want to spend time with your wife and kid, you're welcome to do that. I'm fine for now, but if you want to do it for a while, you're welcome to. Elgin down to Buda. Storm here, moving off to the east-southeast, about 30 to 35 miles an hour. We'll do a storm track on that. Well, that was a messed up storm track. And Jason, I do have Messenger up. I'm keeping an eye out for any messages. I can't verbally hear you right now, but... Alright, so what we're going to do is we're going to do 35 miles an hour. So Bastrop in the next... probably about 10:04 to 10:05. The town north of Lockhart, I'm not going to try to pronounce because I'll mess it up, is about 10:02. Smithville, about 10:24. LaGrange, about 10:52. Giddings, about 10:29. And again, that is assuming these storms are moving at about 35. They may be slower. And they decide to issue a new tornado warning. That's not very nice of them, but okie dokie, artichoke. We don't issue the warnings, we just communicate them. So I guess... we're going to keep a tornado warning on this. This is going to be a new tornado warning until 10:30 p.m. for a severe storm near Henderson, moving off to the east-southeast at about 40 miles an hour. This tornado warning is going to stay just north of Mount Enterprise. Will stay just southwest of Carthage. Eventually could get near Gary City, but does not include Tipson. So at this point, it's out in the middle of Happyville, nowhere. Clayton, Brakefield. It includes you. So at this point, staying north of Mount Enterprise, staying west of Tipson, west of Gary City, southwest of Carthage, Clayton, and Brakefield. So pretty much if you're on Highway 315 from just north of Mount Enterprise to just southwest of Carthage, you're in the tornado warning. If you're on Highway 79 from Henderson to just southwest of Carthage, you're in the tornado warning. If you're on Highway 84 just east of Mount Enterprise, just northwest of Tipson, you're in the tornado warning. So pretty much everyone but the communities. And again, this is going to be for a thunderstorm capable of producing brief tornadoes and localized winds of up to 60, 65 miles an hour. Jason, if you are listening, you can let me know if you can hear me. I've got both Messenger and technically Zelle open. Zelle, how about Zello? Is that what this is? I guess so. So again, that's going to be a tornado warning there, and this technically, I guess I could just read the warning text, because you know that'd be a good thing to do. This is going to be a tornado warning for southwestern Panola County, 10 for southern Rusk, and northwestern Shelby counties until 10:30. Severe storm capable of producing damaging straight-line winds, quarter-size hail, and a brief spin-up tornado located near Henderson, moving southeast, east-southeast at about 40 miles an hour. This thunderstorm will be near Minden at 10:05, Pine Hill near 10:10. Other locations include Lawsonville, Chapman, Dotson, Fairplay, Brakefield, and I guess they decided Gary City. And again, this is going to be a rain wrap tornado if one is down. This thing, if there's a tornado, it's probably going to be one of these little spin-ups back in an area of stronger straight-line winds, heavy rain, small hail. It's just a pain in the butt to find on radar. But you know, sometimes they do fire up, and obviously if one happens, it comes down your little neck of the woods, literally, and ends up putting a tree on your house. Well, it's going to be kind of a big deal, so you need to pay attention to that and take shelter if you're in the tornado warning. If you're not in the tornado warning, you don't. It's as simple as that. Back to Thorndale and Rockdale, we've got a storm still showing some pretty good straight line winds, up to 70 miles an hour now, passing over 79 between Thorndale and Rockdale. That'll be staying generally west of Rockdale. Rockdale, y'all are getting slammed by some wind, small hail, and then these storms that are moving southeast. This will be crossing over 77, and if it were to continue on its current trajectory, it would make it near Caldwell and maybe 30 minutes or so. Further south, we have a little severe storm from just south of Elgin to just northwest of Bastrop over to Creedmoor, Mustang Ridge, Buda, Mountain City. These storms are generally moving off to the east. A bit of a southeast component at about 35 miles an hour. They're fluctuating between 25 and 40 miles an hour, which makes trying to give an exact speed and time rather difficult. So again, let's get back. Oh, Facebook's still live. I really did think they had a 40-minute limit on, or a 4-hour limit on that. That's interesting. So that's good, I suppose. Thank you to all those who have been subscribing to us on YouTube today. I haven't looked at the exact numbers, but I'm sure it's been good. Thank you to all those who have been sending stars and super chats. I typically don't actually have those up because I'm focused on storms, but I've seen a few of them. I really do appreciate it. Thank you. It'll probably be buying me groceries and paying for the server bill in about a month. I'm on our team members as well, obviously, but let's be realistic. There's probably going to be some groceries. Thorndale, Rockdale, some wheat thins, and some, what was that cheese? I can't remember the cheese, sorry. I'm saved from the cheese now. I'm sure Steven. Pomento, something like that. And yeah, the caffeine's starting to kick in. Thank you for reminding me. I'll drink some more. Well, looks like Tornado Watch is canceled for most North Texas. Pimento cheese. All right. So again, we have one tornado warning in the midst of sea of severe storm warnings. Those severe storm warnings that go all the way back down into the Brazos Valley, Central Texas, are capable of producing some quarter-size hail, winds locally 60, 65 miles an hour. Most of you, honestly, are going to get stronger winds when the cold front hits about 30 minutes after the round of storms, and then you get northwest winds at 40 to 50, and then temperatures drop like 20 degrees. But the only tornado warning we have right now is going to be this thunderstorm south of Henderson. And this is going to be for a circulation probably south of Henderson, coming up on 259 now. North of Minden, well north of Mount Enterprise. But technically Minden's in the tornado warning. Pine Hill, same thing. Clayton, you're in the tornado warning. And then areas to almost Gary City. So Lake Mulval, you're in the tornado warning if you're around Lake Mulval. North of Caledonia, well north of Caledonia. Well, no, actually Caledonia's in the warning. And then Tipson, almost Tipson. So again, this storm continuing to move east-southeast at about 40 miles an hour. Could have quarter-size hail, produce winds 60, 70 miles an hour, and at times spin up tornado signatures. Really, this is going to be a situation where these are going to be really hard to depict on radar because they tend to spin up and spin down very quickly. Sometimes in between radar scans, which here is usually about every 2.5 minutes or so. So I don't think we're dealing with, long track, strong tornadoes, but you know what? If you get a little tornado to spin up, knocks trees down on your house, well, that's going to be a big deal. So there you go. Got to keep an eye on that. Jason, if you wanted to take it here, just let me know and I'll let you do it for a little while, but by no means feel obligated. You just had a long day of storm chasing. Otherwise, we'll be keeping an eye on things here, and I guess before even any of that were to happen, I should make sure I unmute your feed down the road, so when I press that magical button, it's unmuted. And for what it's worth, I can add the text scroll over your stream if you wanted me to. Make that work. Just let me know. Either way, it's okay. All right, Jason, I'll hand it off to you in a minute. I assume you're listening, so I don't think there's going to be too much latency or delay since I'm just using your direct stream link. And then I can put that text warning feed over your direct stream. Yeah, I see your stream. And I can put the warning scroll over it from my end so you don't have to worry about that. And then I'll just take a small break here. Drown my sorrows with a carbonated beverage. So, with that being said, we're going to let meteorologist Jason Cooley handle it for a while. He's gracious enough to give me a small break, even after he's been storm chasing all day. You were watching his feeds earlier. He's already back home and is willing to do some coverage. So, with that being said, I will press the magical button that'll let me switch to him. I'll talk over him for a few seconds, and then there'll be a small delay, and then you'll get Mr. Meteorologist Jason Cooley as I paste this warning feed.
Alright guys, testing the audio really quick. Just testing, I'm waiting to hear it play back. Alright, that sounds good. Hey everybody, thanks for joining us this evening, Texas Storm Chasers. I'm meteorologist Jason Cooley. Just got home from a long day of storm chasing. Could have been longer, it wasn't all that terrible. It was a long grind just because of rush hour traffic in the Dallas-Fort Worth Metroplex. Myself and Alex Bartholomew wound up just about to Gun Barrel City. Thank you, Violet. Gun Barrel City has probably a little bit of wind damage. We came across a little bit of wind damage in 7 points, and there was a telephone pole snapped. Looked like a strong wind gust came through there, snapped the pole. Power line was sagging down over one of the Texas state routes there north of 7 points. So, Gun Barrel City, we tracked a tornado warned supercell all the way out there and then abandoned the chase in 7 points. So just one moment, I'm going to turn on a little more light so that my webcam is not so laggy. Maybe that will help. That will help a little bit. All right. So it is 10:05 p.m. Central Daylight Savings Time. Ignore my background. I didn't go upstairs for my green screen because I just got home and I'm editing video. So I will be editing some video from Chasers Adam and Jenny at the very least. It looks like Ben McCone is also sending me some video. Thank you, David. We also will be seeing a little bit of footage from me and Alex, so we should have a little bit of footage from every team. There are 3 full teams, so we will have some video here in the next couple of hours for y'all to watch. Our priority here right now is going to be this tornado warned storm. David Reimer is going to take a 10-minute break. We have a tornado warned storm that just crossed through Henderson, Texas, moving southeast. Let's go ahead and take a zoomed in look there. Tornado warned storm. This storm is tornado warned until 10:15 p.m. Sorry, that was the wrong box I clicked on. This is at 10:30 p.m. 10:30 p.m. Henderson, you are now clear. Let me double check on velocity, which way the wind is moving, and we see perhaps a brief spin-up tornado try to come down just west of Henderson. It is quickly getting outflowy and pushing southeast, so I'm not all that impressed for immediate tornado potential with that any longer, but it still remains tornado warned. So if you're in the path just north of Mount Enterprise, over to Timpson, Gary City, Tenaha, I know we talked about this before, Tenaha, and I'm not sure why everything's been in northeast in East Texas this year in the last several months, but here we are once again. Folks in the path of this storm still need to be in tornado shelter, as this storm does pose a risk of producing a tornado once again. If we look at debris tracker correlation coefficient, our data is very poor here, so very coarse data. not a lot we can draw from this right here. So course data, not going to be even taking the time to look at that. Let's go ahead and take a look at our storm relative. We have just a bit of a notch. You can see where that sharp edge of the wind gust are. So, you know, it's almost northerly, just barely northwesterly winds crossing. Already came through Henderson, just came through Beckville. If you are past this line, to the north of this line, you're experiencing windy, much cooler and rainy air mass. So out here, if you're still ahead of the storm, folks in just north of Mount Enterprise, Timpson, thereabouts, Tenaha, Gary City. I'll be checking the chat for any pronunciations on that Tenaha. We talked about this before, I know. Please excuse me. But a larger severe thunderstorm warning still ongoing for the next 7 minutes as the storm quickly outruns the warning box. They'll have to reissue it for parts of Shelby County. And what counties would that be? That would be... Oh, that's the wrong thing. So that's going to be Panola County, Shelby County, Nacogdoches County. They are certainly going to reissue a severe warning farther east into those counties for this particularly more rowdy portion of the line here. Again, here's a look at reflectivity. Big bad cold front with just a little bit of a notch there southeast of Henderson. So where that notch is where localized inflow can curl in and produce brief spin-up tornadoes. However, at this very moment, 10:09 p.m., not terribly impressive for short-term tornado production. We'll keep an eye on it because these things that we call spin-ups, they spin up fast. So spin-ups in a line like that definitely deserve a tornado warning. They're pretty quick to spin up. We're going to take a quick look at our friends in Central Texas. Williamson County, let's see, is this storm out of Williamson? No, it's still just barely in Williamson County for another couple of minutes. Looks like Bastrop, Travis County, and then this one is Burleson County. Okay. I'm going to switch over to how hard it's raining mode to depict our thunderstorms. So Austin, you are clear of this storm moving southeast into Bastrop right now, eventually Giddings and Smithville. This is just a severe warning thunderstorm. The severe warning lasts another 5 minutes, but could easily have a reissuance on this storm, capable of pocket change-sized hail and damaging winds. David Reimer should be back in just a few minutes. He's taking a quick rest. He said he would only be gone for 10 minutes, so, you know, could have felt plenty free to take a longer rest, but that's okay. I'll be handling the video editing for the team here shortly, so I'm just waiting on some more video. Yeah, so just on the southeast side of Austin, passing over US 183, perhaps some rowdy thunderstorm activity just outside of the severe warning, but that is going to be perhaps some quarter-sized hail on that just by the looks of it. It's going to have definitely a chance at up to quarter-sized hail. It's not in the severe thunderstorm warning there. Just north of Mustang Ridge, passing over US 183, moving east-southeast towards this great highway that extends northeast toward Bastrop. Is that 71? That might be 71. No, it's not 71. Consult the map. That's 21. So this little area north of Mustang Ridge, moving east-southeast toward State Route 21. Traffic is going to be a little bit snarled up on the Pickle Parkway, and that is the Texas Loop 130. So it looks like traffic is relatively slow moving through there because we have 10-4 David. Just give me just another minute to wrap this up here in Travis County, moving into Bastrop County. Again, this part of the storm is just outside the severe warning box. So if you're watching this and you're not getting severe thunderstorm warning ringtone on your phone, then well, I'm giving you a heads up right now. That's a little more impressive part of the core there, moving east toward Texas Route 21. You can see it quickly develop. So play it back, and they haven't even had time to react there at the office in Austin. So expect this little hail core to move right over Texas 21 west of Bastrop here shortly. This severe warning box will be allowed to expire. David, you can go ahead and take it back over, and I will pause and say my farewells. David, you could go ahead and take it back over. Thank you for giving David a rest. I'm going to edit some video.
Southeast Austin. Hey, I didn't unmute. Audio. You see, this is what happens when I don't unclick the audio button. Jason's freaking out. Actually, it has more to do with the fact my Stream Deck's disconnected from my controller here, so when I hit that, it didn't work. But anyway, I am here. I should have burped before I unmuted. That's unfortunate, but that's a little inside joke to y'all watching earlier. All right, let's try that again. So we do have a line of storms now, some of which are severe, extending in East Texas down into the Brazos Valley and parts of South Central Texas. You'll notice there are stretches here where we have no severe weather warnings whatsoever. And again, those are just garden variety thunderstorms that are producing a lot of lightning, some gusty winds, some heavy rain, and small hail, perhaps. But there are a few storms here that are a little more rowdy. Some have quarter-size hail, generally not dealing with anything like golf balls or baseballs or softballs or, basketballs at this point. But we do see thunderstorms starting to develop in the northern Edwards Plateau, just north of Del Rio, and that was forecast, by the way. So we're probably going to see an uptick in thunderstorms, some of which may be severe with some hail in the northern Edwards Plateau over the next hour or two west of San Antonio. We're going to have to watch for that. But again, we have a single tornado warning right now. If you have a storm near you, by the way, and it's severe, it could have some strong winds, some hail. But remember, we got to focus on the worst off storms here. I'm not as efficient as meteorologist Jason Cooley at multitasking. In fact, if I had remembered he had video to edit, I wouldn't have let him take over. Now I feel kind of bad. And now he's going to yell at me for being like, "Oh, you needed a break." I'm old. I'll sleep when I'm dead. What's the way my hairline's going? Hopefully, isn't that short. But anyway, let's hit the radar and take a look at what we have going on here. This is the how hard it's raining mode. We do have a tornado warning for another couple of minutes. And this is going to be for portions of northern Shelby, southern Lusk, and southwestern Panola counties until 10:30 p.m. Central Time. And this is going to be for an area of strong winds and maybe a spin-up tornado northeast of Mount Enterprise, southwest of Carthage. It looks like the Weather Service of Shreveport just put out a updated warning, which means I'm going to have to read it. Come on, radar. Please change. Now, this is what happens when you load radar, or I'm using a different program, but load 254 counties worth of 254 counties of county roads. Things get slow real fast. Okay, so we do have a tornado warning continuing for another 13 minutes. Brakefield, Clayton, down highway 315. All right, let's see if we've got that updated warning. It's updated on my end. That might have been the update there. At 10:16 p.m., a severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado was located near Pine Hill, 15 miles southwest of Carthage, moving east at 40. Violet, go to bed. Yeah, moving east at 40. So this thunderstorm is going to remain over mostly rural areas, but it could impact Lawsonville, Chapman, Dotson, Fairplay, and Gary City. Just like it's fair play that everyone makes fun of me for cheese. Yes, I'm sure one day it's going to show up here. Aha, I've muted this time before burping. Alright, so let's switch back down and take a look. Oh, that's a lot of cities. So we do have a severe storm. Elkhart to Grapland. The potential for some gusty winds. Section of storms from Russ to Mount Enterprise are not severe. Back southwest. We've got storms from essentially coming up on Caldwell. And then this could eventually impact Bryan College Station. The first storm we were talking about a bit earlier that was going to impact Bryan College Station fizzled out faster than my hairline. But this storm out near Milano probably has a better chance of actually making it to town with some gusty winds and small hail in the next 45 minutes, simply because it's on the leading edge of the cold front, which, by the way, you can see extending back here on that little green line from near Rockdale southwest to near Manor and Pflugerville. And then back southwest, Bastrop, our friends in Bastrop. Oh, who can forget Bastrop? I can't. It's one reason we're here today. Currently getting some small hail, maybe dime to nickel size, nothing really to write home about, and maybe some winds of 50 to 60 miles per hour. Oh, look, the radar's gone into that 70s mode. Oh, we'll see if it's done having that little bit of a seizure, and oh, good, it is. Back to the wind mode again. Yeah, we could have some gust over 50 miles an hour, but nothing really screaming home. Honestly, I'm willing to bet you're going to get stronger winds behind this cold front here in a bit. Mount Enterprise. Anyone up on... Who's asking? Where's Mount Enterprise over here? Mount Enterprise. Mount Enterprise. Nope. Mount Enterprise, you're fine. This is northeast of you. You're not on the tornado warning. Happy birthday. Let's click, and we'll go back to the tornado warning. Fair enough. So again, a tornado warning continues until 10:30 p.m., another 10 minutes for southeastern Rusk, northwestern Shelby, and southwestern Panola counties. Again, this is a possible tornado now located near Pine Hill, about 13 miles southwest of Carthage, moving east at 40. And again, this is generally moving towards Gary City. A lot of strong straight line winds, maybe 60, 70 miles an hour. Can't rule out some small hail and maybe a brief spin-up tornado. Again, there's not really all that much of a screaming signature in the velocity or which way the wind's moving department. But again, just based on that radar signature on the how hard it's raining mode, you can see that little inflow notch right here. And again, well, that was a horrific arrow. Wow, even I can do better, and I have the drawing skills of a toddler. Let's try that again. See, that is the inflow notch right there, and sometimes in squall lines you can see little spin-up tornadoes occur from time to time in there, or enhanced areas of damaging straight line winds. And let's take a look over here. So again, assuming this storm continues with at least some gusty winds, it'll be near Temple here in about 30 minutes, so probably about 10:50 p.m. Logansport, probably about 11 to 11:15, and then Center, probably about 11:15. And Violet, it's okay. That's about the level of skill I have in most things anyway. I get that response a lot. As these storms continue to move east-southeast, honestly, they've got about 30, 40. So actually, now that these are actually moving at a relatively decent pace, let's go ahead and just draw a storm track on the whole line. I don't want the Louisiana side. Sorry, Louisiana. Okay, so it's moving east-southeast about 40. We'll just do it that way, and it makes life easier. Okay, so let's just start reading off towns. This is where the storms are going to pretty much be in the next hour here in East Texas. So, Appleby, about 1040, Nacogdoches, about 1048, Wells, about 1048, Lufkin, about 1105 to 1110, Dibble, 1120, Groveton, about 1111, 1111, my favorite time of day. Crockett in the next 10 to 15 minutes. Kennard about 1045. Wells about 1048. Alto, like now. Cushing, like now. Garrison about 1035. Tipson about 1035. Gary City, pretty much about now. The next 10 minutes. Logansport, actually, I guess about 1045 to 1050 if you consider this section of the storm near Carthage. Carthage. Huxley about 1110. St. Augustine about 1115. And then Lufkin again, I'm going to say at 11:10. Trinity about 11:10. Lovelady about 10:45. Crockett about 10:35. Midway about 10:43. All right, let's do that, except now we're going to go further southwest. And again, y'all are going to get a pretty nasty surge of wind behind this cold front, which is about 30 minutes after the storms pass. So don't be surprised when you wake up and it's blowing hard out of the north and it's in the 40s. It's going to get cold. Take it from me, I'm located in southern Oklahoma City. It's 35 degrees and there's snow flurries. It was 70 earlier. In fact, it was 70 about the time I was started this live video. Okay, so again, storm near Caldwell. We'll put a storm track on that. Moving off to the east-southeast at about 35 miles an hour. If it continues on its present track, it'll be near College Station in about 35 minutes. Jason, I assume you're still listening. If you want, and if it'll make your computer faster, you can turn your encoding off. Smithville, about 1045 to 1050. LaGrange, about 1120 to 1123. And then, of course, Bastrop, y'all getting some storms now. And then back southwest towards Mustang Ridge. And not impressed. And then we're going to also have to watch for some of this activity firing out west near Del Rio. All right, let's take a look at the high-res rapid refresh model. That'll let us take a peek at what might be oh, good grief, what might be occurring tonight. I mean, I guess if you want to turn into video terms, yeah, I guess it might be encoding. All right, so we're going to press that. We're going to zoom out, and what we're going to do is load the horror. This will be for, how about this? Let's go to 11 o'clock. We'll turn on the time points. So again, this is just how we see storms are doing. It's not doing bad. This is about 11 o'clock, so it's got a good, decent timeline set up. We'll go to midnight. You can see storms starting to push out of the Brazos Valley into southeast Texas, the piney woods of East Texas. Some of these are still going to be rowdy east of Interstate 45. This particular model run has a rather angry couple of cells from Huntsville up to Lufkin to center. Could have some pocket change size hail. Localized winds 50 to 60 miles an hour. 10-4. And then further west, a couple of stronger storms too, but generally less organized. Starting to see a couple storms fire up from Del Rito Eagle Pass, and that is the general expectation of things. Here's 1 a.m. An increase in storms out there is still possible. You can see over San Antonio, that is what's occurring. Leading edge of the squall line from near Gonzales to Yoakum to Shiner to Sealing to Sealy, to Spring up Cleveland, Woodville to Hemp Hill, with the strongest activity still east of I-45, and isolated stronger stuff west of I-45. Here's 2 a.m. It's rolling into Houston, Jasper, Liberty, Houston, El Campo, with storms actually continuing now behind the squall line. These would be elevated. These could produce some hail. Not tornadic, not damaging winds, heavy rain, lightning, yes. Maybe some hail, yes. Tornadoes, no. We'd have to watch this stuff from Liberty to Jasper. It's right on the leading edge of that cold front, which would give it a non-zero threat for a few. Brief spin-up tornadoes maybe and some gusty winds. All right, did they let that tornado warning go? That would have been convenient. We'll look in a minute, but again, 3 a.m. you can see starting to see an increase in some storms in South Texas, South Central Texas. Some of those might have some hail. Otherwise, cold front and storms along the Middle Texas coast, the Victoria Crossroads, the Upper Texas coast into Southeast Texas and the Golden Triangle. Some storms maybe with some hail, quarter size, nothing like baseballs probably. And maybe some localized winds of 50 to 55 miles an hour. Here's 4 a.m. Cold front starting to move off the coast from Corpus Christi up to Galveston and Beaumont. You can see still some strong storms along the front in the Golden Triangle, but also some storms behind the cold front in South Texas, which could have some hail, even though at the surface it's going to be getting colder. This is going to be a pretty shallow cold front by the time it gets down to South Texas, which is why there's still some unstable air several thousand feet above the ground in the mid-levels of the atmosphere, which is how you're getting some of these stronger storms with maybe some small hail from Eagle Pass, Laredo, over to Beeville, Victoria, Corpus Christi, up to Houston at 5 a.m. Friday, even though it's going to be, in the 50s in north winds. Here is 6 a.m. and again, same story, 7 a.m. There you go. Most of your weather threats over. Still some heavy rain, small hail with the strongest storms. It's not going to be a pretty morning commute for San Antonio, Victoria, Houston, Beaumont, Orange, Corpus Christi. Farther west and north, still some showers back in the cold air mass. All right, let's go back to our only tornado warning that is no longer a tornado warning because I don't see the tornado warning, which means the tornado warning has hopefully gone away. And oh, good golly, sweet Molly, it has. No more tornado warnings. Those of you saying you had a tornado warning, good news. Tips in. No more tornado warning. Has been replaced with the severe thunderstorm warning. Potential for some 60-mile-an-hour winds. Maybe some penny to quarter size hail. We'll turn the fancy timestamp back on since you know that's helpful. And again, damaging straight line winds possible as this moves into Tipson, Tenhall, Garrison, and Logansport over the next several minutes. Time for a carbonated beverage to hit my throat and make it burn worse than it already does. Nope, bad idea. That was a bad idea. Okay, let's not do that again. It's what I get. And you'll notice farther southwest, we don't have all that many severe thunderstorm warnings. Back over into East Texas right now, no severe storm warnings. Back near Rusk, Grapeland. So we head back into the Brazos Valley. We have a couple of severe storms, one approaching Caldwell. That's generally looks like it may stay actually southwest of College Station. This one may end up passing closer to Snook. Maybe some quarter-size hail, 50, 55-mile-an-hour winds, heavy rain, a copious amount of cloud-to-ground lightning. And then back towards Bastrop, y'all probably just had some small hail, maybe up to the size of quarters. And this storm's moving southeast towards Smithville and LaGrange. I'll draw a storm track on this. doing what I think it's doing. That's not what I wanted. I assume about 40 miles an hour will work. They've got it at 30. Fine, we'll do it at 35 just to make myself feel better. So again, this will probably be rolling on into LaGrange at about 11:04. Smithville in the next 5 minutes probably. And again, most of the storms we're dealing with now across the state, you'll notice I'm being more casual. We're not really talking about, significant severe weather. We're talking about maybe some quarter-size hail, some localized 60-mile-an-hour wind gusts. To be frank, that's easy enough to get out of a thunderstorm in the summer months. So when we're talking about significant severe weather, we're talking about, the baseball-size hail we had between Mineral Wells and Weatherford earlier. Potential for spin-up tornadoes, which we had one in Fort Worth. We might have had one in Irving. Or the hurricane-force winds we had back on March 2nd. This is more of your garden variety stuff where, yeah, it's going to be loud. You might get some hail, but, it's not going to hopefully break your windows or anything. But, of course, somehow Mother Nature will prove me wrong. So, again, here's LaGrange at about 11:04. Fayetteville, Texas at about 11:20. This will probably stay just south of Giddings. It's obviously raining in Giddings, but, well, that is about it. And then this stuff that was further west has weakened. And then this green line up here should be the cold front, which means it probably just got really windy in Austin. It's about to get windy in Buda, Cal, Elgin. It looks like we just had a new tornado watch issued. I'm going to assume this is going to be for mostly Louisiana, but I wouldn't be shocked if it includes parts of the Piney Woods of East Texas and the Golden Triangle. As soon as we have information on that, I'll let you know. Jonathan, typically the hail issue, I mean, there are telltale signs. You're able to see increased reflectivity values aloft, while we only show the radar beam typically in the lowest form, or the lowest level here. I can show you the radar beam actually goes up in height. So 0.9 degree height, 1.3 degree, 1.8 degree, 2.4 degree, 3.1 degree, 4 degrees, 5.1 degrees, 6.4 degrees, and that means the radar beam's pointed up from its radome at 6.4 degrees. If I were to turn on the radar beam height here, you can see we're looking at about 27,000 feet. So as the radar beam essentially increases in height and keeps looking up and up, it is able to tell the reflectivity, or the how much rain or ice, once you get above the freezing level, is occurring at a certain level. From that, certain algorithms are able to determine the estimated hail size. In addition, most water content above the freezing level turns to ice or hail. So once that occurs, the stronger the reflectivity structure, the stronger or higher the value. Well, that's one way you're able to tell in terms of radar estimations just how big the hail is versus just looking at one surface tilt here. There's a product called Composite Reflectivity. I'll load that real quick if it'll load. And that takes all those radar beams and combines them into one. It doesn't look like that's going to actually load on this specific product. But again, the radar beam tilts up in height, which is why it's not just, spinning around at the surface every, 10 seconds. Otherwise, if that's all it did, I mean, yeah, we'd get base scans very quickly, probably every 10, 20 seconds, but we wouldn't know what was going on in terms of overall storm structure above the lowest level. We wouldn't know how tall the storms are, how much hail there might actually be, the water content above the freezing level, etc. So that's how we determine updraft strength, which determines the amount and significance of hail. And okay, I'm digressing down a nerdy topic. Let's stop. So, hey, maybe you got your answer, maybe you didn't. If you didn't, there's an idea for meteorologist Jason Cooley one day. I'm sure he can make an article on it or something. Righty tighty, let's take a look at a storm near Gary City down to Garrison. This one has the highest potential relatively to produce some 60-mile-an-hour outflow winds as it heads to the southeast at about 40 miles an hour, 30 to 40. You can see a severe thunderstorm warning through 11:15. Includes Logansport, Tenaha, Tipson, Garrison, almost to center. And again, that's through about 11:15. And this whole line continues moving off to the east-southeast at about 35 to 40 miles an hour, and that's what it's going to do for most of the night. Further southwest, we've got the storms from essentially just southwest of Bryan, down Highway 21 to Caldwell. This one might have some quarter-size hail. It's probably the most impressive in the hail core department right now, and again, maybe the size of quarters. Besides that, we've got this storm southwest of Giddings approaching Smithville, moving to the southeast at about 30 miles an hour. And again, LaGrange probably by 11:25 to 11:30, maybe sooner if the storm speed keeps fluctuating. And then nothing going on further west right now. We will see stuff out here after midnight probably, but you can see a couple showers north of Del Rio, nothing severe. Later tonight, we'll probably see a couple of storms or multiple storms fire up across South Texas. Some might have a bit of hail, but not necessarily anything that's going to be problematic. In terms of College Station, we've got a storm southeast of College Station, but a stronger storm southwest of College Station. Bryan College Station, looks like your protection bubbles working this evening. You killed the first storm earlier, and then this storm now crossing over 21 looks like it's going to remain mostly southwest of town. So y'all are going to get some rain, some lightning. You're going to get gusty northwest winds behind the storm once Crashy the cold front hits. But you probably aren't going to have to deal with too much. Yeah, the Aggie Dome's doing its work. And then these storms are going to keep moving southeast overnight, so I guess we'll just take a look at the high-res rapid refresh again. We've got a lot of folks asking. And folks in the chat, feel free to answer other questions nicely if you know the answer, since we do have folks coming and going all the time. I just have to press a couple buttons there. Alright, so let's look at the high-res rapid refresh model. Do a little bit of an adjustment there. Alright, let's take a gander at this. But again, let's load 11 o'clock just to see how it's doing. What in... Or, no, bad. Okay, here's 11 o'clock. So you can see it's not doing too bad. I mean, it's got the overall line position down okie dokie. Not necessarily as bad as it thinks the weather's going on over here right now. But here's Carthage. Oh, well, hold on. Timestamps. This is what the model thinks is going to look like at 11 o'clock. Let me turn on what we have now. So, yeah, honestly, it's not too bad. Really, it's not doing too bad at all. So, with this, I can give you a decent timeline. That's midnight. Here's what the model has at midnight in terms of storm positions. I'm going to do two sectors here. I'm going to do southeast Texas, and then I'm going to shift it. We'll go back to 11 o'clock and look at the western part, you know, South Texas, all that. So, don't throw a hissy fit if I'm not showing the western part of this risk yet. Midnight, 1 a.m., 2 a.m., 3 a.m., 4 a.m., 5 a.m., 6 a.m., 7 a.m., 8 a.m., 9 a.m., 10 a.m., and there you go. It's still raining on the middle and upper Texas coast by 11 a.m. All right, now we're going to go do the exact same thing for western portions of Texas. By the way, the main severe weather threat ends by 4 a.m. Some of the storms behind the front through tomorrow morning could have some small hail, but, you know, main severe weather threat again is the next few hours, at least the remaining. All right, here is 11 o'clock, midnight, 1, 2, 3. Now you see, this isn't as overzealous by midnight with the storms farther west. It's catching on to current trends. Still, it has some by 3 a.m. 4. Leading edge of the cold front. That's this from Corpus Christi almost to Zapata. 5. So you can see this actually does develop a couple of strong, maybe severe storms with hail way behind the cold front early tomorrow morning. 6. 7. That's heavy rainfall, by the way. Beeville, all that. That would be some pretty heavy rain. Plenty of cloud-to-ground lightning. 8. Moving northeast. 9. Cold fronts all the way down in Mexico, way out in the Gulf of Mexico. Cold fronts through the whole state by now. This is all behind the cold front. So it's going to be gusty north winds, getting cooler, but still enough instability and energy aloft for some thunderstorms. 10 a.m. 11. Noon. 1 p.m. 2 p.m. 3 p.m. 4. Oh, that's all you get. And then if we really wanted to look real quick, I'll load a loop out in West Texas where we have the potential, or I should say at least in Southwest Texas, for some snow. A little bit of snow. So again, this is just what the radar looks like overnight. It's loading the radar loop now. I'll let it load. I'll let it play. So again, here's Southwest Texas, just for fun. Again, you can see as cooler temperatures filter in the higher terrain, we're going to change over to snow on Highway 90 in the higher terrain of Southwest Texas. Sanderson over to Alpine, Marfa, maybe Van Horn, even Interstate 10 from the 2010 split west of Van Horn, just east of El Paso in the borderland. Could have some snow mixing in with the rain at times tomorrow. Has some accumulations maybe in the higher terrain. So, yeah, it is going to snow in Texas tomorrow. Technically, we've got a little bit of snow right now in the panhandle West Texas, some snow flurries. All right, let's go back to the real-time radar. And again, hopefully that will keep some of the when's it going to hit me questions answered. If not, those of you watching that, all that can answer some of their questions for the next little while. All right, Storm Prediction Center just issued a new short-term discussion for the southern Brazos Valley and parts of south central southeast Texas. I don't think it's going to be on here yet, but once it is, I'll tell you. Here's what I'm going to do real quick, though. I will load this and let it play as an animation, and then I'll read the discussion from the Storm Prediction Center. Load a 2-hour loop. While that plays, I'll read the discussion from the Storm Prediction Center. All right, their summary for this activity in the Brazos Valley and potentially parts of south central Texas, southeast Texas is some threat for hail and locally damaging wind gusts may spread southeastward late tonight. The need for an additional severe weather watch is uncertain. Now here's a more meteorological discussion. Multiple clusters of thunderstorms have been ongoing across parts of central Texas late this evening, with hail size estimates occasionally approaching severe criteria. While a capping inversion will continue to increase with time, instability values aloft remain moderate, and effective wind shear of around 40 to 50 knots will continue to support organized thunderstorm potential. The risk for damaging wind gusts and hail may briefly increase as a strong cold front overtakes the ongoing storm clusters, and any clusters that then accelerate southeastward and avoid being undercut by the front may continue to pose some severe threat into the overnight hours. At this time, it is unclear whether the coverage and magnitude of the remaining severe weather threat will necessitate a downstream severe thunderstorm watch, but trends will continue to be monitored for any uptick in storm intensity and organization. And there you go. That is the latest word from the magical smart folks at the Storm Prediction Center. All right, it's 10:47. Here we go. We've got 3 severe thunderstorm warnings in the state of Texas at this point, with a broken line of thunderstorms from Carthage to Crockett to Bryan College Station, down to pretty much Bastrop and Kyle. Not bad, not bad. So we're going to go from north to south, take a look at each of these severe warnings. We'll take a look and see who might be impacted and see what is going on. I'll tell you now, I do notice that little Boeing segment right there, southwest of Carthage down to Tipson. That might be a good little cluster of some 60-mile-an-hour winds. I could knock some trees down. Again, that's a pretty good little outflow signature there. This is not a spinny, spinny, doom, doom signature. This is a, hey, I'm going to have a lot of wind and blow it out at you signature. Also can't rule out some small hail, but that's not really much of a hail core issue. And that is going to apparently just break my entire radar. It hit the wrong button, so let's try that again, shall we? We'll turn that back on. We'll see if this thing has any sort of tracking I can use. Just need to change some settings on here. So again, this little section near Gary City, storm moving east at about 35 miles an hour. It'll be near Logansport at about 11:20 p.m. A section near Tipson, probably near center at about the same time. So let's just say the next 20 to 30 minutes. And again, could have some winds 50, 60 miles an hour out of the northwest, maybe some small hail. The sections of storms from Cushing to Alto to Crockett are not severe. They could have 40-mile-an-hour winds, maybe some very small hail. Pea-sized, heavy rain, cloud-to-ground lightning. Jason Cooley, you shall be silent, or I shall throw the mallet at your head. But yes, check your settings. Always check your settings. And again, all these storms generally moving off to the east, southeast at about 35 miles an hour. We'll put a fancy, super duper, awesome, blossom, hey, I can make up words and phrases just like anyone on TV can too, at about 35 miles an hour. So here we go. We're going to do 40 because it makes me happy. And here we go. So this is where storms are going to be in about an hour. Nacogdoches, about 11:05, St. Augustine, about 11:25, Huxley, about 11:23, Center, about 11:04, Logansport. Well, technically I drew it a little too far there, but again, general idea, at least down here, Lufkin, about 11:20, Dibble, 11:30, Groveton, about 11:25, Crockett, now, Kennard, by about 10:57. Huh. Interesting. Just realized not the radar y'all are looking at, but the other radar I've just been keeping an eye on is out of date by 20 minutes. The one y'all are looking at's current. Oh, garbage. Well, interesting. All right, so again, that is the general expectation with those storms. Let's switch down to the Brazos Valley. We'll give y'all storm track. Okay, let's just do about 40 here. And again, broken line of showers and storms, so not everyone's going to have issues. On Alaska, about 11:40, New Waverly about 11:25, Huntsville about 11:10, Conroe about 11:43, Todd Mission about 11:30, Brenham about 11:25, and that's assuming these storms are moving at about 40 miles an hour. Some of these are moving slower, so it's going to be later. Just keep that in mind. Switch to the New Braunfels radar, get a look at the storm near Giddings and Smithville. Snow in southwest Texas in the higher elevations along Highway 90, from Fort Stockton to Alpine to Sanderson to Marfa to Van Horn. It's where the higher elevation and mountains are. They could have some snow tonight. We're not going to have sleet in North Texas. It's going to rain some, but not sleet. And no high-impact winter weather, that's for sure. The good news is these storms generally, yeah, they're loud. Some have gusty winds, but for the most part, this stuff in the Brazos Valley is just, heavy rain, some gusty winds. Not really even seeing all that much in the way of hail anymore. We're definitely going to keep an eye on this little line segment until it exits Texas, though. From Carthage to Tenaha to Garrison. Over to the which way the wind's blowing mode. A lot of strong winds being pushed out by these storms. Nothing that screams rotation, though we're watching for any sort of appendages like that one northeast of Tenaha. Not seeing anything that's showing strong rotation. So that's good news. In terms of what's coming over the next few days, some rain chances and much, much cooler weather. It's going to be a pretty cool weekend by March standards across Texas. Highs in the 40s and 50s, lows in the 20s, 30s, and 40s. Gusty north winds, a couple chances of rain. Now, there's not going to be any, probably not any snow in Austin. There's a chance there might be a few flakes Saturday morning, but nothing that's going to stick. But, good news is, I'd say our most intense storm left is this thing coming up into Tenaha. Very strong outflow winds with this. Little bit of a bow apex there. So yeah, those of y'all in Tenaha probably getting some very strong winds right now. Down to Garrison. That'll eventually be moving towards Logansport and Center over the next 20 minutes. So again, there could be some winds of 55 to 60 miles an hour. That could result in some down tree limbs, maybe some down trees, power outages. Etc. And again, most of these storms at this point are below severe weather limits. To be considered a severe thunderstorm, you need to have winds over 58 miles an hour, quarter-size hail or larger, that's 1 inch in diameter, or be tornadic. Haven't had tornado issues. Well, I can't say that. We haven't had confirmed tornado issues in hours. We'll see if there's any damage in northeast Texas they find. Straight line winds. We still got a couple of storms producing winds up to about 60 miles an hour. Honestly, mainly this storm near Tenhall. And then hail-wise, I don't think any of these storms are producing hail anywhere near the size of quarters, which is good. Pea-size hail? Yeah, sure. But that's not severe. And again, thunderstorms aren't rated severe storms just because of lightning. No doubt all these are producing plenty of cloud-to-ground lightning, heavy rainfall, threat for some localized flash flooding by morning across southeast Texas, the Golden Triangle, and East Texas. Plenty of street flooding for sure. Again, we're mostly behaving at this point in the thunderstorm department. Most storms behaving. Northeast Texas is done. North Texas is done. Central Texas is mostly done. North of Austin. No more severe weather in the Concho Valley, Big Country, Texoma. A limited threat for a few severe storms overnight in the piney woods of East Texas, the Golden Triangle, and Southeast Texas and South Texas. Some storms might have quarter-size hail. Localized winds up to 60 miles an hour, but overall, we're not doing too bad right now. Pretty good little Boeing segment right over Tenhall right now. Look at the wind mode, and again, the radar doesn't seem to think there's super high winds, but again, just the Boeing segment alone indicates there's probably at least 40 mile an hour wind gusts in there at times, certainly enough to make it sound scary with all the trees. And that is moving. Oh, that was horrific. Like that. That's a general expectation. But at least we don't have any more baseball-sized hail. We don't have any tornadoes. We don't have any sort of hurricane-force winds. But with the cold front now pretty much, here I'll turn off the local radar, switch to the regional radar. With the cold front blotting out the map with every city in the state, the cold front's caught up with this line of storms pretty quickly now. These storms are mostly right on the cold front or slightly undercut, meaning the cold front's out ahead of them. So that helps reduce the threat for damaging winds somewhat and the threat for tornadoes. Still some hail threat, but really a limited hail threat for small hail. I'll load surface temperatures, though. Here are surface temperatures, and I'll just load a 2-hour loop so y'all can see what we've got going on. I'll even load surface wind direction. Again, this is going to be surface wind direction. These arrows. You can see Crashy the cold front's coming on in. You might not be able to see the arrows. Let's try this. Bet you can see them now. Good grief. There's your wind direction. You can see cold front continuing to push south pretty quickly. It's still 81 degrees in Del Rio. It's not going to be 81 degrees too much longer. You can see up on I-10 it was in the 70s. It's now in the 50s. Fort Stockton earlier today, warm now in the 40s. Abilene, you can see down almost in the 30s now. DFW Metroplex, who was up in the mid-70s this afternoon. Obviously, no longer is with temperatures in the 40s, wind chills in the 30s. And again, temperatures up in the 30s in the Texas Panhandle with light snow showers. So we are down to one severe thunderstorm warning now. And that's going to be this severe thunderstorm warning near Tenaha in East Texas coming up towards Center. Severe storms pretty much right on Highway 59 now, if not a little southeast of Highway 59, moving towards Logansport and Center. We're still going to be here for a while yet, it looks like. I'm going to hand it off to Jason Cooley here probably in about 15 minutes, and he'll be able to stick around to keep an eye on things. I mean, I'll be here too. I'm just going to have my eyes closed and listening. Let Jason Cooley soothe me to sleep. Not really. Again, the good news is we are really not doing too bad right now. The stuff near Tenaha is bowing out, but also weakening. I think the cold front's undercutting it, which means we may not have any severe thunderstorm warnings here before long. Just a line of storms with some gusty winds, cloud-to-ground lightning, some brief heavy rain, and then crashing the cold front hits and y'all cool down. Temperatures cool down from the 70s right now. We're headed to the cool front down into the 60s and then 50s. You can see 40s on the doorstep with strong northwest winds. And honestly, for most folks, the northwest winds behind this cold front tonight are going to be more extreme, relatively, than the actual thunderstorm winds. These yellow arrows here indicate northwest winds gusting 35, 45 miles an hour. So it's windy. Hey, you know what, Jason Cooley, don't you give me a good time now. All right, so that is the general expectation. Again, we're going to have storms pretty much along this front all night until they move off the Golden Triangle coast, the upper Texas coast, the middle Texas coast, the Victoria Crossroads. But honestly, they're behaving themselves very well right now. We could have a whole line of just 70-mile-an-hour winds blowing out the wazoo, but we don't. Most of these storms are behaved. Thunderstorms are going to produce cloud-to-ground lightning. I realize they're loud, but keep in mind, no severe hail right now. The biggest hail we might have right now is maybe dimes. Some stronger winds maybe around Tenaha to Logansport to Center over the next little while, but frankly, that's not even looking that impressive. So we may be down to no severe weather warning soon. In terms of the tornado watch, here you go. This is what's left of it. Here, we're literally about to have about 3 counties in the Golden Triangle under a tornado watch. And frankly, if those storms keep getting undercut by the cold front, which once they are, they're not going to stop, the threat for tornadoes in Texas is going to go way down, almost to 0. I'm not going to say it is 0, so let's say non-zero. Still some localized damaging winds possible and some small hail, especially with storms later tonight in South Texas that fire up. But for now, we're doing okie dokie. It is okie dokie, and we're going to be watching that. But again, at this point, there's not too much in terms of storms to track individually, so we're watching them with the fancy radar stream. With surface temperatures for good measure. I'll turn the arrows off, though, because people are going to think that's storm direction and get confused, but we can leave the temperatures on. I'm going to do some radar interrogation. And keep in mind, just because a thunderstorm isn't technically severe, severe being 1-inch diameter hail or larger, which is the size of quarters, winds 58 miles an hour or higher, or tornadoes, they're still certainly capable of being quite loud. You know, cloud-to-ground lightning, it doesn't matter if a storm's a puny storm with 1 lightning strike or, you know, hundreds. Lightning's lightning, and they can be quite obnoxious. In terms of hail, really not talking about any right now. Maybe pea to dime size hail in some of the stronger storms. That's not severe. That's about 1/4 inch to 1/2 inch. No severe storms in the Brazos Valley right now. Storm around Carlos to Singleton has a lot of cloud-to-ground lightning, but nothing that is severe, maybe some 40-mile-an-hour wind gusts, some pea-sized hail, heavy rain. That's it. The main issue tomorrow morning, or Friday morning probably, in southeast Texas, into the Victoria Crossroads, the Middle Texas coast, might be localized street flooding. It's not going to be a pleasant morning rush hour with rain galore. But again, really, in terms of severe weather, I'm just not seeing a whole lot. Looks like the Weather Service in Shreveport has elected to issue a new severe thunderstorm warning for Far East Texas. I'm going to be honest, though, based on what I am seeing, that is, it's being very generous of them. But yeah, I guess we can't totally rule out a 60-mile-an-hour wind gust, but there is a pretty good chance these storms are undercut by the cold front. Meaning the chance for 60-mile-an-hour winds hitting the surface is low. But we don't issue the warnings. We just report on them. So let's take a gander. It's going to be a new severe thunderstorm warning. I'll make sure all the community towns are on. It's going to be a severe thunderstorm warning for southeastern Panola, northern Nacogdoches, Shelby, and northern St. Augustine counties in the Piney Woods of East Texas. And this is through 11:45 p.m. You can see the polygon here from Nacogdoches to St. Augustine, Huxley, Center, Logansport. And this is going to be the potential for 60-mile-an-hour wind gust and maybe some small hail. And frankly, most spots are not going to be seeing winds anywhere near 60 miles an hour, maybe 40. And then crash the cold front hits, and then there's 40-mile-an-hour winds behind that. You see how this radar further away does show stronger winds aloft with this thunderstorm, but if we look from Shreveport, which is closer and lower to the surface, you can see much, much lower winds, and that might just be a symptom of the cold front undercutting these storms. So, again, the overall severe weather threat, I'm going to say, for the rest of the night in southeast Texas is on the low side. It's not zero, but I wouldn't be staying up for it at this point. If there's a tornado warning or something out of the realm of, I don't know, something weird happens, just have your phone on, wireless emergency alerts. That'll cha-ching you. Cha-cha-cha-cha. Well, that's in my head for the rest of the night now. That's unfortunately. Jason, you're fine. So again, leading edge of these storms extend from near Nacogdoches to Appleby over to Center, up 7 Whiskey to Logansport. Heavy rain, cloud to ground lightning, probably gusty northwest winds up to 40 miles an hour. And these storms are moving to the southeast at about 35 miles an hour. So we'll put a tracker on this. That's not what I wanted. Close enough, except I don't really want Louisiana. But I guess it doesn't really matter, to be honest with you. Okay, so they've got it moving at about 35. So at that point, Huxley in about 22 minutes, 11:30. St. Augustine about 11:40. Oh, it's going to be one I don't pronounce right. Charlino at about 11:35. Just north of Broadus at 11:56, just north of Bronson on 103 at about 11:58. I'm just looking at some data real quick. And and then the north side of the Toledo Bend Reservoir here at about 11:55, probably. Well, technically, I guess the north end's all the way up here near Logansport. So technically, you get the picture. So that is where the that line of storms will probably be moving over the next 1 hour. And again, overall, the remaining severe weather risk for the rest of the night around the Brazos Valley on the low side, southeast Texas on the low side, the Piney Woods of East Texas, maybe a little higher, but still slight. I'm not expecting widespread severe weather. You know, at this point, I don't think we're going to suddenly have a plethora of tornadoes popping up. I don't think we're going to suddenly have, 70-plus mile-an-hour winds along the entire line. And I really don't think we're going to be dealing with, golf ball, baseball-size hail everywhere. But nevertheless, if there's one severe storm this evening, a little 60-mile-an-hour wind gust in a small area and it comes and knocks a tree on your house, well, that's unfortunate. So we'll be keeping an eye on this for sure. Huntsville, Texas, you've got a strong storm, maybe 40-mile-an-hour winds, cloud-to-ground lightning, small hail. I wouldn't be staying up for it. It's going to rain, and then you're going to get gusty northwest winds behind the cold front. Yeah, trust me, I can't believe I got Cholina right either. Again, as we take a look further west, let me just turn on the regional radar. This stuff in central Texas, really, I mean, strong? Not even really. I mean, it's just a thunderstorm at this point. Maybe 30, 40-mile-an-hour winds, probably no hail. And heavy rain. Again, that's going to probably be the main issue tonight, is heavy rain. Dallas, North Texas, it's done. Been over for hours. Northeast Texas, it's over. Hill Country, if you're north of north of 290, it's over. And we'll just keep an eye on these storms tonight as they move southeast. There could be some gusty winds, 40, 50 miles an hour. Maybe some localized wind gust a bit higher than that. Maybe some pea-to-dime size hail. And heavy rain. I think heavy rain, cloud-to-ground lightning will be the most common issue tonight. Lufkin, you're going to be getting hit by these storms in the next hour. They're not severe right now. There might be some small hail, maybe 40-mile-an-hour winds. About the same you'd get in a summer thunderstorm. There's no severe thunderstorm warning or anything, so it'll be loud for a while. Yeah, a lot of these storms, regardless of their intensity, are producing plenty of cloud-to-ground lightning. You can see they're actually starting to develop a bit further west along the leading edge of the cold front within the last 15 minutes from Kyle, south of Blanco, on 281 north of Bexar County. And that's probably going to continue expanding west towards Del Rio. And again, some of those storms out there may end up having some hail overnight as they move into South Texas. Oh, we're not going anywhere yet, Violet. Mr. Jason Cooley will be joining here again in a bit. He's just about done editing the videos, and then he'll be doing it for a while. Well, I go visit the little boy's room. Again, line the cold front. The cold front, which is essentially marked by the line of storms at this point, moving southeast at about 35 to 40 miles an hour. Most storms are behaving themselves with 40-mile-an-hour winds, with the potential for pea-sized hail, heavy rainfall, cloud-to-ground lightning. I think the main issue overnight into Friday morning, especially in urban areas, will be street flooding. Places like Beaumont, Houston, Galveston, Victoria, San Antonio, Corpus Christi, Austin. We're going to have some more rain by the Friday morning commute, maybe even some thunderstorms. That red square earlier, that was tornado warnings earlier. There were no tornado warnings. We have a single severe thunderstorm warning in Far East Texas from Nacogdoches over to Center to Logansport, moving towards Chirino, St. Augustine, Patroon, and Huxley, the Toledo Bend Reservoir. Allison, yes. The front entering now is going to keep cooler air in place through early next week. We're going to have another upper-level storm system arrive Sunday, which is going to bring more precipitation, rain. But it'll also, the cloud cover will help keep temperatures cooler on Sunday and Monday, which is why it'll only be in the 30s, 40s, and 50s. It's definitely going to be chilly. Yeah, these storms are moving pretty slow. I mean, all things considered, they could be moving at like 50, but they could also be moving at 20. So this cold front will continue moving south at a pretty decent clip tonight. I'll turn surface temperatures back on. And here I'll zoom out even more. See, we actually have some snow showers in the northwest Texas panhandle right now. Very light snow around Dalhart. I'll turn wind chills on these again. These are going to be wind chills now. Wind chills in the low 20s. That's not very nice. I mean, wind chills, y'all aren't going to be able to read them, but wind chills at about 35 at DFW, 35 in Earl Wells, 32 in Graham, 31 in Abilene, and we'll just head back to the surface temperatures. But yeah, northern half of Texas, y'all know it's cold already. El Paso's still enjoying it, though. Temperatures in the low 60s. Not bad for about 10, 15 at night out in mountain time. Yeah, just a couple of snow showers in the northwest. Texas Panhandle this evening, maybe a dusting in spots out there, no big deal. And then tomorrow we're going to end a Saturday morning, a wee bit of wet snow, Alpine, Sanderson, Marfa up to Van Horn on Interstate 10 in southwest Texas. And then maybe some wet snow mixing in with rain at times Saturday morning, northern Edwards Plateau into the hill country. Not expecting accumulations, but enough to maybe, I mean, snowflakes in March, you might as well just be happy about it, right? That'd be nice. So, that's what things are looking like now. What we're looking like across the state. So you still watching us on YouTube? I'm glad. The Facebook stream just maxed out at 8 hours and ended. I'm not going to start a new stream on Facebook because, well, it's not really a point right now, so I'm fine with that. We'll stay here live on YouTube and Twitch. We'll zoom back in. Y'all get a gander at what's going on here. Let's see if I can get the cold front graphic to pop up. Allison, we'll see. We're going to be heading into a El Nino for the first time in several years. We've been in La Nina for the past 3 years. So as that happens, we're thinking, we're already looking at our next chance of severe storms in about a week. It looks like we're going to have a pretty good storm system across the eastern half of Texas. April could be active. May is questionable. We may have another quiet May. It depends on how much rain we can get in April. If we have big time drought, if we have a big time drought going on in May, that's also going to tend to make it drier and more hot. And then for the summer months, well, we're just going to have to wait and see what's going on with that. Can always hope for a wet summer, right? But at this point, you know what? Just be thankful for some rain. Be thankful we didn't have too many tornado issues today outside of a couple brief weak spin-ups in the Metroplex, DFW Metroplex. Some localized damaging wind gusts, but nothing even close to the hurricane force wind nonsense we had back on May 2nd. We did definitely have big-time hail today. In parts of North Texas, we had some baseballs from Mineral Wells to Weatherford. Had some baseballs in parts of Cleburne. Some big-time hail in Arlington, etc. So that's unfortunate. That'll be keeping the insurance adjusters busy. But you know what? Any day we don't have a $1 billion hail disaster is a good day in March, April, and May. Hey, that rhymed. Do I get a cookie for that? But otherwise, most of these storms are relatively behaved. Nevertheless, I do believe here in a wee bit, Mr. Meteorologist, super duper awesome blossom Jason Cooley will be joining us and taking over for a bit to keep an eye on things. You see, after 8 hours of talking, believe it or not, even I can get tired of talking. But Jason, he's been driving in DFW traffic and storm chasing all day. I'm sure he would be thrilled to chat with y'all about that. And so he will be joining us here in a bit. He edits a majority of our videos. He is, for all intents and purposes, our content manager, and he is very good at it. I really wish I knew why I'd keep staring at this microphone like it's the camera. Believe it or not, the camera is there. Hi, camera. But I keep staring at the microphone. I think it's just been that long of a bit of a day. But hey, you know what? It's okay. It's just us chatters here. Little interesting. Signature on the TIAH TDWR just southeast of Navasota showed what could have been a little bit of a spin up or a circulation a few minutes ago. That's this section to storm northwest to Houston. No tornado warning or anything, just always fun to watch some of these signatures once you get into higher res radar data. But if Mr. Jason's listening, he'll have to keep an eye on that as it moves down to 49 towards Odd Mission over the next while. I'll be keeping an eye on it too. All right, sounds like super duper awesome blossom. Hey, he is the one, the only. I don't even have his live feed right now, so maybe I'll wait. Oh, nope, there he is. Okay, so I guess he'll be ready here in just a second. So it sounds like I'm going to get a bit of a break here. Who knows? If y'all are lucky, you won't be seeing any more of me tonight, but there's always a chance. With that being said, it looks like our one and only super duper awesome blossom, most super awesomest content editor meteorologist out there is ready to go. So with that, we're going to head on over to the awesome blossom meteorologist, Jason Cooley. Well, he's staring, but I don't know if he can hear me. Oh, Jason, oh, Jason. Oh, no audio, eh? That's very interesting. I have it playing. Oh, no audio, eh? That's very interesting. I can hear myself. So, we'll let Jason.
I think we got it now.
I can hear myself. And now it's going to start echoing.
I think we got it now.
So, we'll let Jason. I think we got it now.
Thank you, David.
Oh,
I think we have it
All
now.
right, I'm done talking. Go for it, Mr. Cooley.
All right, guys. So I really appreciate it, David Reimer. We have 8 hours and 8 minutes from you, David, and that is quite a long bit. We have maxed out on our Facebook time. They only allot 8 hours on Facebook live streams. So that maxed out. We are no longer going to be streaming to Facebook because the severity of this storm, the segment of storms, not all that impressive. Okay, so we're going to slide on north to where we still have somewhat of a severe thunderstorm warning for just hanging on for parts of Panola, San Augustine, Shelby counties, Nacogdoches County, DeSoto, Sabine Sabine Parish. And that will be for another 16 minutes, so 11:45 p.m. That would be your greatest likelihood if we switch radar here. That would be your greatest likelihood at damaging winds and perhaps some brief hailstones. This southeast moving cluster toward Huxley. Talked about y'all just a few weeks ago, Huxley, Shelbyville. That is once again getting a squall line after dark. So once again, East Texas, Northeast Texas, into the Piney Woods region, dealing with overnight lines of storms with damaging winds and hail. Now, the somewhat spooky little notch there that we experienced several tornado warnings from earlier, no longer tornado warned, and it is now in Louisiana, making its way toward Converse and Pleasant Hill. So folks in Louisiana, in the path of this storm, this part of the storm, keep in mind that it has had a history of being capable of producing a spin-up. There has been a few tornado warnings with that section of the line again. So folks in Louisiana, just keep an eye out. This storm is definitely starting to dwindle down, but still hefty enough to perhaps spin up down the road. But again, that is in Louisiana, no longer Texas. Folks in Huxley, south center into San Augustine, you're going to have this line of storms barrel in any moment. Going to be maybe some 35 to 55 mile per hour winds and marginally severe hail, marginally severe wind. Lufkin, we're going to go ahead and check on y'all in Lufkin here momentarily. Just this is our one severe thunderstorm warning right now. Severe thunderstorm warning again for parts of Panola, Shelby, DeSoto, Sabine, Nacogdoches, just for another 15 minutes. Yeah, Violet, you can, or you could definitely go to sleep, Violet. I saw you just an hour ago saying you were going to go to sleepy sleep. So, should definitely go ahead and take yourself up on that. But we appreciate you. We're going to go ahead and take a look farther south down the line. And then I'm going to have a little break, little treat for y'all. Just one moment. Alrighty, folks. Let's take a look farther southwest down the line of storms. All right. So this line of storms continues to barrel east-southeastward, now coming into Lufkin now. Folks in Lufkin are not under a tornado warning or a severe thunderstorm warning, just a strong thunderstorm, frequent lightning, perhaps some quick road ponding with that. Let's look at wind velocity. Not expecting to see anything wild, but we will take a little look, see. All right, David King, that is not going to be appropriate for this live stream. We're still definitely maintaining a serious tone and not the correct place for that activity. And there we go, we finally got it. So again, folks in Lufkin, Texas, we are not really seeing much in the way of strong winds. And again, that line is just now knocking on the door in Lufkin. Again, nothing of severe or tornadic warning for y'all in Lufkin. So just had someone ask. Yep, probably a little gusty, rain starting to hit hard, a lot of lightning. You'll probably notice an uptick in lightning here in a few minutes as that moves into Lufkin now. So relatively bigger population center there in Lufkin. Again, just now getting hammered with some wind and rain. Thank you, David, for deleting that. David Reimer, that is. David deleting David. College Station, we're going to shift our focus. And we do have a little rotation marker on this storm. North of Anderson, just over Anderson and Richards. North of Plantersville. North of Montgomery, northeast of Navasota. This is already east of College Station. So Bryan College Station, you're done. Completely finished with this. You're going to see some departing lightning out to the east. But we do have just a small little rotation marker here. Fairly weak meso strength. But we'll go ahead and keep an eye on that. Let's go check out the playback. I'm going to make sure this isn't all that impressive for all we need is 6 frames. Thank you very much. Goodbye. All right, so again, this little cell, no tornado warning at the moment, no severe warning, not expecting either, but we're just kind of keeping an eye on it. If it wants to be mischievous, again, it's all along a cold front. This cold front's just not very conducive for tornadic environments. So again, I just did mention Lufkin, but I will make my way back up northeast to Lufkin here shortly. Nobody in the Brazos Valley into the greater Houston metro. Over to LaGrange and Brennan. None of y'all are in any warnings at the moment. Now, I can't rule out a warning being popping up over the next few minutes, especially maybe if they want to warn for this little bit of a hail core that might be popping up north of Fayetteville, east of LaGrange, coming into Industry, New Ulm, eventually Belleville, Texas. But odds aren't very high that they will issue a severe thunderstorm warning. Not expecting any tornado warnings with any of this activity. The way it's trending is markedly downward. Again, it's all smashed up against a cold front, and quite frankly, it's lasted strength-wise, magnitude of strength has been somewhat more impressive than I expected, lasting all the way into, College Station, Bryan, and here soon to be Huntsville, just now having lightning, heavy rain, and some wind coming into town. It is not severe. Not expecting any damage from this activity. Lufkin, same for y'all. Not expecting any damage from this activity. Just quick rain. It'll be heavy. Road ponding, some wind, a lot of lightning, but it'll soon pass. So this is the moment we've been waiting for all day, and nothing to be concerned about overall. Maybe slightly greater likelihood of some damaging winds in the severe thunderstorm warning that expires in 9 minutes. And this is for parts of Shelby County, DeSoto, San Augustine, Nacogdoches, into Sabine Parish. That is 8 minutes longer. This storm is about to outrun the severe warning box. So Huxley, you just got slapped with the leading edge of the rain and wind. Lightning is soon to come, but again, nothing damaging. You are in a severe thunderstorm warning, but I'm not seeing any indication that this is damaging. Now, folks, just word of caution, when you are in a severe thunderstorm warning, the best thing you can do is be indoors, be away from windows. Now, we took a look at this earlier, and again, now that it's Louisiana, I'm not going to dwell on it, but you may be wrapping up. Watching this little area for enhanced couplet trying to form. Again, we've been talking about that area over the course of the last several hours. A little notch in the line still wants to remain. So again, north of Converse into Pleasant Hill, Louisiana, folks downstream of this storm, which is sliding east-southeast at 25 to 35 miles per hour. I think this was rated at 18 knots. Let me double check. 35 knots, my mistake. So it'll be about 40 to 45 miles per hour moving east-southeast. So again, folks downstream of particularly this part of the storm, just be aware that it has had a history of trying to produce spin-ups and maybe trying to wrap up again. Let's look at how hard the rain is falling. You see just a little bit of kink in the line there. So all right, folks, that's the grand scheme of things right now. Again, we're going to continue to focus more on Texas as opposed to Louisiana. But right now, our 3 national warnings, let me see. 3 national warnings do include this larger box here: DeSoto, Nacogdoches, Panola, Sabine, San Augustine, Shelby. And then we have another severe warning farther east for Jackson, Natchitoches, Washita, and Wynn parishes in Louisiana. And those will expire at midnight. So overall, dwindling down as expected, continual decrease in our severity. There has been a tornado watch issued within the hour ago, and that will include just barely parts of the Piney Woods north of the Golden Triangle and parts of western Louisiana. Tornado watch in effect until 5 a.m. Central Daylight Savings Time. But the way this activity is going, I don't expect more than maybe 1 tornado warning, which could be coming in the near future for that little kink in the line in Louisiana. You see it right there, a little notch in the line. Does indicate maybe wants to produce a brief spin-up tornado north of Converse, Louisiana. Now, since this is Texas Storm Chasers, we're going to keep our impressive audience out of the state of Texas well informed of the activity, at least until it fully goes non-severe and mostly non-threatening. Now, Greater Houston, we have your back. We're watching this activity to northwest, so gonna stick around for a little while longer, y'all in Houston, just to monitor the activity. If this stuff rolls into Houston and it looks about the same or worse, then I'm not going to continue to do coverage all the way until it goes into the Gulf of Mexico and the Beaumont. But for the short term period, I'm gonna keep an eye on these storms, Todd Mission, and then as well as Fayetteville, eventually Sealy, perhaps Katy here in the next 45 minutes to an hour. This stuff is coming your way along the cold front, pushing. Now this activity is probably a little slower, 35 miles per hour, moving southeast. So it will take a little bit more time to get into Greater Houston. Probably about 45 minutes to an hour from reaching Sealy and the Woodlands. Conroe, you're going to get in on it here in about 20-30 minutes, but still not expecting anything overwhelming. Still nothing severe at this moment, nothing damaging. Sometimes these tiny little hail cores come and go, but there is a lightning show to be had, some heavy rain, some gusty winds, nothing of severe limits. The software I'm using right now is Radar Scope. Our super duper Texas coverage master David Reimer, BaldyinChief, uses WSV, along with a lot of different layouts and preset fabrications that he has set up. So I'm using Radar Scope, he's using WSV. So that's a good question. Again, folks in the greater Houston metro, we're just going to continue to watch this stuff for a little longer, make sure it doesn't try to get mischievous. Not a whole lot of concern as we go into East Texas, Huntington, Zavala, Broadus, San Augustine. Y'all are looking pretty chill. It's going to be a little breezy, quick shot at heavy rain, a lot of lightning. Can't rule out a marginally severe wind gust, maybe some brief hail. So Sereno over to San Augustine, y'all are about to get in on this line of storms. Severe warn for 2 more minutes. All right, so that is along a cold front moving south, southeast, east, southeast at like 40-45 miles per hour. Super awesome blossom. Yeah, if I do as many super duper awesome blossoms as David, I might start questioning my sanity. But David was live for 8 hours straight. So the least I could do is fill in after such a long period of time. Pressure isn't totally weighing down on my shoulders because right now we only have one marginally wannabe part of the severe part of the line here. Severe warning ends in a minute. Again, north of San Augustine in Shelby County. Again, watching the stuff northwest of the Houston metro. So Sealy, you'll probably be getting in on it in here about 45 minutes. So Interstate 10 out west of Katy. Going to finally get that downpour along the cold front with perhaps quick pea-sized hail. Maybe ½ inch at best. Right now I'm seeing well below severe limits for hail. Wind, not a big deal. Let's look at velocities here from the Houston radar. And we're going to probe it. And we'll have 30 to 35, maybe 40 mile per hour winds, which still pretty well below severe limits. Watching for wannabe little areas of spin, but just not all that impressive at the moment. We'll keep an eye on it. Maybe some semblance that there's some inflow. Make sure we're on storm relative velocity, and yeah, there's some semblance of inflow outflow combination here. Don't get too concerned, but we'll keep an eye on how that progresses. Maybe try to rotate just a little bit there north of New Ulm, Texas. That is down here west of Houston, northwest of Sealy, west of Katy. So we'll kind of watch that area. Let's pivot northward, Plantersville, north of Todd Mission, west of Conroe. We have grainy data. Let's switch around here. Perhaps we're going to want to get a severe warning on this now that we're looking at things. Super resolution velocity. Maybe peaking into the 50 mile per hour range here north of Plantersville, aiming toward Montgomery and Conroe. So heads up, Conroe. We are seeing an uptick in what the velocity is reading on the radar. Let me go ahead and switch radars. We're going to pull up a terminal weather Doppler radar. Should be available right here out of Hobby. That's not where Hobby is. Can't say I'm familiar with airports. That'll be the Bush, probably. That would probably be the terminal Doppler radar for Bush. Hobby is south of town. So my bad. There is the severe thunderstorm here north of Plantersville. Cold front draped, about to come into Todd Mission. Folks in Plantersville getting gusty. Folks in Montgomery about to get gusty. So no severe warning, no concern for tornadoes. Not anytime soon, especially. Houston looking maybe in an hour and a half. You're going to be getting in on this gusty wind, heavy rain, flashy McFlash lightning. Below severe limit still. Let's probe it. This is a different radar. And the terminal weather Doppler radar here, yeah, it's 35, maybe 40 mile per hour wind gusts. So showing a little bit cool, little bit lower wind speeds with this Todd Mission to Montgomery storm. But since we were on the radar south of Houston, the C-band radar here for the NWS Houston, we do have this probably more in the mid-level area of higher winds trying to punch. So we'll see if that higher winds being detected on the radar well above our heads will make it to the ground. So we're going to be keeping an eye on the radar closest to this activity now, since we are in the range of the terminal weather Doppler. Back to how hard it's raining mode, and we see pretty fine resolution. That fine line gust front just north of Todd Mission, going to be coming into Todd Mission right now, just over Montgomery, pretty much bisecting Montgomery. So gusty winds into the 30s, maybe 40 gusts, heavy rain and some lightning. Nothing severe right now. So yeah, they are pretty fine not putting a severe warning tag on that, because if you look at the weather radar in North Houston, since it's closer to the storm activity, it's reading lower in the storm and not seeing all too terrible surface winds. And again, Sealy, Texas, out west of Katy, west of Houston, you're going to get in on this activity below severe limits here in about 45 minutes. Alright, so I'm going to check a couple things. I am just doing a quick housekeeping thing. The YouTube video I uploaded is available to watch on Texas Storm Chasers. So I'm going to share that to Twitter so it could get some reach. I'm going to share that to Facebook so it could get some reach. Folks on Facebook, I'm sorry that we maxed out on our allotted stream time of 8 hours. But David Reimer is no stranger to 8-hour plus live streams. So going to go ahead and play this through. Folks northeastward, that severe warning expired 5 minutes ago, so a whole lot of nothing crazy. All the way from San Augustine southwestward through Corrigan, Burke, Lufkin, you're already about through it. Onalaska here soon. West Livingston in about 10 minutes. New Waverly in about 3 or 4 or 5 minutes. Willis Conroe here in about 15 minutes. Hempstead. This is a kind of a relatively weak spot in the line, but y'all will get some rain and wind here probably in about 10 minutes. Brenham, you're deep in some heavy rain and lightning now. Sealy about 30 minutes out. Katy probably 45 to an hour out. Houston probably an hour and a half out at the current speeds. Maybe a little under an hour and a half, maybe an hour 20 minutes, especially the inner Houston, the intra 610 area, midtown, downtown, uptown. So again, nothing for severe right now in the state of Texas. Our severe warning, our sole severe warning in the country is Jackson, Natchitoches, Ouachita, and Wynn parishes in Louisiana. Natchitoches. This is what I understand that city to be pronounced as in Louisiana. We have Nacogdoches, Texas, and Natchitoches, Louisiana. So only one severe warning remains. We're going to still just watch this southern extension of the line as it comes toward Houston. Make sure it doesn't become a mischievous bad boy. Northeast Louisiana, question about that. Thank you. We do not expect a whole lot of activity. One severe warning, again, wind field up to Monroe almost. It's still moving northeast. Maybe some brief wind and hail there. Tornado threat just getting real low. Overall, tornado watch still in effect, so it can't be ruled out, but tornado watch is really there for just in case. It doesn't look very promising. Alright, so now that we don't have any severe thunderstorm warnings in the state of Texas, we're going to take a quick break from looking at these storms on radar, and I'm going to show you the video I just put together. So, short little surprise here. We're going to switch on over to that.
I think there's a tornado. I see dust. Yep, look at the point above it. Tornado. Dust. I think there's a tornado. I see dust.
To me, this just looks like rain bands, but they are circulating. This is, oh, here, look at all this inflow. Whatever the rotation is, it's extremely broad.
Yeah.
Okay, go ahead and get this on video. Oh, here we go. Okay, here we go. Here we go. Here we go.
We could be in a broad.
I think we're in a broad area of circulation.
Yeah, because there's winds going every direction.
Yeah. Whatever it was.
Going across
there we
the
go.
road.
Now it's going across the road. Okay, so we need to get that way. Okay, let's talk about a traffic circle. Okay, let's talk about a traffic circle and taking seconds.
Two of us.
a full stop. Alright, we got a tornado warning for Henderson County. So they reissued the warning for this storm.
Well, it looks like Jason broke something. So we'll just come back to me, and you're going to get some old BaldyinChief time again, it looks like. So we'll just head back over here as soon as I remember which magical button to push. So it looks like Jason had a boo-boo with his stream. It's a good thing I am still here monitoring things. Again, we are down to no severe weather warnings at this point. And it looks like Mr. Cooley has returned from streaming oblivion, so let's just head back over to him. Check your settings, Jason. Alright, apparently he just doesn't have good luck with technology, so... at least I'll just talk over him and his radar image. So he might just have to reboot his computer, which is unfortunate for him, but welcome to my life and having to check the settings. Hey. So now, while he does that, Steven and I, Steven, who was chasing earlier, had the live stream. We're just going to sit here and make fun of Jason. And I'm going to mute myself. So,
hey, Jason. Time to check your settings.
This is why we can't have nice things, bud. But anyway, it is 12:02 a.m. on Friday, the 17th of March, 2022. I'm back. I'm still bald. I have no cheese. Oh, boy. And now we have a line of thunderstorms extending roughly from, we'll just pause it there. Now, Flatonia to Brenham to Navasota, Huntsville, Lufkin, all the way up to Center. None of these thunderstorms are severe. None of these thunderstorms are producing damaging hail, damaging winds, tornadoes, or flying monkeys at this point. The only thing flying is probably the moron who decided it was a good idea to drink and drive on the interstate, but that might just be me being a grumpy old man at 12 in the morning. In terms of severe weather, again, we're really not dealing with any in terms of damaging winds, tornadoes, or hail. We are dealing with is Crashy the cold front, and
that cold front's already made it down to Austin. Woo!
And the cold front itself, it's made it almost down to San Antonio. The cold front itself entering San Antonio now over to Gonzales, almost to the north sides of Houston, up to Conroe. You can see temperatures falling out of the 70s into the 60s and 50s. 45 degrees at DFW International Airport with a wind chill of 36. We have wind chills in the 30s in the Concho Valley, the Northern Hill Country. And then by the time you get up to Oklahoma, it's in the 30s. It's snowing in the northwestern Texas Panhandle with temperatures in the low 30s, wind chills in the teens. And this is all thanks to Crashy the cold front, which for all intents and purposes is kind enough to be laid out by this line of thunderstorms from near Eagle Pass over to the north sides of Bexar County, east into the southern Brazos Valley, more like almost the northern Victoria Crossroads at this point. Brenham, Conroe, up to Lufkin, Huxley, and again, you can definitely tell where the north winds have arrived as temperatures drop into the 40s and 50s, and then you've got 30s in the West Texas and northern Panhandle. And again, north winds likely at 35 to 45 miles an hour, maybe occasionally gusting to 50 miles an hour. You can see we've got plenty of rain developing across the southwest Texas area into the Permian Basin, and apparently streaming that clip has absolutely annihilated Jason Cooley's live streaming abilities. So today's lesson of the day is check your settings. Now, Jason, when you tell me you're ready, I will be happy to load you based on the fact I'm watching you in a web browser right now. I'm going to say you're not ready, so I'm just going to keep watching you. Up, went out, head out. You're browsing YouTube, bud. Be careful now. So the good news is severe weather threat for the remainder of the evening. Probably going to stay on the low side in terms of having to deal with any sort of tornado mischief, damaging wind mischief, hail. We are probably going to see an uptick in thunderstorm activity overnight into early Friday morning. But hey, it's already Friday morning, so let's just smile and wave and pretend I'm not bald for a minute. And as this activity across South Texas increases over the next few hours as Crashy the cold front moves south, we're probably going to see some small hail out of the most intense storms and good rainfall. We need the rain, so that's okay. We're going to see plenty of it tomorrow night into the morning hours. Tomorrow night, how about tonight, into Friday morning, into Friday afternoon. The dog, hey dog, I'm going to need you to be there because I'm going to be there in a minute. You're going to be really mad in a minute, but that's okay. So while Mr. Cooley plays Fix the Settings, we are going to play Check the High-Res Rapid Refresh model, and that'll let us gander into the land of the unknown. And by land of the unknown, obviously I'm referring to the next couple of hours into the morning. So what we're going to do is I just have to change some buttons here. We'll load the her, and we'll just get a timeline of what we expect into this morning and into the afternoon hours today. I just had to press some buttons. So what we're going to do, we'll press that. It is 12 a.m. So looks like Jason may almost have his stuff put back together, but until he does, we're going to look at the High-Res Rapid Refresh model. This line of storms mostly behaved. Can't rule out some strong winds, small hail. Again, this is where the model has it at 1 a.m. this morning. Here is 2. Here is 3. Here is 4. Here is 5. Here is 6. And again, you'll notice we still could have some severe storms this morning in South Texas, well behind the cold front. Those would be hailers, not damaging wind makers, not tornado makers, hailers and heavy rain. Same thing goes in Southeast Texas. Check out Houston. It's pouring rain here at 6 a.m. in the morning. It's going to be a horrible morning commute if you don't like driving in the rain and traffic, which if you're sane, you don't. In terms of 7 a.m., here we go. Guess what? It's still raining. We've got some strong storms in South Texas, the Coastal Bend region, to Southeast Texas, mostly behaved, but still heavy rain. You'll note up here a little band of showers. maybe mixed with some sleet in the Concho Valley. Not going to be dealing with any accumulations there, but as we head into southwest Texas around Alpine, Marfa, Van Horn, Sanderson, some of the higher terrain in southwest Texas, could see snow. And it looks like we have some severe thunderstorm warnings being issued. So, it looks like Mr. Meteorologist Jason Cooley is just about ready. So, once he hears this, he'll have about 20 seconds as we continue looking ahead to 12, to 1. Still snowing in southwest Texas in the higher terrain. Here's 2. Here's 3. It's a gloomy day across Texas. Cold, windy, pockets of showers and light snow showers. And then finally, here's 4 o'clock. Guess what? It's not going to be a warm Friday across the state of Texas. So let's just pop over to Jason. We'll see if his microphone actually works. The answer to that is no, by the way. Jason, for those of you who don't know, meteorologist Jason Cooley is our content manager. So, for all of us, we end up having to hear about check your settings, make sure everything's working every single day. And the amount of grief we get from him.
And the karma is sweet, sweet when things go wrong for Jason. This is part of being in the technology world. Things never go to plan. Sometimes you just have to laugh at it.
I don't know which finger he's giving you, but I don't think it's a nice finger. All right. So yeah, it looks like Jason's having fun. It looks like I'm going to have to visit Jason one day soon and give him some special technology that lets him have good luck. All right, so while he has fun with that, if he'd be kind enough to move his super-duper radar over to the Eagle Pass region while he figures this out and I talk over him because it's enjoyable for me, we have a severe thunderstorm warning for Maverick County in the northern Edwards Plateau until about 12:45 this morning. It's going to be for a severe thunderstorm about to move into the state of Texas. Right around Eagle Pass, so this storm will be capable of producing quarter-size hail. Looks like it's north of that cool front, so we're not really going to see any sort of damaging wind potential, but definitely the potential for hail with this. Those of you in Eagle Pass, good morning, it's hailing. I hope you like hail. You probably don't, but if it makes you feel better, you're not going to get hit by a tornado, and again, localized damaging winds are likely with this thunderstorm as it moves across the Rio Grande into the northern Edwards Plateau. Storm moving east at about 25 miles an hour. Jason, if you want to check your OBS settings, figure out if it's an OBS issue or a Windows-specific issue, that'd be probably a good thing for you. Meanwhile, it looks like the boys behind me are having a hoopla of a time. Morning.
Keep on doing what you're doing.
I am going to keep on doing what I'm doing. I'm just having a good time. Oh, hey, you have a message, by the way. On the YouTube chat.
Oh, cool. Oh, yes, pimento cheese. We need to get some for my birthday. Thank you, Violet.
Right. I'm going to actually switch the audio over to my headphones so I can keep listening and tell when Jason's able to not have broken microphone again while not. So now you get to... Again, we do have a severe thunderstorm capable of producing... So now you get to... Again, we do have a severe I think I broke it. XSplit doing that. Ooh. Ooh, I hear Jason.
My audio back? David? It was on your end, David. It It was on your end because I didn't do anything. But whatever you just
on your end, David.
Whatever you just did, fixed it. Oh, what a mess. All right, yeah, the newest severe thunderstorm warning is here in Eagle Pass. A little hail core crossing the international boundary border into Secomines, Elm Creek. What is Secomines? That means dry something. Anyways, the English translation. So here's my shirt. Yep, we're having fun. Post midnight shenanigans. Audio check really fast. Alright. So here's my shirt. Yep, we're having fun. My shirt is your. Don't misspell it. Thank you very much. Alright, so bit of a hail core crossing the international border into Elm Creek, Texas. Secomines. South of Radar Base, north of Eagle Pass. So rain coming into Eagle Pass, but the main tiny little hail core looks to be aimed at Secomines. So we had a quick transition into the Edwards Plateau now for our focus of coverage. The activity in Houston, we're going to go switch back to that. Just a moment, checking audio again. All right. Yeah, it's just a random shirt, by the way. Nothing really significant behind it. Just a goof. All right. Great. So now that the audio works, I believe, I want to say it might have inadvertently been on David's end because I didn't do anything. I don't know, whatever button he pressed, it all of a sudden start working. I could hear it again. So I don't know. We'll keep playing around. Well, this is probably the better time to practice handing off live coverage because when we just have one or two marginally severe thunderstorms in the state of Texas, and we're continuing to provide live coverage, especially late at night, after viewers have kind of gotten picked off. Kind of the better time to practice, so to speak, for coverage handoff. Okay, so little hail core about to cross the Mexico-U.S. border into Elm Creek and Secomines, Texas. That, if you know counties, that's going to be Maverick County, so another 30 minutes, Maverick County severe thunderstorm warning for a small little guy packing a punch with some hail crossing the international border as we speak. So hopefully Border Patrol is on it, and hopefully they are checking them at customs. Boom. Noise alert. Anyways, I have a ukulele here in case y'all really want to go crazy tonight. Pivoting over to the Houston metro area, we have a more linear line. We kind of had a broken line, and now we are fully complete linear mode coming into Conroe at the moment. Sealy here in about 15 to 20 minutes. Katy in about 30 minutes. Cypress, probably 25 minutes. Woodlands, 15 minutes. Aldine, more about 30 to 45 minutes. Greater Houston, maybe about inner Houston, uptown, midtown. Yeah, probably about an hour. Say about an hour. And nothing is severe, nothing is damaging along the line here. So, looking good, looking A-OK for the moment. Audio check. Just got to make sure. And nothing along the line here. So, looking good. Alright, hooray. I do happen to be a meteorologist. Thank you very much. Violet, I managed to get a bachelor's degree at the University of Oklahoma. So you can call me a meteorologist. You can hopefully take me seriously like a meteorologist. I'm not claiming to be an expert, just have the paperwork. Temperatures are crashing down, Billy Owen says in San Antonio. Yeah, you get them, Violet. David, you messed up. You messed up. So again, Greater Houston, the Metro, we're looking at more of a line. It was a broken line. We were kind of wondering if it would try to be a bad boy and spin up, spinny, doom, but not happening. So not even close, not severe at the moment, maybe 35 to 40 mile per hour winds, which is well below severe limits. Heavy rain, some frequent lightning now entering Interstate 10, going to be knocking on Sealy's door here in about 10 to 15. Katy here probably 20 to 30, as well as Cypress. Woodlands in about 15 to 20 minutes. Again, heavy rain, some gusty winds and lightning, nothing of severe limits. Go ahead and shift our focus to the northeast along the line again. Our friends in Livingston, Shepherd, Cleveland. Y'all are just about 15 minutes away from this storm too. Flashes to your west, flashes to the northwest. Y'all will have, again, gusty winds up to 35 to 45 miles per hour and some heavy rain and lightning. Let's check which way the wind is blowing and how hard. And again, that radar is not going to be my favorite. I'm going to move it to the closer radar. Finer details here on this radar, and we do have what looks to be 20s, maybe a 30 gust. Already through Todd Mission and Panorama Village, Willis, New Waverly, Point Blank. Interesting name. Coming into the Woodlands here, if we look, coming into Conrail right now, coming into the Woodlands in about 10 to 15 now. Spring in about 15 to 18 minutes. Tomball here in about 10 minutes. Just a gust of wind. Got my eye on maybe this little feature, so and we'll keep an eye on this little feature. Maybe some enhanced winds punching out in a little curl. These curls can be kind of mischievous at times for potential spin-ups, but again, I'm just not seeing the potential. But you know, we will keep an eye on it in case that wants to really become a couplet. Maverick County, Texas is still under a severe thunderstorm warning until 11:45 a.m. Central Daylight Savings. So while we keep an eye on the northern Houston metro for gusty winds and if they want to try and curl, so we're seeing maybe ever so slight notch could mean it wants to spin up down the road, but I don't buy it. But we'll keep an eye on it. That's why we're here. No severe warnings at the time in the Houston metro. Not expecting any either the way we're going. Temperatures or wind gusts still remaining in the 20s and 30s, it looks like. Well, got a report. Lady Divine says Willis, Texas, winds are horrendous. So, on a scale of miles per hour, I'm not sure where horrendous makes it, but that is actually rather frightening of a report. Horrendous has definitely got my attention. So, let's go back and switch to the terminal Doppler weather radar and see what's going on in Willis. That is Interstate 45. And yeah, cold frontal winds punching from the northwest. Shouldn't be destructive if we look at velocity. We're going to go ahead and probe this activity. 20s, maybe 30s. Back here behind the line where we get our strong cold air advection. Perhaps we're going to be gusting into the 40s. I know we had 30s to 40s gust in Dallas, Fort Worth a few hours ago when the cold front was punching through. So Willis, from what I'm seeing here on radar, of course I'm not there, but strong gust up to 20s and 30s, maybe 40. If horrendous means damaging winds, then what are we looking at for damage? Damaging winds, hopefully on the low side, because these aren't severe warning thunderstorms, and just based off of radar and everything, it does not appear to be capable of damaging winds, but perhaps loose articles getting tossed around, trash bins, stuff like that. Doesn't really warrant a severe thunderstorm warning, but can rattle your window and rattle that screen door, storm door, such like that, blow a trash can over. Chimes go crazy, flags go crazy, but still looks to be severe, under severe limits, not even quite to severe limits, so not looking too bad right now. But thanks for that report. Let me know if you have any other reports, any changes. So looks like the winds aloft here. If we look at the southern Houston radar, winds aloft are getting gusty, but here at the surface, based off of terminal weather Doppler radar, doesn't appear to be. These are very fine accuracy radars for velocities, because it's very important to know what your velocities are when you're flying in and out of the airport. So this data is feeding into Bush International now, and they're saying, all right, well, we probably need to lay off the I'm no expert at plane speak, but soon there might be a brief stop for the takeoffs and landings. And David's shaking his head right now if he's listening, but we're going to go ahead and pivot back into the Edwards Plateau. Velocities here, pretty messy, nothing crazy to look at. All right, so U.S. what U.S. highway is that? Is that 90 down there? Yeah, that's US 90. So, US 277, Eagle Pass. Yeah, that's the US 277 corridors. Texas 10 and 21. Not very good with my cartography down in this area. Eagle Pass, perhaps just a touch of hail here, north side of Eagle Pass, near US 277 and 1589, Seco Mines, and Elm Creek. Some hails. This is still severe warned for another 20 minutes as this passes fully across the Mexico-U.S. international border. It's going to be going into kind of a no man's land here, northeast of Eagle Pass. We have a lot of terrain, perhaps some oil fields and such. And then it'll cross U.S. Route 57. This being Route 57. So, folks going northeast out of Eagle Pass here on US 57, going to be encountering a bit of a hail core there. So, again, severe thunderstorm warning for 20 minutes. Thanks to that hail core. Nothing severe for the state of Texas. Other than that, we have a broken line of showers and storms. Cold front already well established south of San Antonio. You can see the fine line there. So once you're north of this, temperatures plummet. It will get windy, but it will get colder and stable. So thunderstorms north of that, just not going to be capable of doing anything at all. And then before you know it, that'll be shoved to the southeast. Y'all clear out, and it'll be colder and colder, breezy, brisk. Most of the state of Texas would be kind of bit nippy in the morning in just a few hours once people start waking up. So, yay. Yay, yay, yay. Yay and hooray. Yay and hooray for wintertime weather in March. Again, snow definitely not out of the realm of possibility tomorrow. Let's go ahead and have some fun with the latest HER. We're going to focus in on winter weather mischief. I'm going to do a That's not what I want to do. Yep, none of that is what I wanted to do. Let me do a quick audio check, because we're doing things all funky here. Yeah, none of that is what I wanted to do. Let me do a quick. Alright, looks like we got it. Alright, so we're looking at the latest high resolution rapid refresh model and the progression of the line of storms. And we're going to stop it here. So out of the state pretty much by 10Z, which is 5 a.m. Yeah, 5 a.m. Might be even sooner at this rate. Might be 4 a.m. because this thing is just hauling. So really the severity is going to be few and far between at this moment. We're still watching Maverick County for small hail core. Could be damaging hail. In North Eagle Pass, Seco Mines, Elm Creek, Texas. That's in Maverick County out in Edwards Plateau, but the latest HER doesn't show much of anything except squall line keeps getting pushed southeast. So some gusty winds in Houston in a couple, in an hour or less. And Golden Triangle here in about an hour or so as well. Hour, maybe hour and a half. 2 hours max in the Golden Triangle, the way we're looking at things here. Alright, so storm is coming into Sealy now and just about in the woodlands. So again, nothing damaging, nothing severe. We're gonna check out winter weather precipitation, see what's going on with this stuff. And winter weather. Let's go ahead and take a look at total snow accumulation. We're going to just play it through here. So that we're, yeah, I can get rid of this thing. Getting rid of this. Goodbye. Alright, so we're checking up on winter weather on the latest HER. Push that over there. Alright, so we see the state of Texas. We're going to play it through. And tomorrow, maybe a touch out in Big Bend, southwest Texas, higher terrain. Might be able to squeak out a little bit of snow, if you believe the latest HER. Going to Saturday, more Mexico. Northern Mexico, Big Bend, we're adding some snowfall. Now, don't buy this verbatim. Seldom do these really pan out, especially this time of year, but perhaps some of the higher terrain down in the Big Bend area of Texas into northern Mexico can get some accumulating snowfall. Other than that, we're still a little too far out from our main snowmaker. Let's switch to the North American model. North American model, kind of a consensus here that there will be snow, Big Bend, northern Mexico here near the border, and also New Mexico and southern Colorado. Play it through with time, and we don't want that. We don't get snow really outside of that Big Bend region and higher terrain of Mexico, so that's good. I was expecting maybe something start popping up. Let's see what the GFS. This is a whole different model, and we're mostly clear of snow except for the Big Bend. Let's go ahead and change up our ratio from Kuchera to 10-1. See if that changes anything. 10-1 didn't really change anything. So yeah, winter mischief, Big Bend, Texas, Texas and Mexico border, northern Mexico, perhaps some accumulating snowfall over the next couple of days. I'm not buying whatever hill country crap that is. Sorry, this is overly ambitious most of the time anyway. I can't believe that we would get more than maybe some brief flakes mixed in. Let's go ahead and take a look at what our precipitation will be doing. We'll stay on the global forecast system. So over the day tomorrow, some showers lingering and turning into perhaps some snow showers with higher elevation, Big Bend, northern Mexico. And that just kind of meanders. So maybe on Monday we will have something eject out of the Big Bend and Mexico area into central Texas hill country. Will it be cold enough for rain, snow showers? Let's see. And Monday, we have a pretty sizable cold pocket here. So Monday, I hope y'all don't like warm weather because it's not going to be happening. It's going to be stuck in the 30s, hill country, big country, northwestern North Texas, all the way down to even the Edwards Plateau, just barely 40. And that's middle of the day on Monday. So chilly, chilly if you believe this model. Let's back that up with what the North American models says. It's not going to go out to Monday, is it? It's going to go out to midday Monday or early day Monday, so not quite far enough out on the North American model. Check the Euro. Euro doesn't go out that far either. So if you believe the global forecast system here, GFS, it's going to be a chilly one, especially Monday. We just get locked in with cloud cover, rain, and maybe even some flurries mixed in there, hill country. So I don't know if we'll get any accumulation. It's a little too far out to know. So don't be surprised if we get some winter mischief in hill country, but definitely Big Bend in northern Mexico here in this region again. Switch back to the North American model and switch back to winter. Yeah, I know this is a bit of a tangent off of our severe weather coverage, but just kind of buying time until I touch back on that Maverick County storm. Yeah, so our greatest potential for winter mischief going to be out here in Big Bend and the Mexico side of the border. Maybe some will sneak into parts of the Edwards Plateau, and then on Monday, perhaps some will sneak into hill country, but as remains to be seen. That's far out. Depends how cold we get, but it does look to be frigid. If you believe the GFS, the heart of Texas is going to be stuck in the 30s, maybe 40s on Monday. Yeesh. Goodness. Rain, maybe some snow flurries mixed in, and plenty of cloud cover. So dynamic cooling processes may achieve some snowfall in hill country on Monday. It's kind of getting late in the season for that activity, y'all know that. But not completely out of the realm of possibility. Alright, back to severe weather, folks. Make sure David isn't yelling at me about anything. We look good. Ooh, David's fixing up Violet with some very neat moderation toys. Hi, David. Oh, I don't know how David did this for 8 hours. Of course, it is 12:37. Switching back to a severe thunderstorm mode. Gonna go ahead and change. Alright, of course this is non-severe, but we're going to check in on Houston, friends in Houston, make sure y'all are going to be good. Probably not going to remain doing coverage much longer. been doing it all day. David Reimer. I'm just barely a fill-in. But Houston still looking good, non-damaging, sub-severe storms. Showers moving into inner Houston here shortly. Northeast of Sugarland, Pearland. Line of storms knocking on the door in Katy. Coming into Woodlands right now. Would be moving southeast at about 35 miles per hour. So non-severe. We have damaging, we have gusty winds in the 30s, maybe 40s, but should not be damaging wind, should not be up to that 58 mile per hour wind gust range. Tornado watch still in effect for Far East Texas, north of the Golden Triangle. Tornado watch still in effect until 5 a.m. Just as we watch the line of storms move east into the new watch area, we're going to be literally watching it. A little bit curvy, but I'm not concerned about tornado threat right now. Of course, the environment still might be mildly conducive for a tornado spin up along the line, but as remains to be seen here. So not even anything severe on the Texas side. Severe thunderstorm warning farther east into Louisiana, south of Monroe. Includes Winfield. And if I can ever click on this thing to see, maybe not. That would be Caldwell, Jackson, Natchitoches, Washita, Sabine, and Wynn parishes in Louisiana. And then Dimmitt, Maverick, and Zavala counties in Texas. So we have a severe thunderstorm warning extension for our Edwards Plateau storm. Again, some goofy terrain out here. Storm probably moving over parts of no man's land east of Eagle Pass. And we'll pause it right there. So again, nothing much out here except some U.S. highways. Again, that would be U.S. Highway 57. Just had some hail move over. And then north of U.S. 277. So nothing tornadic here. We are pretty well removed from the best wind shear and such. Nothing showing up on velocity. Just some overall gradient winds with the cold front. But our main risk here is damaging hail. And now they have extended the severe thunderstorm warning eastward into Zavala and Dimmitt County, Texas. My ukulele fell. Don't have a time and place for the ukulele, but it's there for emergencies. Alright, so still some hail hanging back here, just south of Eagle Pass, crossing the international border here soon. So maybe a couple of little dings coming into Las Quintas Fronterizas, south of Eagle Pass, Rosita north. But the main hail core is now kind of out here in no man's land, east of Eagle Pass, between US 57 and US 277. Not an exceptional amount of stuff happening out there, except some oil fields, some terrain. Population real low now for this hail core, pretty much not even over a U.S. highway any longer. So it's kind of looks like there is a Eagle Pass. My cartography is not very good at this far west, but yeah, it's between US 277 and US 57, so it's kind of out there in the terrain and the intermittent, if there even is, oil field. and then perhaps some Air Force Base, land. So population very low. Nothing really downstream of this hail core until we get to this corridor here. Las Colinas, Crystal City, La Pryor. So next half hour, the hailstorm's just going to be going over terrain and some Air Force Base areas. So yeah, not much out here. So mentioning it, but nothing going to be impacted for quite a while until this reaches Las Colinas, the US 60, the US 83 corridor. This is the US 83 out here, so it's going to be a while before the storm even gets to US 83. Still nothing severe, particularly San Antonio, at least for the moment. Maybe a little bit stronger thunderstorm just north of Moore and Devine, coming up into Little and McDonough, but still below severe limits. We're going to go ahead and move on northeast again. Check on our Houston folk. Sealy, you're getting in on some heavy rain, maybe a wind gust and flashes of lightning. Still below severe limits, so we're looking A-okay. Now, maybe a little more intense part of the line, trying to curl in. Some clear lightning bolts just out ahead, so there does look to be some strengthened inflow into this part of the storm just barely north of Sealy, San Felipe, and west of Brookshire. This indicates maybe a stronger updraft going in along the leading edge of the line. Little kink in the line. Let's look at velocity. So, stronger belt of northwesterly winds about to hit Sealy, still below severe limits. We'll probe it. The NWS radar, C-band southeast of Houston, has 50 mile per hour winds, but not quite buying that. There's probably still a little bit elevated above the surface because we're distant from the radar. Switching to that, and that's not going to help us a whole lot. So our radar data is probably best off out of the KHGX there in League City. So, and it's still not severe, but perhaps a little bit stronger winds nosing into Sealy right now. Interstate 10 right now, so cross traffic. Interstate 10 might be having some crosswinds. Probably not quite to severe limits, but maybe a little more rowdy. Relatively speaking, activity, the lightning activity, markedly increasing. So it does look to be pulling in a little bit of inflow. We'll continue to monitor if this wants to try to be a mischievous guy. Transitioning north to Woodlands, Tomball, College Park. Our line is coming in right now. 30 mile per hour wind gusts, maybe 40 at best. A lot of lightning, some heavy rain, below severe limits.
Slap me silly and say hi-ho cheerio. It looks like Mr. Cooley broke his audio again, and I wasn't touching anything, so he can't blame me. Oh, poor Jason. You know, it's fun when he
Slap
keeps
me
silly and say
talking
hi-ho
and doesn't
realize
realize
his audio broke. I should probably tell him. Oh, poor Jason. Oh, we'll just switch back over to me for now. I think that is fair. All right, it is 12:48 a.m. on Friday, the 17th of 2023. I'm Texas Storm Chasers BaldyinChief David Reimer. Switch back to a Texas view here. We'll take a gander at what we've had going on the last several hours, as meteorologist Jason Cooley has done an excellent job of letting my voice rest and not having to continually be a blobby McBlobberson, as he himself has tried to emulate. I will admit, he may be able to make up the let me rephrase that, obviously, since I can't think. I may be able to make up interesting idioms. He, on the other hand, is able to play the ukulele. That was impressive, I will admit. That did give me a good laugh out of me. You want to give me a ukulele? That sounds like a bad idea. No, Jace, if you're listening, it just randomly quit. So, no idea. I was just sitting here, wasn't doing a thing, suddenly your audio just quit. So, that was very interesting. Let me see if it's working again. So, no idea. I was just sitting here, wasn't doing a thing. So. See if it's working again. No, it's working, it sounds like, because you're playing the ukulele. All right, well, while he tries to figure that out, we'll just take a gander at what's going on. We'll switch back to my box for now. And again, we do have that severe thunderstorm warning east of Eagle Pass now, a bit north of Highway 277. Okay, how about this? How about we turn off the... Now, again, we do have... There we go. All right, we'll press that. Looks like my camera quit. Well, that's not very nice, is it? Let's see if I can't fix it. Interesting. You see, always learning new random things, testing things in the middle of the night. My camera is working for my face, literally, but it seems to not be working. There we go. It works fine now, so... I'm not sure. Jason, if you're listening, I dropped several thousand frames. That might have had something to do with it. Initially, it wasn't, I think someone here started uploading video and that cut the upload speeds. I've cut my upload speeds dramatically down to about 4,000, and it seems to be working a bit better now. But anyway, it looks like we are continuing to monitor a line of strong to occasionally severe storms across portions of southeast Texas, the piney woods of East Texas, south central Texas into the Edwards Plateau. Our only severe thunderstorm is a severe storm hailer east of Eagle Pass. Not really worried about tornadoes or wind with that. You can see the leading edge of the cold front showing up very nicely with this line of showers and storms. That is the leading edge of the cold front. Gusty north winds and the potential for some heavy rain, cloud to ground lightning. And again, only one severe thunderstorm warning, and it's going to be that thunderstorm east of Eagle Pass. We'll take a quick look at that, and then I think, unless something drastic happens, we will be able to call it quits here at 1 a.m. Central Time. But we'll see what happens over the next 8 minutes. As usual, Mommy Nature will probably find a way to torment me and prevent that. Again, this is over a mainly rural area east of Eagle Pass. Let me switch on a couple buttons here, see if we can't get some storm data. But again, this thunderstorm, according to the Weather Service, moving east to 29 miles an hour. So we'll put a quick storm track on it. And that'll let us keep an eye on the timing aspects. Again, not a whole lot of stuff out here. A lot of oil fields, I believe. But it's otherwise a pretty rural area. They've got it moving east at about 30. So again, this will be crossing over Highway 83 south of La Playa, north of I'm going to try and do this without my little Carrizo Springs or Carrizo Springs near Crystal City at about 3:30. All right, let's see. Jason thinks it's back up. I'll test him out in just a second. But again, if you're around San Antonio, we've got some heavy rain falling from scattered storms. There's nothing severe with this, but we could see some street flooding. And then we'll head over into the Houston area real quick. And again, line of strong storms, maybe some gusty winds of 40 to 50 miles an hour from Sealy to Pinehurst up to Conroe up to Livingston. That's generally moving off to the southeast at about 25 to 30 miles an hour. Take a quick look at the velocity near the TDWR. And nothing that screams holy moly guacamole, but I don't have a ukulele to play with. So let's go ahead. We'll head back to the one, the only Mr. Ukulele, Jason Cooley. And let's see if by chance his audio works or if I've somehow broken it.
That's too bad. That's too bad. Oh, here we go.
Sorry for the beepy sounds, by the way.
That's we got it.
Nope. There you go, Jason.
We got video. We got audio. That's too bad. Oh, here we go. All right. There we go. There we go. There we go. All right. Here we go. We have a successful handoff. Texas Storm Chasers, Jason Cooley. Thank you, David Reimer, BaldyinChief, for the microphone. I don't know what's going on. It's something between my stream going to a special link, and then David ingest the special RTMP link into his machine, and then his machine sends it out to a website that sends it to multiple different social media. So, I mean, it's a little bit of a finesse how we're relaying the stream. We're handing off the stream from him to me. David Reimer said, seems to be something between the two computers in the house. So, yeah, I don't know. Maybe one of the computers tries to hijack the audio or something like that. Anyways, looks like we're here. Yeah, I don't know. Maybe I should have like a headphone or something, but that'll. Alright, anyways, we're going to continue our weather coverage. Our only severe thunderstorm warning right now is still Maverick, Dimmitt, and Zavala counties, but we just got a new severe thunderstorm warning. But let's go ahead and take a look at this. Until 1:15 a.m., Dimmitt, Maverick, and Zavala counties for potentially quarter-sized tail and 60-mile-per-hour winds. Still over kind of no man's land east of Eagle Pass and west of Crystal City. Pull that up on the Eagle Pass radar, and we see impressive little thunderstorm hail core again east of Eagle Pass. Now Eagle Pass, y'all got in on it earlier. Gonna be coming in Las Colinas, Crystal City, Chula Vista. Here in the next 20 minutes. So some flashes of lightning near west. Now we got a new thunderstorm, severe thunderstorm warning. It's Been some time now since we had a severe thunderstorm warning out in East Texas. But we're back with this severe thunderstorm warning. And that should be, if I could click on it, that's going to be in Jasper County and Jasper County, Texas, and then Newton County and Vernon Parish. Doesn't tell me which is the Louisiana county or parish, and I'm not super duper expert at the counties and the parishes and all that stuff by heart. But severe thunderstorm warning now just issued for Jasper, Newton, and Vernon. Jasper, Newton, Vernon for 32 minutes, so until 1:30 a.m. This is going to be capable of 60-mile-per-hour winds and quarter-sized hail, probably. Not seeing a whole lot of hail. There might be some small hail mixed in that, but it's mainly going to be for wind, I bet. Go ahead and take a look at velocity data and perhaps some stronger winds up to 50, 60-mile-per-hour winds. Indicated on radar coming through Pineland to Browndell, Hemp Hill, Texas. Perhaps 50s mile-per-hour wind indicated by radar. Alright, so looks like the line coming into South Toledo Bend here very shortly. Let's go ahead and switch back to how hard it's raining mode. We've got kind of an amalgam of thunderstorms colliding. Which, doesn't mean anything too crazy, but it's going to be rainy, thundering, lightning, perhaps windy here in this part of Texas. So Vernon, Jasper, and Newton counties. So severe thunderstorm warning just got issued here. And again, we go farther southwest in the line of thunderstorms. Houston Metro, you're still scot-free of any severe warnings. Again, quite a good flash burst here. Now east of Sealy, coming into Brookshire, just west of Katy. So folks that live along the I-10, Brookshire and Katy, gonna notice a marked increase in your lightning. Maybe trying to intensify this part of the thunderstorm where we have just the slightest of notches here, but again, not all that concerned for crazy holy moly guacamole. So let's go ahead and play it through, make sure we have our latest. Our radar didn't go out, did it? Let me check our radar site. That might be way behind. And great. Super great. This radar's out. So radar's been out for a little bit. So Brookshire, you're already in it. Well, that's no bueno. Realize that we are now 28 minutes old on this. So Dave Reimer, I don't know if WSV is loading in our radar data, because radar scope is not, and that's not helping me at all. So that's unfortunate, because this is a 28-minute old radar update. We're going to switch over to the terminal Doppler weather radar. That is our only working radar. And we see our storm is currently over Klein, Spring, Cypress, Copperfield, coming into Jersey Village. So rain, wind, and lightning coming in to Katy here very shortly. Again, there's our leading edge of the line as depicted by radar. Thank you, David. HGX is down. Yeah, that's a nuisance. That is a nuisance. And I spelled nuisance way wrong. Alright, so David Reimer's been troubleshooting the audio problems that I've been having. Alright, so level 2 and level 3 down out of 8 KHGX. Pretty good little swirl south of Corville on TIAH. I just noticed that radar myself when you mentioned it. Alright. Boo. So we are working off of the TDWR TIAH. Radar site is here near Tomball, southeast of Tomball and west of Spring. Watching for any little curly cues like that. So let's check on that velocity and see. And velocity is not looking all that impressive at this moment. We got strong northwesterlies at the radar site. You can see greens inbound, reds outbound. So, yeah, strong northwesterlies here. Not severe limits, but we're still, going to be seeing some gusty winds here. Heavy downpour, a lot of lightning. Switching back to reflectivity. Alright, just one moment. Gonna look up. Alright, good deal. So south of Tomball right now. Here's Tomball. It's hard to make out the highways here, but we should have Tomball Parkway right around here. There it is. There's 249 here, so I'm gonna draw it right here. Route 249, Tomball Parkway. South of Tomball, this is our kind of heavy rain area, some higher winds and some frequent lightning coming into the area. Just watching for little curls in the edge of the reflectivity here. And my golly, it's not very hard to it's not very easy to decipher what's going on here. Radar data is kind of coarse. I don't have smoothing on this, but just kind of watching to see if I can pick off anything that's in the spinny doom department, but not really looking to be that way. So again, the thing to watch for are little appendages out ahead of the line like that, but I think that is a rather dormant appendage, so to speak, for now. We'll keep an eye on it. It's really hard to tell what's going on without the help of our C-band radar south of Houston. It is now currently out of commission, so that's unfortunate because the storms haven't even gotten there yet and our radar's down. So again, there's our KHGX here, now red, because it's no longer working for now, so that's very unfortunate. But not extremely concerned. This line of storms will pack 40 to 50 mile per hour winds, a lot of lightning, some brief heavy rain as it approaches greater Houston. Katy, you're getting in on it right now. Spring, you're getting in on it right now, and that line extends all the way northeastward to Cleveland, so Cleveland getting in on it right now. Switch to which way the wind is blowing, and if we can depict anything, which can't, quite honestly. This airport radar just doesn't have the long range like the other radars do. Short range radars for airports, very key in fine data close to the radar site. For the airports, takeoffs, landings, very need to know situations. Perhaps what's going on here. So we have a little bit of convergent zone back in here. Little greens and reds directed toward each other. So what's going on here? It's impossible to really see what's going on. So very, very good. Love that. All we can do is say there's a lot of rain falling here. Cold front already well down here, so we do not look to have anything of severe limits or anything that screams immediate tornado potential as this line moves southeastward toward Houston. Coming into Jersey Village here very shortly. Already coming through Spring. It'll be in Kingwood in about 7 to 10 minutes. Aldine probably in about 12 to 15, as well as Humble. Cinco Ranch, expect some rain to start falling here in about 5 minutes. Mission Bend, probably about 15 minutes. Sugar Land, about 20 to 25 minutes. Inner Houston, probably right around half an hour from now. This line will finally be on your doorstep. Again, heavy rain, lightning, and wind. And looks like we have a tornado warning, so David's going to go ahead and take over. I don't have it yet, but David Reimer, to you.
You know, this is why I don't get anything nice. Audio, audio, audio. Yeah, I know. That's because my Stream Deck quit working and I can't unmute easily, even though I think I am mute. So again, tornado warning Louisiana side of the Big Bend Reservoir, or whatever. Tom Bend, whatever. Not our problem. The tornado warning we are going to be talking about is in portions of the Edwards Plateau. A bit of an interesting call on this one. Some might say the storm's a bit elevated above a more stable layer of air near the surface, but it's close enough that I suppose the warning is definitely going to be warranted, so we'll deal with it. It's going to be a tornado warning until 1:45 this morning for northeastern Dimmitt County in southern Texas and southern Zavala County in the Edwards Plateau. Again, this is going to be a tornado warning that includes Crystal City, Carrizo Springs, Asherton, and Big Wells. So include Highway 85 from Carrizo Springs to just east of Big Wells, Crystal City up Highway 83, and then Asherton down Highway 83. Reason the Weather Service in San Antonio has elected to put a tornado warning on this is that it is showing a bit of a circulation here on the north side of this belt. Now, a couple things noteworthy here. This thing's got a hail core on it now, and probably we're not talking about quarters, we're probably talking golf balls to tennis balls. We mentioned the hailstorms tonight could be in South Texas, and apparently we're going to be a little overzealous initially with those hailstones. So, again, notice how the radar is being very noisy here. That's one sign this storm might be elevated, so we're not necessarily confident in that this storm is producing a tornado or damaging straight-line winds, but the signature was strong enough that the Weather Service in San Antonio is elected to put a tornado warning out on it, so that is why we are still here. That is why you're going to hear from me again versus the ukulele meteorologist. But Elias, you know what? You just got to do what you got to do, even if you're not necessarily happy about it. So again, this is going to be a tornado warning until 1:45 a.m. for northern of Dimmitt County and southeastern portions of Zavala County. Oh boy, I made the webcam mad. Don't you like it when that happens? Anyway, y'all should still be able to hear me. I'll fix the webcam here really quick. All right. Unplug it and plug it back in again. So anyway, this is going to be a tornado warning for Crystal City and Carrizo Springs and the Edwards Plateau. There are no severe weather warnings in the city of Houston, Harris County, southeast Texas at this time. Let's see if it's work again. We're going to point this. Oh, look, I'm still bald. I'm still here. It's Friday. So again, this is going to be a tornado warning until 1:45 a.m. for Crystal City, Carrizo Springs, Big Wells, Asherton, Las Colinas in the Edwards Plateau, or Las Colinas, Winter Haven, Chula Vista, River Spur, Carrizo Hill, and Las Vegas, Texas. And again, this is all in the Edwards Plateau. So this thunderstorm is moving east quickly at about 50 miles an hour. So it's not waiting around. And again, once we can get this mostly east of 83, we're going to be back to a mostly rural environment. But we need to get this through Crystal City and Carrizo Springs first. So we're going to be dealing with is the potential for a quick spin-up tornado in addition to at least golf ball size hail. And that could be wind-driven hail at that. Pretty good indications that this storm is producing large hail. Now, there are also indications this thing might be a little elevated behind a cold front, but it is right. See, I get tired, I bring the W's out. Right on the leading edge of the cold front, so there's a chance it's surface-based, and thus they elected to put a tornado warning on it, but it may not be surface-based, in which case, well, it's not going to produce a tornado, but alas, you just got to deal with it. And we know that tornado warning is on the east side of the Toledo Bend Reservoir in Louisiana. Anaco, Leesville, Louisiana. New Llano, Louisiana, south of Hornbeck, Louisiana. And that is going to be in the Vernon Parish of western Louisiana. That storm is well east of the Texas state line at this point. We'll still take a quick look at it. And again, the which way the wind's blowing mode, honestly not overly impressive circulation now. That might have been a quick spin up, but again, that is east of the Toledo Bend Reservoir, east of the state line of Texas, and thus we will leave it to our Louisiana folks to handle it as they see fit. For us, we have this tornado warning in the Edwards Plateau. This is going to be very close between being a storm that is capable of producing a tornado and some strong winds or not, because this storm might simply be north of the cold front by now, in which case it's elevated. If this storm is elevated, it has a drastically reduced probability of producing tornadoes and damaging winds, but that surface cold front's pretty shallow initially, and that means that a few thousand feet above the ground, all the way up in the thermodynamic profile, the thunderstorm has plenty of access to instability and thus the potential for large to large damaging hail. So we could see some of that large damaging hail in Crystal City and Carrizo Springs. Did they really include like half a square mile of Texas in that tornado warning? No, it's all I see is northwestern Vernon Parish in western Louisiana. It shouldn't have shown any Texas counties. So this thunderstorm is booking it at about 50 miles an hour to the east, at about 110 degrees, so a little south or east-southeast, but mostly east. Should it continue on its present track, this thunderstorm, in its dangerous haily fashion, is going to be crossing over Big Wells at Highway 85 at about 1:45 this morning. Should it continue, and it may, at least with hail, this thunderstorm may cross Interstate 35 with large hail at about 2:20 a.m. between Dilley and Cotola. I'm sure I'm saying that wrong, so someone can correct me. So again, between Cotola and Dilley on Interstate 35 at about 2:20 a.m. A tornado warning is in effect for northeastern Dimmitt and southern Zavala counties until 1:45 a.m. in the central Edwards Plateau. This is east of Eagle Pass, north of Laredo, southeast of Del Rio, and crossing over Highway 83 near Carrizo Springs up to Crystal City. And again, this storm has the potential of producing golf ball size hail, maybe a bit larger. The potential for a brief tornado spin up if everything were to come together, and it may not. And localized damaging wind gusts. We'll take a look back in San Antonio. Again, there are no severe thunderstorm warnings in Bexar County at this point. All this activity across the San Antonio metro. Here, I'll just load a 1 hour loop. Generally moving northeast. Crashy, the cold front's already hit. And as you can see, we're just got a lot of training. Now, what we may be having to deal with soon is flash flooding. Again, some of these are producing very heavy rainfall, which could result in street flooding. So, San Antonio, be mindful. Don't go driving into low water crossings that are closed, and there are already a few. According to the Bexar County Severe Weather Twitter channel, looks like a couple of low water crossings are already flooded and closed. So we head into the Houston metro. As Jason noted earlier, our main radar in Houston decided to take a nap. And here I thought it was the job of the Granger radar to crash when storms got within 100 miles, but here we go with this. That lag you see in the radar data appears when the radar went down. Once it tripped offline, surrounding radars were able to be filled into this regional mosaic, and thus that's what you see here. So again, this line of storms is now making its way from Spring to Katy, down to south of Haley'sville, moving southeast at about 30 miles an hour. Maybe some gusty winds, heavy rain, cloud-to-ground lightning, no hail, not expecting any damaging winds in terms of, stuff that's going to knock stuff over, mostly. I mean, it'll take your trash can and roll it down the street, but it's not going to take your roof off. No tornado warnings in East Texas, the Piney Woods of East Texas. Only severe storm we have in the Piney Woods of East Texas right now. It's going to be this little thunderstorm well east of Browndale coming up on the Toledo Bend Reservoir, and honestly, I don't really see anything with that. And then that tornado warning well east of the Toledo Bend Reservoir in Louisiana, and that is going to be in the Vernon Parish. Moving towards Anaco and Leesville. That is a Louisiana problem. We will deal with the Texas problem, and that's going to be the potential for a spin-up tornado, damaging hail, nasty hail, and maybe some straight line winds. Now you can see here, now don't pay attention to this track. That track is garbage from this automated product, but this thing has extremely high reflectivity values, and the radar estimates that this could have large hail over the size of golf balls certainly plausible. If there's any benefit of it being over towns right now, is if it's got big hail, we're probably going to hear about it at some point. But again, this could have golf ball size hail, definitely enough to cause some damage to windows. And this storm is generally moving off to the east at about 50 miles an hour. So let me put a storm track on it. And let's put the leading edge here. Again, moving east at about 50. Big Wells at about 1:36 a.m. Cotala on Interstate 35, right about 2 a.m. Dilley, about 2 a.m. And again, this is a fairly large thunderstorm, almost a little bit of a line segment with a bow shape to it, but it may be just north of the cold front, which means the tornado threat would be drastically lower, the damaging wind threat would be lower, but still, this thing has plenty of access to a reservoir of instability aloft that definitely would allow it to produce large hail. And again, the radar thinks this thing's got hail out the wazoo. If Jason was on here, he could play the ukulele for it, and you could probably hear the ukulele reflect off all the hailstones smashing together aloft with this thunderstorm, but the radar there thinks 4-inch hail. I doubt it has softball size hail, but we'll check a different product really quick that uses multiple surrounding radars to combine data on the potential for hail sizes. And yeah, they're generally thinking probably about golf ball size hail, so this thing could definitely have some nasty hail to it as it moves east at about 50 miles per hour. Again, everyone else, there are no severe weather warnings except for a sliver of the piney woods of East Texas, east of Browndell. Storms rolling in San Antonio, have lightning, have heavy rain, could cause flash flooding. The storm in southeast Texas approaching Houston are not severe. They could have some gusty winds, cause some street flooding around Houston. The only storm we're really dealing with that has the potential to be a problem in the severe weather department is this one from Carrizo Springs up 83 to Crystal City, and that is in northeastern Dimmitt, South Zavala counties. At 1:18 a.m., a line of severe storms capable of producing tornadoes, maybe, were located along a line from 6 miles east of Chula Vista River Spur to near Brundage to near Ashterton, moving east at 50 miles an hour. Locations impacted by this include Crystal City, Carrizo Springs, Big Wells, Ashterton, Las Colonas, Winter Haven, Chula Vista River Spur, Brundage, Carrizo Springs, and Las Vegas, Texas. And again, there's a decent chance this storm is north of the cold front, which would drastically reduce its probability of producing a tornado or damaging wind gust, but when they issued this tornado warning, it was close enough to be a problem. Now, I'm going to switch to a different product we don't show on here very often. It's called differential reflectivity, and I just want to show you what this storm is doing in terms of the hail potential. I'm going to turn smoothing off. Now, the reason I'm showing you on this is because it's a bit easier to see. You see that right there? That's called a three-body scatter spike. You can see it somewhat on here, but the reflectivity table we use filters out lower reflectivity, so we don't just have a screen filled with very low reflectivities and a lot of interference. But what the radar is detecting is a three-body scatter spike. That occurs when the radar beam hits so many hailstones, so much ice, it actually reflects back to the radar, reflects back to the hailstone, and vice versa, and creates that beam that literally just looks like a big old laser beam coming out the other side of the thunderstorm. And that's because this thing has so much hail aloft. And so, with that being said, this thing definitely could have big hail falling. We have no ground truth to verify that, but again, this thing could have nasty hail now, just east of Carrizo Springs, just east of Highway 83, as it moves off to the east, towards Big Wells, on Highway 85. So regardless of if there's a tornado or not, those of you in Big Wells, northeast of Ashterton, southeast of Carrizo Springs now, definitely do not want to be near any windows as this thing comes through. It is going to be nasty sauce in terms of the hail potential. In terms of the wind, yes, there is a circulation with this thunderstorm, but the question here is that actually reaching the surface? The cold front looks like it's pushed through Dilley, which would generally mean the potential for this to be what we call surface-based is lower. What doesn't matter is there's hail. We know there's hail, but I don't know, I'm not confident there's a tornado. Nevertheless, I'd still treat it like a tornado warning because, one, you never know, and two, this thing's got big enough hail, it probably is going to break out windows if it hits you. And again, it is moving east along Highway 85, moving east at about 50 miles an hour. We'll put a storm track on it. Again, this is moving east at about 50 to 55. I'm going to do, yeah, that's fine. So again, Big Wells, in about 10 minutes, the potential for a damaging hailstorm. Get into shelter and get away from the west-facing windows. About 1:37 a.m., give or take a few minutes, because Mother Nature doesn't like to be precise when we say she is. Dilley, about 2 to 2:05 a.m. on Interstate 35. Cotulla, about 2 a.m. We would strongly encourage there be no travel between Pearsall to Cotulla on I-35 until this storm passes, unless you like hailstones going through your trailers and your windows becoming, well, not so intact. Because that definitely has the potential to be a nasty size hailstorm. I only make silly jokes once in a while. Come on now, I tend to make them more than that. But I will be direct when need be. So again, those of you in Dilley to Cotulla, you will be under a severe thunderstorm warning here at some point for the potential for at least golf ball size hail, potentially larger. And again, because it's 1:30 in the bloody morning, we're not getting a lot of ground reports. I mean, this isn't a highly populated area as it goes. But again, I would not be surprised if we end up with pictures later on showing big hail in Crystal City down to Carrizo Springs, and that is moving its way towards Big Wells at about 50 to 55 miles an hour. We have no severe thunderstorms in San Antonio, Bexar County. We have no severe storms in Houston. We'll go take a quick look at both communities, both metros, really quick. We'll load the last hour of radar data just to show you we've got heavy rain. But again, no severe storms, just a lot of heavy rain in Bexar County. Low water crossings are starting to close in some locations. You can see that's the leading edge of the cold front already making its way. It's down into the Victoria Crossroads. It'll be down there in the next hour. Here in southeast Texas, you can see the leading edge of the line of storms making its way into Harris County, the city of Houston. We'll pop in and take a quick gander at the local radar there. See if the HGX radar came back, and it did. How nice. Okay, so it looks like the Houston radar is back. That's a convenient thing to have happen. Let's actually double check this. Yeah, it's back. So you can see the leading edge of the storms from near Humble, whatever, Intercontinental Airport to Aldine to Jersey Village, just west of Hedwig, down to Rosenberg. We'll take a look at the super duper awesome blossom which way the wind's blowing mode. Nothing that screams, hey, I'm going to drop a tornado on your house, but hey, give it time. Give it time. By June or July, I'm sure you'll have a tropical storm trying to visit and say hello. But in terms of now, no, we don't have that sort of nonsense going on. We'll pop on over to the terminal Doppler weather radar, which can give us a little finer look at this. And again, nothing that screams spinny, spinny, doom, doom, or spinny, spinny straight lines. I'm going to throw tree branches at your windows, so that is good. Regardless, turn that off. We'll press the magical loop button again, and here you go. Thank you to all those subscribing to Texas Weather Center on YouTube, by the way. That's our main daily forecast channel now, compared to Texas Storm Chasers, which is about currently 60 times the size, but we did make a second YouTube channel. So here we go with the line of strong storms. Well, kind of strong storms. They're meh. They're storms. They have gusty winds, lightning, heavy rain. No severe weather warnings in East Texas anymore. That severe thunderstorm warning is gone, so that's good. These storms continue moving southeast at about 35 to 40 miles an hour. Gusty winds, heavy rain, lightning. Our only severe weather warning at this point is for this little thunderstorm, which has become a nuisance, and that is on Highway 85 now, east of Carrizo Springs, moving towards Big Wells. A potential for golf ball to maybe larger size hail. This thing's got a nasty hail core, but I really don't know if it's producing a tornado. Look, I can't rule it out. There could be a brief tornado, there could be some strong winds, but in all likelihood, this thing is just dropping major hail. A report of pea-to-dime size hail piled on the ground in Carrizo Springs. So at least we know Carrizo Springs, this just dropped a lot of small hail, and if that's the case, good. You know what? If this is dropping just, small hail, it's probably going to drop 6 inches of the hail, because that is a very strong reflectivity core. So we look at what we call differential reflectivity, which helps us see the area of which may be larger hail. The reds you see here, that's just heavy rain to small hail. This whole gray area would be your larger hail core. Switch back over to the how hard it's raining mode. Yeah, you can see that. This is all probably large hail, maybe golf ball size hail, and then smaller hail outside that. And for what it's worth, the National Weather Service in San Antonio has wisely chosen to cancel the tornado warning for Zavala and Dimmitt counties, because this, well, it's not producing a tornado. Damaging winds, perhaps, maybe. Hail, very likely. So, it's mad. Very good, Jason. I'm glad the YouTube channel is doing so well. So, we'll definitely keep an eye on this for a little while. We're going to be here for a while yet, I think, until we're sure this is settling down. To be honest, we were about ready to go to bed earlier, but then this thing decided to show its ugly head and failed to check in with Border Patrol. But it's going to be coming on up to Interstate 35 around Dilley to Cotulla. Probably closer to Dilley, though, in the next 30 to 45 minutes. And again, the potential for nasty-sized hail with this thunderstorm as it continues to move east at about 50 miles an hour. It's not weighing around, it's booking it. Pretty good speed for a southern Texas storm, that's for sure. And I say that because southern Texas rarely is in the stronger region of the jet stream that helps push these along more quickly. So usually storm speeds are slower. We're a bit closer to the equator where, well, we just don't deal with the jet stream that often. Checking back with the super duper awesome blossom radar. For what it's worth, this storm is currently about 46,000 to 47,000 feet tall, so pretty tall. Not as tall as what we'd see later in the spring, mind you. Once we're in May and, you know, early June, if we get one of these thunderstorms going, they're going to be 70,000 feet tall. And let me tell you, those things are scary. They may not be tornadic, but boy, do they pack a punch in the hail and wind and rain department. Let me tell you, those things can whoop your behind if you're not careful. Looking at the wind, there's probably some wind. There's probably some hail. But no severe storms in the city of San Antonio or Bexar County. We're just dealing with a lot of heavy rain at this point. Could see some street flooding, some low water crossings. Could flood. Hey, you want to play the loop? Thank you. Thank you. And again, here's the loop at the last hour. The leading edge of this line, this is crashing the cold front moving south. Not really concerned about a tornado threat north of that line. Yes, we still are going to have storms. Yes, some of them could still have some hail, gusty winds, and heavy rain. In fact, you can see, please come back. Thank you. Here's the leading edge of that line right there. That's where I think the cold front is right now. And honestly, it may be more like that, but see, I can't even draw that right. Here's what we're going to do. There we go. There we go. Look. We're going to press that. We're going to press that. We're going to press that. I'm going to draw it. Then I'm going to let the animation play because I'm tired of having to redraw. That is the leading edge of the cold front, in my opinion. North of that, you have north winds, cooler temperatures, rain, maybe some storms with some small hail, the exception being the storm coming towards Cotulla. That could have bigger hail. But again, main issue this morning is going to be a potential for heavy rainfall, localized flooding in the San Antonio metro and the Houston metro. Localized flooding means some street flooding, the usual low water crossings that may flood, you know, those trouble spots that have issues draining. That's where I think we're probably going to be dealing with the flooding issues in localized fashion. We're not going to probably be dealing with widespread flooding, major flooding, you know, the kind of flooding that makes the national news, nothing like that. Just the usual street flooding. And look, we need rain. Rain is good. If we don't get rain, we don't green up in the spring. If we don't green up in the spring, we don't get our blue bonnets. If we don't get our blue bonnets, someone's going to get hit on the head with a mallet. And speaking of mallets, yeah, I got a mallet. Deprive Texans of their blue bonnets, and that's just nothing good's going to come out of that. Okay, so let's take a gander. We'll zoom on back out. And again, it's the only severe weather warning in the state of Texas. This one coming towards Cotulla, east of Carrizo Springs. All these other storms could have lightning. Yep, cloud-to-ground lightning. You bet it. Yep, that's what a thunderstorm is. Lightning. Some moderate to heavy rainfall at times that could cause some minor flooding. Some street flooding in spots around Houston, San Antonio. And we know we actually have a pretty good area of moderate rainfall moving into the Concho Valley, the southern big country, and that'll be making its way into the DFW Metroplex over the next few hours. So let's take a look at the next several hours in her model land. And then unless something else happens, I think we're probably going to call it a night. Cross your fingers, knock on wood. Pray somehow there isn't some sort of weather mischief. But again, I think we're mostly going to be behaved from here on out. I hope. So So let's take a look at the high resolution HER. And again, we're just going to take a look at what it has now. It's going to be 2 a.m. And again, this is what the HER has at 2 a.m. Yeah, it's not bad. It's not doing the greatest with this stuff in South Central Texas, but you know what? At least with the cold front timeline, it's fine. Here's 4 a.m. Cold front moving off the upper Texas coast. It's out into the Gulf of Mexico, coming through Corpus Christi. Notice we still have plenty of storms behind it in southeast Texas around the Houston metro that could have some hail, small hail. Heavy rain could cause some minor flooding, street flooding, the trouble spots. Still storming aplenty in Louisiana. Rain across parts of North Texas, Central Texas, the Hill Country, back into the Edwards Plateau, Southwest Texas. Some snow showers up around the Guadalupe Mountains in far west Texas. Here is 6 a.m. It's raining. It's raining in Austin. It's raining in San Antonio. It's raining and storming in Corpus Christi. Still raining in Houston, Orange, Beaumont. Leading edge of the cold front way out in the Gulf of Mexico, making its way down into the Rio Grande Plains, Rio Grande Valley. So that means Brownsville probably by about 7 to 7:30 crashing the cold front hits. Enjoy your 70s. They're going away after about 7 a.m. We note some snow showers firing up in the higher elevations around the Davis Mountains, Alpine, Marfa, up to Van Horn, Sanderson a bit further east. You can see 8 a.m. It's still raining. Some snow showers still out there. Again, far west Texas, southwest Texas. 10 a.m. 12 a.m. 12 a.m. Let's try this noon today. Here's 2 p.m. 4 p.m. and then 6 p.m. today. You can see our next precipitation maker Friday night, Saturday. This is going to bring widespread precipitation. Nothing severe, but some more rain. Maybe a rain-snow mix across southwest Texas into the northern Edwards Plateau and Hill Country Saturday morning. And now, let me turn all of that off. I'm going to turn on the model data again. I'm going to turn on cloud cover just so you can see if it's actually going to clear out at all today. We'll loop it from, let's just go 3 a.m. to 6 p.m. I'm going to let that data load for just a second and then I'll show it to you. Yeah, we've been live for 10 hours now. 10 hours, 21 minutes. RIP. Yeah, we've been here. All right, here we go. So this is what we're going to see pretty much today. You can see cloud cover, rain. Looks like we might clear out for a while in parts of the big country, North Texas. It's going to be chilly this morning, but cloud cover increases this afternoon. And then you can see we have our next rainmaker. That'll move in Friday night and Saturday, where it's going to be cold, well, chilly, and wet. But the weekend forecast into early next week and to late next week, we'll be talking about that in today's edition of the Texas Weather Roundup later this morning in about, well, 4 hours at this rate. So with that being said, let's head back, take a look at the state. Let me turn off the satellite data. I'll just taking a look at the water vapor imagery. So again, last couple hours, storms now making their way into southeast Texas, south central Texas, south Texas. With the cold front, a limited risk for a few severe storms will continue overnight in South Texas. Strongest storms may have the potential for hail. The only severe storm we have left is this thunderstorm east of Crystal City, east of Carrizo Springs, moving towards Dilley and Cotulla. And this storm could have quarter, ping pong, maybe golf ball size hail. Here is the velocity data. I think this storm is what we call elevated north of a cold front. I'm really not worried about a tornado threat or even much in the way of damaging winds with this, but I'm not worried about a tornado threat. And again, this thing, we'll do a storm track on it real quick. Moving generally off to the east at about 50 to 55. Dilly again about 2 to 205. And then about 2 a.m. for Cotulla. And we could see a few more storms this morning with hail in South Texas. So, with that being said, at this point, I do believe it is just about time for us to bid you adieu for the night. I'm not going to sleep yet, but I am going to be keeping an eye on things. Again, most storms this morning are now behaving themselves mostly. We're going to be dealing with the potential for locally heavy rainfall in San Antonio, southeast Texas this morning. That cold front will be moving off the upper Texas coast here in the next hour and a half. And then these storms and cold front in South Texas will continue moving south. Cold front making it through Brownsville at about 7 to 8 a.m. this morning, with a chance for showers and a few storms continuing behind the cold front through the mid to late morning across south central Texas, South Texas, the middle Texas coast, the upper Texas coast, southeast Texas, and the Golden Triangle. The most widespread issue this morning with storms will be cloud-to-ground lightning. Localized wind gusts of 40 miles an hour, some minor street flooding, localized flooding, and maybe in South Texas a few storms with quarter to ping pong ball size hail. You can keep an eye on the sky with the free Texas Storm Chasers interactive weather radar on our website, texasstormchasers.com/radar. A big thank you to all of our storm chasers, all of our moderators, and especially to meteorologist Jason Cooley for coming on and doing coverage for a while to give my voice a break. We've now been live for 10 hours, 25 minutes, and 39 seconds, but now at 1:45 a.m., it is time to terminate our live continuous severe weather coverage. We'll be here, and if need be, we will return. But for now, I'm Texas Storm Chasers David Reimer. Thank you for joining us for our live coverage. Have a great night, have a good morning, have a great upcoming weekend, and God bless.